Chapter 1 of The Idiot, Part 3, by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Eva M. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Alia Makki. Chapter 1. The Epanchin family, or at least the more serious members of it, were sometimes grieved because they seemed so unlike the rest of the world. They were not quite certain, but had at times a strong suspicion that things did not happen to them as they did to other people. Others led a quiet, uneventful life, while they were subject to continual upheavals. Others kept on the rails without difficulty; they ran off at the slightest obstacle. Other houses were governed by a timid routine; theirs was somehow different. Perhaps Lizabetha Prokofievna was alone in making these fretful observations. The girls, though not wanting in intelligence, were still young. The general was intelligent too, but narrow, and in any difficulty he was content to say "hm," and leave the matter to his wife. Consequently, on her fell the responsibility. It was not that they distinguished themselves as a family by any particular originality, or that their excursions off the track led to any breach of the proprieties. Oh no! There was nothing premeditated; there was not even any conscious purpose in it all, and yet, in spite of everything, the family, although highly respected, was not quite what every highly respected family ought to be. For a long time now Lizabetha Prokofievna had had it in her mind that all the trouble was owing to her unfortunate character, and this added to her distress. She blamed her own stupid unconventional eccentricity. Always restless, always on the go, she constantly seemed to lose her way, and to get into trouble over the simplest and more ordinary affairs of life. We said at the beginning of our story that the Epanchins were liked and esteemed by their neighbours. In spite of his humble origin, Ivan Fedorovitch himself was received everywhere with respect. He deserved this, partly on account of his wealth and position, partly because, though limited, he was really a very good fellow. But a certain limitation of mind seems to be an indispensable asset, if not to all public personages, at least to all serious financiers. Added to this, his manner was modest and unassuming. He knew when to be silent, and yet never allowed himself to be trampled upon. Also, and this was more important than all, he had the advantage of being under exalted patronage. As to Lizabetha Prokofievna, she, as the reader knows, belonged to an aristocratic family. True, Russians think more of influential friends than of birth, but she had both. She was esteemed and even loved by people of consequence in society, whose example in receiving her was therefore followed by others. It seems hardly necessary to remark that her family worries and anxieties had little or no foundation, or that her imagination increased them to an absurd degree. But if you have a wart on your forehead or nose, you imagine that all the world is looking at it, and that people would make fun of you because of it, even if you had discovered America. Doubtless, Lizabetha Prokofievna was considered eccentric in society, but she was none the less esteemed. The pity was that she was ceasing to believe in that esteem. When she thought of her daughters, she said to herself sorrowfully that she was a hindrance rather than a help to their future, that her character and temper were absurd, ridiculous, insupportable. Naturally, she put the blame on her surroundings, and from morning to night was quarrelling with her husband and children, whom she really loved to the point of self-sacrifice, even, one might say, of passion. She was, above all, distressed by the idea that her daughters might grow up eccentric like herself. She believed that no other society girls were like them. "They're growing into nihilists," she repeated over and over again. For years she had tormented herself with this idea, and with the question, "Why don't they get married?" It is to annoy their mother. That is their one aim in life. It can be nothing else. The fact is, it is all of a piece with these modern ideas, that wretched woman's question. 6 months ago Aglaya took a fancy to cut off her magnificent hair. Why, even I, when I was young, had nothing like it. The scissors were in her hand, and I had to go down on my knees and implore her. She did it, I know, from sheer mischief, to spite her mother. for she is a naughty, capricious girl, a real spoiled child, spiteful and mischievous to a degree. And then Alexandra wanted to shave her head, not from caprice or mischief, but like a little fool, simply because Aglaya persuaded her she would sleep better without her hair, and not suffer from headache. And how many suitors have they not had during the last 5 years? Excellent offers, too! What more do they want? Why don't they get married? For no other reason than to vex their mother. None, none!" But Lizabetha Prokofievna felt somewhat consoled when she could say that one of her girls, Adelaida, was settled at last. "It will be one off our hands," she declared aloud, though in private she expressed herself with greater tenderness. The engagement was both happy and suitable, and was therefore approved in society. Prince S. was a distinguished man, he had money, and his future wife was devoted to him. What more could be desired? Lizabetha Prokofievna had felt less anxious about this daughter, however, although she considered her artistic tastes suspicious. But to make up for them, she was, as her mother expressed it, merry, and had plenty of common sense. It was Aglaya's future which disturbed her the most. With regard to her eldest daughter, Alexandra, the mother never quite knew whether there was cause for anxiety or not. Sometimes she felt as if there was nothing to be expected from her. She was 25 now, and must be fated to be an old maid, and with such beauty too. The mother spent whole nights in weeping and lamenting, while all the time the cause of her grief slumbered peacefully. What is the matter with her? Is she a nihilist or simply a fool? But Lizabetha Prokofievna knew perfectly well how unnecessary was the last question. She set a high value on Alexandra Ivanovna's judgment, and often consulted her in difficulties. But that she was in a wet hen she never for a moment doubted. She is so calm, nothing rouses her, though wet hens are not always calm. Oh, I can't understand it! Her eldest daughter inspired Lizabetha with a kind of puzzled compassion. She did not feel this in Aglaya's case, though the latter was her idol. It may be said that these outbursts and epithets, such as "wet hen," in which the maternal solicitude usually showed itself, only made Alexandra laugh. Sometimes the most trivial thing annoyed Mrs. Epanchin and drove her into frenzy. For instance, Alexandra Ivanovna liked to sleep late, and was always dreaming, though her dreams had the peculiarity of being as innocent and naive as those of a child of 7, and the very innocence of her dreams annoyed her mother. Once she dreamt of 9 hens, and this was the cause of quite a serious quarrel. No one knew why. Another time she had it, as it was most unusual, a dream with a spark of originality in it. She dreamt of a monk in a dark room, into which she was too frightened to go. Adelaida and Aglaya rushed off with shrieks of laughter to relate this to their mother, and she was quite angry and said her daughters were all fools. She is as stupid as a fool, a veritable wet hen. Nothing excites her, and yet she is not happy. Some days it makes one miserable only to look at her. Why is she unhappy, I wonder? At times Lizabetha Prokofievna put this question to her husband, and as usual she spoke in the threatening tone of one who demands an immediate answer. Ivan Fedorovitch would frown, shrug his shoulders, and at last give his opinion: "She needs a husband." "God forbid that he should share your ideas, Ivan Fedorovitch," his wife flashed back, "or that he should be as gross and churlish as you." The general promptly made his escape, and Lizabetha Prokofievna after a while grew calm again. That evening, of course, she would be unusually attentive, gentle, and respectful to her gross and churlish husband, her dear kind Ivan Fedorovitch, for she had never left off loving him. She was even still in love with him. He knew it well, and for his part held her in the greatest esteem. But the mother's great and continual anxiety was Aglaya. "She is exactly like me, my image in everything," said Mrs. Epanchin to herself. "A tyrant, a real little demon, a nihilist, eccentric, senseless, and mischievous. Good Lord, how unhappy she'll be!" But as we said before, the fact of Adelaida's approaching marriage was a balm to the mother. For a whole month she forgot her fears and worries. Adelaida's fate was settled, and with her name that of Aglaya's was linked in society gossip. People whispered that Aglaya, too, was as good as engaged, and Aglaya always looked so sweet and behaved so well during this period, that the mother's heart was full of joy. Of course, Evgenie Pavlovitch must be thoroughly studied first, before the final step should be taken, but really, how lovely dear Aglaya had become! She actually grew more beautiful every day, and then this abominable prince showed his face again, and everything went topsy-turvy at once, and everyone seemed as mad as March hares. What had really happened? If it had been any other family than the Epanchins, nothing particular would have happened, but thanks to Mrs. Epanchin's inveritable fussiness and anxiety, there could not be the slightest hitch in the simplest matters of everyday life. But she immediately foresaw the most dreadful and alarming consequences, and suffered accordingly. What then must have been her condition, when among all the imaginary anxieties and calamities which so constantly beset her, she now saw looming ahead a serious case for annoyance, something really likely to arouse doubts and suspicions? How dared they write that hateful anonymous letter, informing me that Aglaya is in communication with Nastasia Philipovna? She thought, as she dragged the prince along towards her own house, and again when she sat him down at the round table where the family was already assembled. How dared they so much as to think of such a thing? I should die with shame if I thought there was a particle of truth in it, or if I were to show the letter to Aglaya herself. Who dares play these jokes upon us, the Epanchins? Why didn't they go to the Yelagin instead of coming down here? I told you we had better go to the Yelagin this summer, Ivan Fedorovitch. It's all your fault. I dare say it was that Varia who sent the letter. It's all Ivan Fedorovitch. That woman is doing it all for him, and I know she is, to show she can make a fool of him now, just as she did when he used to give her pearls. But after all is said, we're all mixed up in it. Your daughters are mixed up in it, Ivan Fedorovitch. Young ladies in society, young ladies at an age to be married. They're present, they heard everything there was to hear. They were mixed up with that other scene too, with those dreadful youths. You must be pleased to remember they heard it all. I cannot forgive that wretched prince. I shall never forgive him. And why, if you please, has Aglaya had an attack of nerves these last 3 days? Why has she all but quarrelled with her sisters, even with Alexandra, whom she respects so much that she always kisses her hands as though she were her mother? What are all these riddles of hers that we have to guess? What has Gavrila Ardalionovitch has to do with it? Why did she take upon herself to champion him this morning and burst into tears over it? Why is there an allusion to that cursed poor knight in the anonymous letter? And why did I rush off to him just now, like a lunatic, and drag him back here? I do believe I've gone mad at last. What on earth have I done now, to talk to a young man about my daughter's secrets, and secrets having to do with himself too? Thank goodness he's an idiot and a friend of the house. Surely Aglaya hasn't fallen in love with such a gaby. What an idea! Phew! We ought all to be put under glass cases, myself first of all, and be shown off as curiosities at 10 kopecks a peep. I shall never forgive you for all this, Ivan Fedorovitch, never. Look at her now. Why doesn't she make fun of him? She said she would, and she doesn't. Look there, she stares at him with all her eyes and doesn't move, and yet she told him not to come. He looks pale enough, and that abominable chatterbox, Evgenie Pavlovitch, monopolizes the whole conversation. Nobody else can get a word in. I could soon find out all about everything, if I could only change the subject." The prince certainly was very pale. He sat at the table and seemed to be feeling by turns sensations of alarm and rapture. Oh, how frightened he was of looking to one side, one particular corner, whence he knew very well that a pair of dark eyes were watching him intently. And how happy he was to think that he was once more among them, and occasionally hearing that well-known voice, although she had written and forbidden him to come again. "What on earth will she say to me, I wonder?" he thought to himself. He had not said a word yet. He sat silent and listened to Evgenie Pavlovitch's eloquence. The latter had never appeared so happy and excited as on this evening. The prince listened to him, but for a long time did not take in a word he said. Excepting Ivan Fedorovitch, who had not as yet returned from town, the whole family was present. Prince S. was there, and they all intended to go out to hear the band very soon. Colia arrived presently and joined the circle. "So he is received as usual, after all," thought the prince. The Epanchins' country house was a charming building, built after the model of a Swiss chalet, and covered with creepers. It was surrounded on all sides by a flower garden, and the family sat, as a rule, on the open verandah, as at the prince's house. The subject under discussion did not appear to be very popular with the assembly, and some would have been delighted to change it, but Evgenie would not stop holding forth, and the prince's arrival seemed to spur him on to still further rhetorical efforts. Lizabetha Prokofievna frowned, but had not as yet grasped the subject, which seemed to have arisen out of a heated argument. Aglaya sat apart, almost in the corner, listening in stubborn silence. "Excuse me," continued Evgenie Pavlovitch hotly, "I don't say a word against liberalism. Liberalism is not a sin, it is a necessary part of a great whole, which whole would collapse and fall to pieces without it. Liberalism has as much right to exist as has the most moral conservatism. But I am attacking Russian liberalism, and I attack it for the simple reason that a Russian liberal is not a Russian liberal. He is a non-Russian liberal. Show me a real Russian liberal, and I'll kiss him before you all with pleasure." "If he cared to kiss you, that is," said Alexandra, whose cheeks were red with irritation and excitement. "Look at that now," thought her mother to herself. "She does nothing but sleep and eat for a year at a time, and then suddenly flies out in the most incomprehensible way." The prince observed that Alexandra appeared to be angry with Evgenie because he spoke on a serious subject in a frivolous manner, pretending to be in earnest, but with an undercurrent of irony. "I was saying just now, before you came in, prince, that there has been nothing national up to now about our liberalism, and nothing that liberals do or have done is in the greatest degree national. They are drawn from two classes only, the old land-owning class and the clerical families." "How, nothing that they have done is Russian?" asked Prince S. "It may be Russian, but it's not national. Our liberals are not Russians, nor are our conservatives. And you may be sure that the nation does not recognize anything that has been done by the landed gentry or by the seminarists, or what is to be done either." "Come, that's good! How can you maintain such a paradox? If you are serious, that is. I cannot allow such a statement about the landed proprietors to pass unchallenged. Why, you're a land proprietor yourself!" cried Prince S. hotly. "I suppose you'll say there is nothing national about our literature either?" said Alexandra. "Well, I'm not a great authority on literary questions, but I certainly do hold that Russian literature is not Russian, except perhaps Lomonosov, Pushkin and Gogol." "In the first place, that is a considerable admission, and in the second, one of the above was a peasant, and the other two were both landed proprietors." "Quite so, but don't be in such a hurry. For since it has been the part of these three men, and only these three, to say something absolutely their own, not borrowed, so by this very fact these three men become really national. If any Russian shall have done or said anything really and absolutely original, he is to be called national from that moment. Though he may not be able to talk the Russian language, still he is a national Russian. I consider that an axiom. But we were not speaking of literature. We began by discussing the socialists. Very well, then, I insist that there does not exist one single Russian socialist. There does not, and there has never existed such a one, because all socialists are derived from two classes, the landed proprietors and the seminarists. All our eminent socialists were merely old liberals of the class of landed proprietors, men who were liberals in the days of serfdom. Why do you laugh? Give me their book, give me their studies, their memoirs, and though I am not a literary critic, yet I will prove as clear as day that every chapter and every word of their writings has been the work of a former landed proprietor of the old school. You'll find that all their raptures, all their generous transports are proprietary, all their woes and their tears proprietary, all proprietary or seminarists. You're laughing again, and you, prince, are smiling too. Don't you agree with me?" It was true enough that everybody was laughing, the prince among them. "I cannot tell you on the instant whether I agree with you or not," said the latter, suddenly stopping his laughter and staring like a schoolboy caught at mischief. "But I assure you I am listening to you with extreme gratification." So saying, he almost panted with agitation, and a cold sweat stood upon his forehead. These were his first words since he had entered the house. He tried to lift his eyes, and to look around, but dared not. Evgenie Pavlovitch noticed his confusion, and smiled. "I'll just tell you one fact, ladies and gentlemen," continued the latter with apparent seriousness, and even exaltation of manner, but with a suggestion of chaff behind every word, as though he were laughing in his sleeve at his own nonsense. "A fact the discovery of which, I believe, I may claim to have made by myself alone. At all events, no other has ever said or written a word about it, and in this fact is expressed the whole essence of Russian liberalism, of the sort which I am now considering. In the first place, what is liberalism, speaking generally, but an attack, whether mistaken or reasonable is quite another question, upon the existing order of things? Is this so? Yes? Very well. Then my fact consists in this, that Russian liberalism is not an attack upon the existing order of things, but an attack upon the very essence of things themselves, indeed on the things themselves, not an attack on the Russian order of things, but on Russia itself. My Russian liberal goes as far as to reject Russia, that is, he hates and strikes his own mother. Every misfortune and mishap of the mother country fills him with mirth, and even with ecstasy. He hates the national customs, Russian history, and everything. If he has a justification, it is that he does not know what he is doing, and believes that his hatred of Russia is the grandest and most profitable kind of liberalism. You will often find a liberal who is applauded and esteemed by his fellows, but who is in reality the dreariest, blandest, dullest of conservatives, and is not aware of the fact. This hatred for Russia has been mistaken by some of our Russian liberals for sincere love of their country, and they boast that they see better than their neighbours what real love of one's country should consist in. But of late they have grown more candid and are ashamed of the expression love of country, and have annihilated the very fact, the very spirit of the words, as something injurious and petty and undignified. This is the truth, and I hold by it. But at the same time, it is a phenomenon which has not been repeated at any other time or place, and therefore, though I hold to it as a fact, yet I recognize that it is an accidental phenomenon, and may likely enough to pass away. There can be no such thing anywhere else as a liberal who really hates his country. And how is this fact to be explained among us? By my original statement that a Russian liberal is not a Russian liberal. That's the only explanation that I can see." "I take all that you have said as a joke," said Prince S. seriously. "I have not seen all kinds of liberals, and cannot therefore set myself up as judge," said Alexandra. "But I have heard all you have said with indignation. You have taken some accidental case and twisted it into a universal law, which is unjust." "Accidental case?" said Evgenie Pavlovitch. "Do you consider it an accidental case, prince?" "I must also admit," said the prince, "that I have not seen much, or been very far into the question, but I cannot help thinking that you are more or less right, and that Russian liberalism, that phase of which you are considering at least, really is something inclined to hate Russia itself, and not only its existing order of things in general. Of course, this is only partially the truth. You cannot lay down the law for all." The prince blushed, and broke off without finishing what he meant to say. In spite of his shyness and agitation, he could not help being greatly interested in the conversation. A special characteristic of his was the naive candour with which he always listened to arguments which interested him, and with which he answered any question put to him on the subject at issue. In the very expression of his face was naivete. This naivete was unmistakably evident, this disbelief in the insincerity of others, and unsuspecting disregard of irony or humour in their words. But though Evgenie Pavlovitch had put this question to the prince with no other purpose but to enjoy the joke of his simple-minded seriousness, yet now, at his answer, he was surprised into some seriousness himself, and looked gravely at Muishkin as though he had not expected that sort of answer at all. "Why, how strange!" he ejaculated. "You did not answer me seriously, surely, did you?" "Did you not ask me the question seriously?" inquired the prince in amazement. Everybody laughed. "Oh, trust him for that," said Adelaida. "Evgenie Pavlovitch turns everything and everybody he can lay hold of to ridicule. You should hear the things he says sometimes, apparently in perfect seriousness." "In my opinion, the conversation has been a painful one throughout, and we ought never to have begun it," said Alexandra. "We were all going for a walk." "Come along, then," said Evgenie. "It's a glorious evening. But to prove that this time I was speaking absolutely seriously, and especially to prove this to the prince—for you, prince, have interested me exceedingly, and I swear to you that I'm not quite such an ass as I like to appear sometimes, though I am rather an ass, I admit it. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, will you allow me just to put one more question to the prince out of pure curiosity? It shall be the last. This question came into my mind a couple of hours since. You see, prince, I do think seriously at times, and I made my own decision upon it. Now I wish to hear what the prince will say to it. We have just used the expression 'accidental case.' This is a significant phrase, we often hear it. Well, not long since everyone was talking and reading about that terrible murder of 6 people on the part of a young fellow, and of the extraordinary speech of the counsel for the evidence, who observed that in the poverty-stricken condition of the criminal, it must have come naturally into his head to kill these 6 people. I do not quote his words, but that is the sense of them, or something very like it. Now, in my opinion, the barrister who put forward this extraordinary plea was probably absolutely convinced that he was starting the most liberal, the most humane, and the most enlightened view of the case that could possibly be brought forward in these days. Now, was this distortion, this capacity for a perverted way of viewing things, a special or accidental case, or is it such a general rule? Everybody laughed at this. "A special case! Accidental, of course!" cried Alexandra and Adelaida. "Let me remind you once more, Evgenie," said the prince, "that your joke is getting a little threadbare." "What do you think about it, prince?" asked Evgenie, taking no notice of the last remark, and observing Muishkin's serious eyes fixed upon his face. "What do you think? Was it a special or a usual case, the rule or an exception? I confess I put the question especially for you." "I don't think it was a special case," said the prince, quietly but firmly. "My dear fellow," said Prince S. with some annoyance, "don't you see that he is chaffing you? He is simply laughing at you, and wants to make game of you." "I thought Evgenie Pavlovitch was talking seriously," said the prince, blushing and dropping his eyes. "My dear prince," continued Prince S., "remember what you and I were saying 2 or 3 months ago. We spoke of the fact that in our newly opened law courts one could already lay one's finger upon so many talented and remarkable young barristers. How pleased you were with the state of things as we found it, and how glad I was to observe your delight. You both said it was a matter to be proud of, but this clumsy defense that Evgenie mentions, this strange argument, can, of course, only be an accidental case, 1 in 1,000. The prince reflected a little, but very soon he replied, with absolute conviction in his tone, though he still spoke somewhat shyly and timidly. "I only wish to say that this distortion, as Evgenie Pavlovitch expressed it, is met with very often, and is far more the general rule than the exception, unfortunately for Russia. So much so that if this distortion were not the general rule, perhaps these dreadful crimes would be less frequent." "Dreadful crimes! But I can assure you that crimes just as dreadful, and probably more horrible, have occurred before our times, and at all times, and not only here in Russia, but everywhere else as well. And in my opinion it is not at all likely that such murders will cease to occur for a very long time to come. The only difference is that in former times there was less publicity, while now everyone talks and writes freely about such things, which fact gives the impression that such crimes have only now sprung into existence. That is where your mistake lies, an extremely natural mistake, I assure you, my dear fellow," said Prince S. "I know that there were just as many and just as terrible crimes before our times. Not long since I visited a convict prison, and made acquaintance with some of the criminals. There were some even more dreadful criminals than this one we have been speaking of, men who have murdered a dozen of their fellow creatures, and feel no remorse whatsoever. But what I especially noticed was this, that the very most hopeless and remorseless murderer however hardened a criminal he may be, still knows that he is a criminal, that he is conscious that he has acted wickedly, though he may feel no remorse whatever. And they were all like this. Those of whom Evgenie Pavlovitch has spoken do not admit that they are criminals at all. They think they had a right to do what they did, and that they were even doing a good deed. Perhaps. I consider there is the greatest difference between the two cases. And recollect, it was a youth, at the particular age which is most helplessly susceptible to the distortion of ideas." Prince S. was now no longer smiling. He gazed at the prince in bewilderment. Alexandra, who had seemed to wish to put in her word when the prince began, now sat silent, as though some sudden thought had caused her to change her mind without speaking. Evgenie Pavlovitch gazed at him in real surprise, and this time his expression of face had no mockery in it whatever. "What are you looking so surprised about, my friend?" asked Mrs. Epanchin suddenly. "Did you suppose he was stupider than yourself, and was incapable of forming his own opinions, or what?" "No, oh no, not at all," said Evgenie. "But how is it, prince, that you—excuse the question, will you?—if you are capable of observing and seeing things as you evidently do, how is it that you saw nothing distorted or perverted in that claim upon your property which you acknowledged a day or two since, and which was full of arguments founded upon the most distorted views of right and wrong?" "I tell you what, my friend," cried Mrs. Epanchin of a sudden, "here are we, all sitting here and imagining we are very clever, and perhaps laughing at the prince, some of us, and meanwhile he has received a letter this very day in which that same Clement renounces his claim and begs the prince's pardon. We don't often get that sort of letter, and yet we are not ashamed to walk with our noses in the air before him." "And Hippolyte has come down here to stay," said Colia suddenly. "What? Has he arrived?" said the prince, starting up. "Yes, I brought him down from town just after you had left the house." "There now, it's just like him!" cried Lizabetha Prokofievna, boiling over once more, and entirely oblivious of the fact that she had taken the prince's part. "I dare swear that you went up to town yesterday on purpose to get the little wretch to do you the great honour of coming to stay at your house. You did go up to town, you know you did, and you said so yourself. Now then, did you or did you not go down on your knees and beg him to come? Confess!" "No, he didn't, for I saw it all myself," said Colia. "On the contrary, Hippolyte kissed his hand twice and thanked him, and all the prince said was that he thought Hippolyte might feel better here in the country." "Don't, Colia! What is the use of saying all that?" cried the prince, rising and taking his hat. "Where are you going now?" "Never mind about him now, prince," said Colia. "He is all right, and taking a nap after the journey. He is very happy to be here, but I think perhaps it would be better if you let him alone for today. He is very sensitive now that he is so ill, and he might be embarrassed if you show him too much attention at first. He is decidedly better today, and says he has not felt so well for the last 6 months, and has coughed much less too." The prince observed that Aglaya came out of her corner and approached the table at this point. He did not dare to look at her, but he was conscious to the very tip of his fingers that she was gazing at him, perhaps angrily, and she had probably flushed up, with a look of fiery indignation in her black eyes. "It seems to me, Colia, that you were very foolish to bring your young friend down, if he is the same consumptive boy who wept so profusely and invited us all to his own funeral," remarked Evgenie. "He talked so eloquently about the blank wall outside his bedroom window, and I am sure he will never support life here without it." "I think so too," said Mrs. Epanchin. "He will quarrel with you and be off." And she drew her work-box towards her with an air of dignity, quite oblivious of the fact that the family was about to start for a walk in the park. "Yes, I remember he boasted about the blank wall in an extraordinary way," continued Evgenie. "And I feel that without that blank wall he will never be able to die eloquently, and he does so long to die eloquently." "Oh, you must forgive him the blank wall," said the prince quietly. "He has come down to see a few trees now, poor fellow." "Oh, I forgive him with all my heart. You may tell him so if you like," laughed Evgenie. "I don't think you should take it quite like that," said the prince quietly, and without removing his eyes from the carpet. "I think it is more a case of his forgiving you." "Forgiving me? Why so? What have I done to need his forgiveness?" if you don't understand, then— But of course you understand. He wished to bless you all around, and to have your blessing before he died. That is all." "My dear prince," began Prince S. hurriedly, exchanging glances with some of those present, "you will not easily find heaven on earth, and yet you seem to expect to. Heaven is a difficult thing to find anywhere, prince, far more difficult than appears to that good heart of yours. Better stop this conversation, or we shall all be growing quite disturbed in our minds, and— "Let's go and hear the band, then," said Lizabetha Prokofievna angrily, rising from her place. The rest of the company followed her example. Chapter 2, Part 3 of The Idiot, by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Eva M. Martin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The prince suddenly approached Evgenie Pavlovitch. "Evgenie Pavlovitch," he said with strange excitement, and seizing the latter's hand in his own, "be assured that I esteem you as a generous and honourable man, in spite of everything. Be assured of that." Evgenie Pavlovitch fell back a step in astonishment. For one moment it was all he could do to restrain himself from bursting out laughing, but looking closer he observed that the prince did not seem to be quite himself. At all events he was in a very curious state. "I wouldn't mind betting, prince," he cried, "that you did not in the least mean to say that, and very likely you meant to address someone else altogether. What is it? Are you feeling unwell or anything?" "Very likely, extremely likely. And you must be a very close observer to detect the fact that perhaps I did not intend to come up to you at all." So saying, he smiled strangely, but suddenly and excitedly he began again. "Don't remind me of what I have done or said. Don't! I am very much ashamed of myself.
Why, what have you done? I don't understand you."
"I see you are ashamed of me, Evgenie Pavlovitch. You are blushing for me. That's a sign of a good heart. Don't be afraid. I shall go away directly."
"What is the matter with him?
"Do his fits begin like that?" said Lizabetha Prokofievna in a high state of alarm, addressing Colia. "No, no, Lizabetha Prokofievna, take no notice of me. I am not going to have a fit. I will go away directly, but I know I am afflicted. I was 24 years an invalid, you see, the first 24 years of my life. So take all I do and say as the sayings and actions of an invalid. I'm going away directly, I really am. Don't be afraid, I'm not blushing, for I don't think I need blush about it, need I? But I see that I am out of place in society. Society is better without me. It's not vanity, I assure you. I have thought over it all these last 3 days, and I have made up my mind that I ought to unbosom myself candidly before you at the first opportunity. There are certain things, certain great ideas, which I must not so much as approach, as Prince S. has just reminded me, or I shall make you all laugh. I have no sense of proportion, I know. My words and gestures do not express my ideas. They are a humiliation, an abasement of the ideas, and therefore I have no right. And I am too sensitive. Still, I believe I am beloved in this household, and esteemed far more than I deserve. But I can't help knowing that after 24 years of illness there must be some trace left, so that it is impossible for people to refrain from laughing at me sometimes. Don't you think so?" He seemed to pause for a reply, for some verdict as it were, and looked humbly around him. All present stood rooted to the earth with amazement at his unexpected and apparently uncalled for outbreak. But the poor prince's painful and rambling speech gave rise to a strange episode. "Why do you say all this here?" cried Aglaya suddenly. "Why do you talk like this to them?" She appeared to be in the last stages of wrath and irritation. Her eyes flashed. The prince stood dumbly and blindedly before her, and suddenly grew pale. "There is not one of them all who is worthy of these words of yours," continued Aglaya. "Not one of them is worth your little fingers. Not one of them has heart or head to compare with yours. You are more honest than all, and better, nobler, kinder, wiser than all. There are some here who are unworthy to bend and pick up the handkerchief you have just dropped. Why do you humiliate yourself like this, and place yourself lower than these people? Why do you debase yourself before them? Why have you no pride?" "My God! Who would have believed this?" cried Mrs. Epanchin, wringing her hands. "Hurrah for the poor knight!" cried Colia. "Be quiet! How dare they laugh at me in your house? said Aglaya, turning sharply on her mother in that hysterical frame of mind that rides recklessly over every obstacle and plunges blindly through proprieties. "Why does everyone worry and torment me? Why have they all been bullying me these 3 days about you, prince? I will not marry you, never, and under no circumstances. Know that once and for all. As if anyone could marry an absurd creature like you. Just look in the glass and see what you look like this very moment. Why do they torment me and say I am going to marry you? You must know it, you are in the plot with them." "No one ever tormented you on the subject," murmured Adelaida, aghast. "No one ever thought of such a thing. There has never been a word said about it," cried Alexandra. "And who has been annoying her? Who has been tormenting the child? Who could have said such a thing to her? Is she raving?" cried Lizabetha Prokofievna, trembling with rage, to the company in general. "Every one of them has been saying it, every one of them, all these 3 days, and I will never, never marry him." So saying, Aglaya burst into bitter tears, and hiding her face in her handkerchief, sank back into a chair.
"But he has never even—"
"I have never asked you to marry me, Aglaya Ivanovna," said the prince of a sudden.
"What's that?"
cried Mrs. Epanchin, raising her hands in horror. She could not believe her ears. I meant to say—I only meant to say," said the prince, faltering. "I merely meant to explain to Aglaya Ivanovna, to have the honour to explain, as it were, that I had no intention, never had, to ask the honour of her hand. I assure you I am not guilty, Aglaya Ivanovna, I am not, indeed. I never did wish to, I never thought of it at all, and never shall. You'll see it yourself, you may be quite assured of it. Some wicked person has been maligning me to you, but it's all right. Don't worry about it." So saying, the prince approached Aglaya. She took the handkerchief from her face, glanced keenly at him, took in what he had said, and burst out laughing. Such a merry and unrestrained laugh, so hearty and gay, that Adelaida could not contain herself. She too glanced at the prince's panic-stricken countenance, and then rushed at her sister, threw her arms around her neck, and burst into as merry a fit of laughter as Aglaya's own. They laughed together like a couple of schoolgirls. Hearing and seeing this, the prince smiled happily, and in accents of relief and joy he exclaimed, "Well, thank God, thank God!" Alexandra now joined in, and it looked as though the three sisters were going to laugh on forever. "They are insane," muttered Lizabetha Prokofievna. "Either they frighten one out of each other's wits, or else—" But Prince S. was laughing now too. So was Evgenie Pavlovitch, so was Colia, and so was the prince himself, who caught the infection as he looked round radiantly upon the others. "Come along, let's go out for a walk," cried Adelaida. "We'll all go together, and the prince must absolutely go with us. You needn't go away, you dear good fellow. Isn't he a dear, Aglaya? Isn't he, mother? I must really give him a kiss for his explanations to Aglaya just now. Mother dear, may I kiss him? Mayn't I? Aglaya, may I kiss your prince?" cried the young rogue, and sure enough she skipped up to the prince and kissed his forehead. He seized her hands and pressed them so hard that Adelaida nearly cried out. He then gazed with delight into her eyes, and raising her right hand to his lips with enthusiasm, kissed it 3 times. "Come along," said Aglaya. "Prince, you must walk with me. May he, mother? This young cavalier who won't have me. You said you would never have me, didn't you, prince? No, not like that. That's not the way you give your arm. Don't you know how to give your arm to a lady yet? There, so. Now, come along. You and I will lead the way. Would you like to lead the way with me alone, tête-à-tête?" She went on talking and chatting without a pause, with occasional little bursts of laughter between. "Thank God, thank God!" said Lizabetha Prokofievna to herself, without quite knowing why she felt so relieved. "What an extraordinary people they are!" thought Prince S., for perhaps the 100th time since he had entered into the intimate relations with the family. But he liked these extraordinary people all the same. As for Prince Lef Nicolaievitch himself, Prince S. did not seem quite to like him somehow. He was decidedly preoccupied and a little disturbed as they all started off. Evgenie Pavlovitch seemed to be in a lively humour. He made Adelaida and Alexandra laugh all the way to the Vauxhall, but they both laughed so very really and promptly that the worthy Evgenie began at least to suspect that they were not listening to him at all. At this idea he burst out laughing all at once, in quite unaffected mirth, and without giving any explanation. The sisters, who also appeared to be in high spirits, never tired of glancing at Aglaya and the prince, who were walking in front. It was evident that their young sister was a thorough prize to them both. Prince S. tried hard to get up a conversation with Mrs. Epanchin upon outside subjects, probably with the good intention of distracting and amusing her, but he bored her dreadfully. She was absent-minded to a degree, and answered at cross purposes, and sometimes not at all. But the puzzle and mystery of Aglaya was not yet over for the evening. The last exhibition fell to the lot of the prince alone. When they had proceeded some 100 paces or so from the house, Aglaya said to her obstinately silent cavalier in a quick half-whisper,
Look to the right.
The prince glanced in the direction indicated.
Look closer. Do you see that bench in the park there, just by those 3 big trees? That green bench?
The prince replied that he saw it.
Do you like the position of it? Sometimes of a morning, early at 7 o'clock, when all the rest are still asleep, I come out and sit there alone.
The prince muttered that the spot was a lovely one.
Now, go away. I don't wish to have your arm any longer, or perhaps better continue to give me your arm and walk along beside me, but don't speak a word to me. I wish to think by myself.
The warning was certainly unnecessary, for the prince would not have said a word all the rest of the time, whether forbidden to speak or not. His heart beat loudly and painfully when Aglaya spoke of the bench. Could she— But no, he banished the thought after an instant's deliberation. At Pavlovsk, on weekdays, the public is more select than it is on Sundays and Saturdays, when the town folks come down to the walkabout and enjoy the park. The ladies dress elegantly on these days, and it is the best fashion to gather round the band, which is probably the best of our pleasure garden bands, and plays the newest pieces. The behaviour of the public is most correct and proper, and there is an appearance of friendly intimacy among the usual frequenters. Many come from nothing but to look at their acquaintances, but there are others who come for the sake of the music. It is very seldom that anything happens to break the harmony of the proceedings, though, of course, accidents will happen everywhere. On this particular evening the weather was lovely, and there was a large number of people present. All the places anywhere near the orchestra were occupied. Our friends took the chairs near the side exit. The crowd and the music cheered Mrs. Epanchin a little, and amused the girls. They bowed and shook hands with some of their friends, and nodded at a distance to others. They examined the ladies' dresses, noticed the comicalities and eccentricities among the people, and laughed and talked among themselves. Evgenie Pavlovitch, too, found plenty of friends to bow to. Several people noticed Aglaya and the prince, who were still together. Before very long, 2 or 3 young men had come up, and 1 or 2 remained to talk. All of these young men appeared to be on intimate terms with Evgenie Pavlovitch. Among them was a young officer, a remarkably handsome fellow, very good-natured, and a great chatterbox. He tried to get up a conversation with Aglaya, and did his best to secure her attention. Aglaya behaved very graciously to him, and chatted and laughed merrily. Evgenie Pavlovitch begged the prince's leave to introduce their friend to him. The prince hardly realized what was wanted of him, but the introduction came off. The 2 men bowed and shook hands. Evgenie Pavlovitch's friend asked the prince some questions, but the latter did not reply, or if he did, he muttered something so strangely indistinct that there was nothing to be made of it. The officer stared intently at him, and then glanced at Evgenie, divined why the latter had introduced him, and gave his undivided attention to Aglaya again. Only Evgenie observed that Aglaya flushed up for a moment at this. The prince did not notice that others were talking and making themselves agreeable to Aglaya. In fact, at moments he almost forgot that he was sitting by her himself. At other moments he felt a longing to go away somewhere and be alone with his thoughts, and to feel that no one knew where he was. Or if that were impossible, he would like to be alone at home, on the terrace, without either Lebedeff or his children, or anyone else about him, and to lie there and think, a day and night and another day again. He thought of the mountains, and especially of a certain spot which he used to frequent, whence he would look down upon the distant valleys and fields, and see the waterfall far off like a little silver thread, and the old ruined castle in the distance. Oh, how he longed to be there now, along with his thoughts, to think of one thing all his life. One thing! 1,000 years would not be too much time, and let everyone here forget him utterly. How much better it would have been if they had never known him, if all this could be but proved to be a dream. Perhaps it was a dream. Now and then he looked at Aglaya for 5 minutes at a time without taking his eyes off her face, but his expression was very strange. He would gaze at her as though she were an object a couple of miles distant, or as though he were looking at her portrait, and not at herself at all. "Why do you keep looking at me like that, prince?" she asked suddenly, breaking off her merry conversation and laughter with those about her. "I'm afraid of you. You look as though you were just going to put out your hand and touch my face to see if it's real. Doesn't he, Evgenie Pavlovitch? Doesn't he look like that?" The prince seemed surprised that he would have been addressed at all. He reflected a moment, but did not seem to take in what had been said to him. At all events, he did not answer, but observing that she and the others had begun to laugh, he too opened his mouth and laughed with them. The laughter became general, and the young officer, who seemed a particularly lively sort of person, simply shook with mirth. Aglaya suddenly whispered angrily to herself the word "idiot." "My goodness! Surely she is not in love with such a... surely she isn't mad!" groaned Mrs. Epanchin under her breath. "It's all a joke, mamma. It's just a joke like the other poor knight, nothing more whatever, I assure you," Alexandra whispered in her ear. "She's chaffing him, making a fool of him after her own private fashion, that's all. But she carries it just a little too far. She is a regular little actress. How she frightened us just now, didn't she? And all for a lark." "Well, it's lucky she has happened upon an idiot, then, that's all I can say," whispered Elizabetha Prokofievna, who was somewhat comforted, however, by her daughter's remark. The prince had heard himself referred to as an idiot, and had shuddered at the moment. But his shudder, it so happened, was not caused by the word applied to him. The fact was that in the crowd, not far from where Lai was sitting, a pale familiar face with curly black hair and a well-known smile and expression had flashed across his vision for a moment and disappeared again. Very likely he had imagined it. There only remained to him the impression of a strange smile, two eyes, and a bright green tie. Whether the man had disappeared among the crowd, or whether he had turned towards the Vauxhall, the prince could not say. But a moment or two afterwards he began to glance keenly about him. That first vision might only too likely be the forerunner of a second. It was almost certain to be so. Surely he had not forgotten the possibility of such a meeting when he came to the Vauxhall. True enough, he had not remarked where he was coming to when he set out with Aglaya. He had not been in a condition to remark about anything at all. Had he been more careful to observe his companion, he would have seen that for the last quarter of an hour Aglaya had also been glancing around in apparent anxiety, as though she expected to see someone or something particular among the crowd of people. Now, at the moment when his own anxiety became so marked, her excitement also increased visibly, and when he looked about him, she did the same. The reason of their anxiety soon became apparent. From that very side entrance to the Vauxhall, near which the prince and all the Epanchin party were seated, there suddenly appeared quite a large knot of persons, at least a dozen. Heading this little band walked three ladies, two of whom were remarkably lovely, and there was nothing surprising in the fact that they should have had a large troop of admirers following in their wake. But there was something in the appearance of both the ladies and their admirers which was peculiar, quite different from that of the rest of the public assembled around the orchestra. Nearly everyone observed the little band advancing, and all pretended not to see or notice them, except for a few young fellows who exchanged glances and smiled, saying something to one another in whispers. It was impossible to avoid noticing them, however, in reality, for they made their presence only too conspicuous by laughing and talking loudly. It was to be supposed that some of them were more than half drunk, although they were well enough dressed, some even particularly well. There were one or two, however, who were very strange-looking creatures, with flushed faces and extraordinary clothes. Some were military men. Not all were quite young. One or two were middle-aged gentlemen of decidedly disagreeable appearances, men who are avoided in society like the plague, decked out in large gold studs and rings, and magnificently got up generally. Among our suburban resorts there are some which enjoy a specially high reputation for respectability and fashion, but the most careful individual is not absolutely exempt from the dangers of a tile falling suddenly upon his head from his neighbour's roof. Such a tile was about to descend upon the elegant and decorous public, now assembled to hear the music. In order to pass from the Vauxhall to the bandstand, the visitor had to descend 2 or 3 steps. Just at these steps the group paused, as though it feared to proceed further. But very quickly one of the 3 ladies who formed its apex stepped forward into the charmed circle, followed by 2 members of her suite. One of these was a middle-aged man of very respectable appearance, but with a stamp of parvenu upon him, a man whom nobody knew, and who evidently knew everybody. The other follower was a younger, and far less respectable looking. No one else followed the eccentric lady, but as she descended the steps, she did not even look behind her, as though it were absolutely the same to her whether anyone were following or not. She laughed and talked loudly, however, just as before. She was dressed with great taste, but perhaps with rather more magnificence than was needed for the occasion. She walked past an orchestra to where an open carriage was waiting near the road. The prince had not seen her for more than 3 months. All these days, since his arrival from Petersburg, he had intended to pay her a visit, but some mysterious presentiment had restrained him. He could not picture to himself what impression this meeting with her would make upon him, though he had often tried to imagine it with fear and trembling. One fact was quite certain, and that was that the meeting would be painful. Several times during the last 6 months he had recalled the effect which the first sight of this face had had upon him, when he only saw its portrait. He recollected well that even the portrait face had left but too painful an impression. That month in the provinces, when he had seen this woman nearly every day, had affected him so deeply that he could not now look back upon it calmly. In the very look of this woman there was something which tortured him. In conversation with Rogojin, he had attributed this sensation to pity, immeasurable pity, and this was the truth. The sight of the portrait face alone had filled his heart full of the agony of real sympathy, and this feeling of sympathy, nay, of actual suffering for her, had never left his heart since that hour, and was still in full force. Oh yes, more powerful than ever. But the prince was not satisfied with what he had said to Rogojin. Only at this moment, when she suddenly made her appearance before him, did he realize to the full the exact emotion which she called up in him, and which he had not described correctly to Rogojin. And indeed there were no words in which he could have expressed his horror. Yes, horror, for he was now fully convinced, from his own private knowledge of her, that the woman was mad. If, loving a woman above everything in the world, or at least having a foretaste of the possibility of such love for her, one were suddenly to behold her on a chain, behind bars, and under the lash of a keeper, one would feel something like what the poor prince now felt. "What's the matter?" asked Aglaya in a whisper, giving his sleeve a little tug. He turned his head towards her and glanced at her black and for some reason flashing eyes, turned to smile, and then, apparently forgetting her in an instant, turned to the right once more and continued to watch the startling apparition before him. Nastasia Philipovna was at this moment passing the young ladies' chairs. Evgenie Pavlovitch continued some apparently extremely funny and interesting anecdote to Alexandra, speaking quickly and with much animation. The prince remembered that this moment Aglaya remarked in half a whisper, "What a—" She did not finish her indefinite sentence. She restrained herself in a moment, but it was enough. Nastasia Philipovna, who up to now had been walking along as though she had not noticed the Epanchin party, suddenly turned her head in their direction, as though she had just observed Evgenie Pavlovitch sitting there for the first time. "Why, I declare, here he is!" she cried, stopping suddenly. The man one can't find with all one's messengers sent about the place sitting just under one's nose, exactly where one never thought of looking. I thought you were sure to be at your uncle's by this time." Evgenie Pavlovitch flushed up and looked angrily at Nastasia Philipovna, then turned his back on her. "What? Don't you know about it yet? He doesn't know? Imagine that! Why, he's shot himself! Your uncle shot himself this very morning. I was told at 2 this afternoon. Half the town must know about it by now. They say there are 350,000 roubles, government money, missing. Some say 500,000. And I was under the impression that he would leave you a fortune. He whistled it all away. A most depraved old man, really. Well, ta-ta, bon chance. Surely you intend to be off there, don't you? Ha ha ha! You've retired from the army in a good time, I see. Plain clothes. Well done, sly rogue. Nonsense, I see you. You knew it all before. I dare say you knew all about it yesterday." Although the impudence of this attack, this public proclamation of intimacy, as it were, was doubtless premeditated and had its special object, yet Evgenie Pavlovitch at first seemed to intend to make no show of observing either his tormentor or her words. But Nastasia's communication struck him with the force of a thunderclap. On hearing of his uncle's death, he suddenly grew as white as sheet, and turned towards his informant. At this moment Lizabetha Prokofievna rose swiftly from her seat, beckoned her companions, and left the place almost at a run. Only the prince stopped behind for a moment, as though in indecision, and Evgenie Pavlovitch lingered too, for he had not collected his scattered wits. But the Epanchins had not had the time to get more than 20 paces away when a scandalous episode occurred. The young officer, Evgenie Pavlovitch's friend, who had been conversing with Aglaya, said aloud in a great state of indignation: "She ought to be whipped! That's the only way to deal with creatures like that. She ought to be whipped!" This gentleman was a confidant of Evgenie's, and had doubtless heard of the carriage episode. Nastasia turned to him. Her eyes flashed. She rushed up to a young man standing near, whom she did not know in the least, but who happened to have in his hand a thin cane. Seizing this from him, she brought it with all her force across the face of her insulter. All this occurred, of course, in one instant of a time. The young officer, forgetting himself, sprang towards her. Nastasia's followers were not by her at the moment, the elderly gentleman having disappeared altogether, and the younger man simply standing aside and roaring with laughter. In another moment, of course, the police would have been on the spot, and it would have gone hard with Nastasia Philipovna had not unexpected aid appeared. Muishkin, who was but a couple of steps away, had time to spring forward and seize the officer's arm from behind. The officer, tearing himself from the prince's grasp, pushed him so violently backwards that he staggered a few steps and then subsided into a chair. But there were other defenders for Nastasia on the spot by this time. The gentleman known as the boxer now confronted the enraged officer. "Keller is my name, sir, ex-lieutenant," he said very loudly. "If you will accept me as champion for the fair sex, I am at your disposal. English boxing has no secrets from me. I sympathize with you for the insult you have received, but I can't permit you to raise your hand against a woman in public. If you prefer to meet me, as would be more fitting to your rank, in some other manner, of course you would understand me, captain." But the young officer had recovered himself, and was no longer listening. At this moment Rogojin appeared, elbowing through the crowd. He took Nastasia's hand, drew it through his arm, and quickly led her away. He appeared to be terribly excited. He was trembling all over, and was as pale as corpse. As he carried Nastasia off, he turned and grinned horribly in the officer's face, and with low malice observed: "Look what the fellow got! Look at the blood on his cheek! Recollecting himself, however, and seeing at a glance the sort of people he had to deal with, the officer turned his back on both his opponents, and courteously, but concealing his face with a handkerchief, approached the prince, who was now rising from the chair into which he had fallen. "Prince Muishkin, I believe, the gentleman to whom I had the honour of being introduced?" "She is mad, insane, I assure you she is mad," replied the prince in trembling tones, holding out both his hands mechanically towards the officer. "I cannot boast of any such knowledge, of course, but I wish to know your name." He bowed and retired without waiting for an answer. 5 seconds after the disappearance of the last actor in this scene, the police arrived. The whole episode had not lasted more than a couple of minutes. Some of the spectators had risen from their places and departed altogether. Some merely exchanged their seats for others a little further off. Some were delighted with the occurrence, and talked and laughed over it for a long time. In a word, the incident closed as such incidents do, and the band began to play again. The prince walked away after the Epanchin party. Had he thought of looking round to the left after he had been pushed unceremoniously into the chair, he would have observed Aglaya standing some 20 yards away. She had stayed to watch the scandalous scene, in spite of her mother's and sister's anxious cries to her to come away. Prince S. ran up to her and persuaded her at last to come home with them. Lizabetha Prokofievna saw that she returned in such a state of agitation that it was doubtful whether she had even heard their calls. But only a couple of minutes later, when they had reached the park, Aglaya suddenly remarked in her usual calm, indifferent voice, "I wanted to see how the farce would end." End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Chapter 3, Part 3 of The Idiot, by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Eva M. Martin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Audiobooks. Chapter 3. The occurrence at the Vauxhall had filled both mother and daughters with something like horror. In their excitement, Lizabetha Prokofievna and the girls were nearly running all the way home. In her opinion, there was so much disclosed and laid bare by the episode that, in spite of the chaotic condition of her mind, she was able to feel more or less decided on certain points which up to now had been in a cloudy condition. However, one and all of the party realized that something important had happened, and that, perhaps fortunately enough, something which had hitherto been enveloped in the obscurity of guesswork had now begun to come forth a little from the mists. In spite of Prince S.'s assurances and explanations, Evgenie Pavlovitch's real character and position were at last coming to light. He was publicly convicted of intimacy with that creature, so thought Lizabetha Prokofievna and her 2 elder daughters. But the real upshot of the business was that the number of riddles to be solved was augmented. The 2 girls, though rather irritated at their mother's exaggerated alarm and haste to depart from the scene, had been unwilling to worry her at first with questions. Besides, they could not help thinking that their sister Aglaya probably knew more about the whole matter than both they and their mother put together. Prince S. looked as black as night and was silent and moody. Mrs. Epanchin did not say a word to him all the way home, and he did not seem to observe the fact. Adelaida tried to pump him a little by asking, who was the uncle they were talking about, and what was it that happened in Petersburg? But he had merely muttered something disconnected about making inquiries, and that, of course, it was all nonsense. "Of course," replied Adelaida, and asked no more questions. Aglaya, too, was very quiet, and the only remark she made on the way home was that they were walking much too fast to be pleasant. Once she turned and observed the prince hurrying after them. Noticing his anxiety to catch them up, she smiled ironically and looked back no more. At length, just as they entered the house, General Epanchin came out and met them. He had only just arrived from town. His first word was to inquire after Evgenie Pavlovitch, but Lizabetha stalked past him, and neither looked at him nor answered his question. He immediately judged from the faces of his daughters and Prince S. that there was a thunderstorm brewing, and he himself already bore evidences of unusual perturbation of mind. He immediately buttonholed Prince S. and, standing at the front door, engaged in a whispered conversation with him. But the troubled aspect of both of them, when they entered the house and approached Mrs. Epanchin, it was evident that they had been discussing very disturbing news. Little by little the family gathered together upstairs in Lizabetha Prokofievna's apartments, and Prince Muishkin found himself alone on the veranda when he arrived. He settled himself in a corner and sat waiting, though he knew not what he expected. It never struck him that he had better go away, with all these disturbances in the house. He seemed to have forgotten all the world, and to be ready to sit on where he was for years on end. From upstairs he caught sounds of excited conversation every now and then. He could not say how long he sat there. It grew late and became quite dark. Suddenly Aglaya entered the veranda. She seemed to be quite calm, though a little pale. Observing the prince, whom she evidently did not expect to see there alone in the corner, she smiled and approached him. "What are you doing there?" she asked. The prince muttered something, blushed, and jumped up, but Aglaya immediately sat down beside him, so he reseated himself. She looked suddenly but attentively into his face, then at the window as though thinking of something else, and then again at him. "Perhaps she wants to laugh at me," thought the prince, but no, for if she did, she certainly would do so. "Would you like to come to tea? I'll order some," she said after a minute or two of silence. "No, thanks. I don't know." "Don't know? How can you not know? By the by, look here, if someone were to challenge you to a duel, what should you do? I wished to ask you this some time ago." "Why, nobody would ever challenge me to a duel." "But if they were to, would you be dreadfully frightened?" "I dare say I should be, much alarmed." "Seriously? Then are you a coward?" "No, I don't think so. A coward is a man who is afraid and runs away. The man who is frightened but does not run away is not quite a coward," said the prince with a smile, after a moment's thought. "And you wouldn't run away?" "No, I don't think I should run away," replied the prince, laughing outright at last at Aglaya's question. "Though I am a woman, I should certainly not run away from anything," said Aglaya, in a slightly pained voice. "However, I see you are laughing at me and twisting your face up as usual, in order to make yourself look more interesting. Now tell me, they generally shoot at 20 paces, don't they? At 10 sometimes? I suppose if at 10 they must be either wounded or killed, mustn't they? I don't think they often kill each other at duels." "They killed Pushkin that way." "That may have been an accident." "Not a bit of it. It was a duel to the death, and he was killed." "The bullet struck so low down that probably his antagonist would never have aimed at that part of him. People never do. He would have aimed at his chest or head, so that probably the bullet hit him accidentally. I have been told this by competent authorities." "Well, a soldier once told me that they were always ordered to aim at the middle of the body. So you see, they don't aim at the chest or head, they aim lower on purpose. I asked some officer about this afterwards, and he said it was perfectly true." "That is probably when they fire from a long distance." "Can you shoot at all?" "No, I have never shot in my life." "Can't you even load a pistol?" "No. That is, I understand how it's done, of course, but I have never done it." "Then you don't know how, for it is a matter that needs practice. Now listen and learn. In the first place, buy good powder, not damp. They say it mustn't be damp at all, but very dry. Some fine kind it is. You must ask for pistol powder, not the stuff they load cannons with. They say one makes the bullet oneself, somehow or other. Have you got a pistol?" "No, and I don't want one," said the prince, laughing. "Oh, what nonsense! You must buy one. French or English are the best, they say. Then take a little powder, about a thimbleful, or perhaps two, and pour it into the barrel. Better put plenty. Then push in a bit of felt. It must be felt for some reason or other. You can easily get a bit of some old mattresses or off a door. It's used to keep the cold out. Well, when you have pushed the felt down, put the bullet in. Do you hear now? The bullet last, and the powder first, not the other way, or the pistol won't shoot." "What are you laughing at? I wish you to buy a pistol and practice every day, and you must learn to hit a mark for certain. Will you?" The prince only laughed. Aglaya stamped her foot with annoyance. Her serious air, however, during this conversation had surprised him considerably. He had a feeling that he ought to be asking her something, that there was something he wanted to find out far more important than how to load a pistol. But his thoughts had all scattered, and he was only aware that she was sitting by him and talking to him, and that he was looking at her. As to what she happened to be saying to him, that did not matter in the least. The general now appeared on the veranda, coming from upstairs. He was on his way out, with an expression of determination on his face, and of preoccupation and worry also. "Ah, Lef Nicolaievitch, is that you, is it? Where are you off to now?" he asked, oblivious of the fact that the prince had not showed the least sign of moving. "Come along with me, I want to say a word or two to you." "Au revoir, then," said Aglaya, holding out her hand to the prince. It was quite dark now, and Muishkin could not see her face clearly, but a minute or two later, when he and the general had left the villa, he suddenly flushed up and squeezed his right hand tightly. It appeared that he and the general were going in the same direction. In spite of the lateness of the hour, the general was hurrying away to talk to someone upon some important subject. Meanwhile he talked incessantly but disconnectedly to the prince, and continually brought in the name of Lizabetha Prokofievna. If the prince had been in a condition to pay more attention to what the general was saying, he would have discovered that the latter was desirous of drawing some information out of him, or indeed of asking him some question outright, but that he could not make up his mind to come to the point. Muishkin was so absent that from the very first he could not attend to a word the other was saying, and when the general suddenly stopped before him with some excited question, he was obliged to confess ignominiously that he did not know in the least what he had been talking about. The general shrugged his shoulders. "How strange everyone, yourself included, has become of late," said he. "I was telling you that I cannot in the least understand Lizabetha Prokofievna's ideas and agitations. She is in hysterics up there, and moans and says that we have been shamed and disgraced. How? Why? When? By whom? I confess that I am very much to blame myself. I do not conceal the fact, but the conduct, the outrageous behavior of this woman must really be kept within limits by the police, if necessary, and I am just on my way now to talk the question over and make some arrangements. It can all be managed quietly and gently, even kindly, without the slightest fuss or scandal. I foresee that the future is pregnant with events, and that there is much that needs explanation. There is intrigue in the wind. But if on one side nothing is known, on the other side nothing will be explained. If I have heard nothing about it, nor have you, nor he, nor she, who has heard about it? I should like to know. How can all this be explained except by the fact that half of it's mirage or moonshine or some hallucination of that sort?" "She is insane," muttered the prince, suddenly recollecting all that had passed with a spasm of pain in his heart. "I too had that idea, and I slept in peace. But now I see that their opinion is more correct. I do not believe in the theory of madness. The woman has no common sense, but she is not only insane, she is artful to a degree. Her outburst of this evening about Evgenie's uncle proves that conclusively. It was villainous, simply Jesuitical. It was all for some special purpose." "What about Evgenie's uncle?" "My goodness, Lef Nicolaievitch! Why, you can't have heard a single word I said. Look at me, I'm still trembling all over from dreadful shock. It is that kept me in town so late. Evgenie Pavlovitch's uncle—" "Well?" cried the prince. "Shot himself this morning at 7 o'clock. A respected, eminent old man of 70, and exactly point for point as she described it. A sum of money, a considerable sum of the government's money, missing." "Why, how could she?" "What know of it? Why, there was a whole crowd round her the moment she appeared on the scene here. You know what sort of people surround her nowadays, and solicit the honour of her acquaintance. Of course she might easily have heard the news from someone coming from town. All Petersburg, if not all Pavlovsk, knows it by now. Look at the slyness of her observation about Evgenie's uniform. I mean, her remark that he had retired just in time. There's a venomous hint for you, if you like. No, there's no insanity there. Of course I refuse to believe that Evgenie Pavlovitch could have known beforehand of the catastrophe, that at such and such day at 7 o'clock, and all that. But he might as well have had a presentiment of the truth, and all of us, Prince S. and everybody, believe that he was to inherit a large fortune from his uncle. It's dreadful, horrible. Mind, I don't suspect Evgenie of anything, be quite clear on that point, but the thing is a little suspicion nevertheless. Prince S. can't get over it. Altogether it is a very extraordinary combination of circumstances." "What suspicion attaches to Evgenie Pavlovitch?" "Oh, none at all. He has behaved very well indeed. I didn't mean to drop any sort of hint. His own fortune is intact, I believe. Lizabetha Prokofievna, of course, refuses to listen to anything. That is the worst of it all, these family catastrophes or quarrels, or whatever you like to call them. You know, prince, you are a friend of the family, so I don't mind telling you. It now appears that Evgenie Pavlovitch proposed to Aglaya a month ago, and was refused." "Impossible!" cried the prince. "Why? Do you know anything about it? Look here," continued the general, more agitated than ever and trembling with excitement. "Maybe I have been letting the cat out of the bag too freely with you. If so, it is because you are that sort of man, you know. Perhaps you have some special information?" "I know nothing about Evgenie Pavlovitch," said the prince. "Nor do I. They always try to bury me underground when there's something going on. They don't seem to reflect that it is unpleasant to a man to be treated so. I won't stand it. We have just had a terrible scene. Mind, I speak to you as I would to my own son. Aglaya laughs at her mother. Her sisters guessed about Evgenie having proposed and been rejected, and told Lizabetha. I tell you, my dear fellow, Aglaya is such an extraordinary, such a self-willed, fantastical little creature. You wouldn't believe it. Every high quality, every brilliant trait of heart and mind are to be found in her, and with it all, so much caprice and mockery, such wild fantasies indeed, a little devil! She has just been laughing at her mother to her very face, and at her sisters, and at Prince S. and everybody, and of course she always laughs at me. You know, I love the child. I love her even when she laughs at me, and I believe the little wild creature has special fondness for me for that very reason. She is fonder of me than any of the others. I dare swear she has a good laugh at you before now. You were having a quiet talk, I observed, after all the thunder and lightning upstairs. She was sitting with you just as though there had been no row at all." The prince blushed painfully in the darkness and closed his right hand tightly, but he said nothing. "My dear good Prince Lef Nicolaievitch," began the general again, "both I and Lizabetha Prokofievna, who has begun to respect you once more, and me through you, goodness knows why, we both love you very sincerely and esteem you in spite of any appearances to the contrary. But you'll admit what a riddle it must have been for us when that calm, cold little spitfire Aglaya, for she stood up to her mother and answered her questions with inexpressible contempt, and mine still more so, because like a fool I thought it my duty to assert myself as head of the family, when Aglaya stood up of a sudden and informed us that that mad woman, strangely enough she used exactly the same expression as you did, has taken it into her head to marry me to Prince Lef Nicolaievitch, and therefore is doing her best to choke Evgenie Pavlovitch off and rid the house of him. That's what she said. I would not give the slightest explanation. She burst out laughing, banged the door, and went away. We all stood there with our mouths open. Well, I was told afterwards of your little passage with Aglaya this afternoon, and dear prince, you are a good, sensible fellow. Don't be angry if I speak out. She is laughing at you, my boy. She is enjoying herself like a child, at your expense, and therefore, since she is a child, don't be angry with her, and don't think anything of it. I assure you she is simply making a fool of you, just as she does with one and all of us, out of pure lack for something better to do. Well, goodbye. You know our feelings, don't you? Our sincere feelings for you. They are unalterable, you must know, dear boy, under all circumstances. But, well, here we part. I must go down to the right. Rarely have I sat so uncomfortably in my saddle, as they say, as I now sit, and people talk of the charms of a country holiday." Left to himself at the cross-road, the prince glanced around him, quickly crossed the road towards the lighted windows of the neighbouring house, and unfolded a tiny scrap of paper which he had clasped in his right hand during the whole of his conversation with the general. He read the note in the uncertain rays that fell from the window. It was as follows: "Tomorrow morning I shall be at the green bench in the park at 7, and shall wait there for you. I have made up my mind to speak to you about a most important matter which closely concerns yourself. P.S. I trust that you will not show this note to anyone. Though I am ashamed of giving you such instructions, I feel that I must do so, considering what you are. I therefore write the words, and blush for your simple character. P.P.S. It is the same green bench that I showed you before. There, aren't you ashamed of yourself? I felt that it was necessary to repeat even that information." The note was written and folded anyhow, evidently in great hurry. and probably just before Aglaya had come down to the veranda. In inexpressible agitation, amounting almost to fear, the prince slipped quickly away from the window, away from the light, like a frightened thief. But as he did so, he collided violently with some gentleman who seemed to spring from the earth at his feet. "I was watching for you, prince," said the individual. "Is that you, Keller?" said the prince in surprise. "Yes, I have been looking for you. I waited for you at the Epanchin's house, but of course I could not come in. I dogged you from behind as you walked along the general. Well, prince, here is Keller, absolutely at your service. Command him, ready to sacrifice himself, even to die in case of need." "But why?" "Oh, why? Of course you'll be challenged. That was young Lieutenant Moloftsoff. I know him, or rather of him. He won't pass an insult. He will take no notice of Rogojin and myself, and therefore you are the only one left to account for. You'll have to pay the piper, prince. He has been asking about you, and undoubtedly his friend will call on you tomorrow. Perhaps he is at your house already. If you would do me the honor to have me for a second, prince, I should be happy. That's why I have been looking for you now." "Duel? You've come to talk about a duel too?" The prince burst out laughing, to the great astonishment of Keller. He laughed unrestrainedly, and Keller, who had been on pins and needles and in a fever of excitement to offer himself as second, was very near being offended. "You caught him by the arms, you know, prince. No man of proper pride can stand that sort of treatment in public." "Yes, and he gave me a fearful dig in the chest," cried the prince, still laughing. "What are we to fight about? I shall beg his pardon, that's all. But if we must fight, we'll fight. Let him have a shot at me, by all means. I should rather like it. I know how to load a pistol now. Do you know how to load a pistol, Keller? First, you have to buy the powder, you know. It mustn't be wet, and it mustn't be that coarse stuff that they load cannons with. It must be a pistol powder. Then you pour the powder in, and get hold of a bit of felt from some door. Then shove the bullet in. But don't shove the bullet in before the powder, because the thing wouldn't go off. Do you hear, Keller? The thing wouldn't go off. Isn't that a grand reason, Keller, my friend, eh? Do you know, my dear fellow, I really must kiss you and embrace you this very moment. How was it that you so suddenly popped up in front of me as you did? Come to my house as soon as you can, and we'll have some champagne. We'll all get drunk. Do you know I have a dozen champagne in Lebedeff's cellar? Lebedeff sold them to me the day after I arrived. I took the lot. We'll invite everybody. Are you going to do any sleep tonight?" "As much as usual, prince. Why?" "Pleasant dreams, then." The prince crossed the road and disappeared into the park, leaving the astonished Keller in a state of ludicrous wonder. He had never before seen the prince in such a strange condition of mind, and could not have imagined the possibility of it. "Fever, probably," he said to himself, "for the man is all nerves, and this business has been a little too much for him. He is not afraid, that's clear. That sort never funks. Champagne. That was an interesting item of news, at all events. 12 bottles, dear me! That's a very respectable little stock indeed. I bet anything Lebedeff lent somebody money on deposit of his dozen of champagne. He's a nice fellow, is this prince. I like this sort of man. Well, I needn't be wasting time here. If it's a case of champagne, why, there's no time like the present." That the prince was almost in a fever was no more the truth. He wandered about the park for a long while, and at last came to himself in a lonely avenue. He was vaguely conscious that he had already paced this particular walk, from the large dark tree to the bench at the other end, about 100 yards altogether, at least 30 times backwards and forwards. As to recollecting what he had been thinking of all that time, he could not. He caught himself, however, indulging in one thought which made him roar with laughter, though there was nothing really to laugh at in it. He felt that he must laugh, and go on laughing. It struck him that the idea of a duel might not have occurred to Keller alone, but that his lesson in the art of pistol-loading might not have been altogether accidental. "Pooh! Nonsense!" he said to himself, struck by another thought of a sudden. "Why, she was immensely surprised to find me there on the veranda, and laughed and talked about tea. And yet she had this little note in her hand, therefore she must have known that I was waiting there. So why was she surprised?" He pulled the note out and kissed it, then paused and reflected. "How strange it all is, how strange!" he muttered, melancholy enough now. In moments of great joy he invariably felt a sensation of melancholy come over him, he could not tell why. He looked intently around him and wondered why he had come here. He was very tired. So he approached the bench and sat down on it. Around him was profound silence. The music in the Vauxhall was over. The park seemed quite empty, though it was not in reality later than 11:30. It was a quiet, warm, clear night, a real Petersburg night of early June. But in the dense avenue where he was sitting, it was almost pitch dark. If anyone had come up at this moment and told him that he was in love, passionately in love, he would have rejected the idea with astonishment and perhaps with irritation. And if anyone had added that Aglaya's note was a love letter, and that it contained an appointment to a lovers' rendezvous, he would have blushed with shame for the speaker and probably have challenged him to a duel. All this would have been perfectly sincere on his part. He had never for a moment entertained the idea of the possibility of this girl loving him, or even of such a thing as himself falling in love with her. The possibility of being loved himself, "a man like me," as he put it, he ranked among ridiculous suppositions. It appeared to him that it was simply a joke on Aglaya's part, if there really were anything in it at all. But that seemed to him quite natural. His preoccupation was caused by something different. As to the few words which the general had let slip about Aglaya laughing at everybody and at himself most of all, he entirely believed them. He did not feel the slightest sensation of offence. On the contrary, he was quite certain that it was as it should be. His whole thoughts were now as to the next early morning. He would sit by her on that little green bench and listen to how pistols were loaded, and look at her. He wanted nothing more. The question as to what she might have to say of special interest to himself occurred to him once or twice. He did not doubt for a moment that she really had some such subject of conversation in store, but so very little interested in the matter was he, that it did not strike him to wonder what it could be. The crunch of gravel on the path suddenly caused him to raise his head. A man, whose face it was difficult to see in the gloom, approached the bench and sat down beside him. The prince peered into his face and recognized the livid features of Rogojin. "I knew you'd be wandering about somewhere here. I didn't have to look for you very long," muttered the latter between his teeth. It was the first time that they had met since the encounter on the staircase at the hotel. Painfully surprised as he was at the sudden apparition of Rogojin, the prince for some little while was unable to collect his thoughts. Rogojin evidently saw and understood the impression he had made, and though he seemed more or less confused at first, yet he began talking with what looked like assumed ease and freedom. However, the prince soon changed his mind on this score, and thought that there was not only no affectation of indifference, but that Rogojin was not even particularly agitated. If there were a little apparent awkwardness, it was only in his words and gestures. The man could not change his heart. "How did you find me here?" asked the prince, for the sake of saying something. "Keller told me. I found him at your place, that you were in the park. Of course he is, I thought." "Why so?" asked the prince uneasily. Rogojin smiled, but did not explain. "I received your letter, Lef Nicolaievitch. What's the good of it all? It's no use, you know. I come to you from her. She bade me tell you that she must see you. She has something to say to you. She told me to find you today." "I'll come tomorrow. Now I'm going home. Are you coming to my house?" "Why should I? I've given you the message. Goodbye." "Won't you come?" asked the prince in a gentle voice. "What extraordinary man you are! I wonder at you." Rogojin laughed sarcastically. "Why do you hate me so?" asked the prince sadly. "You know yourself that all you suspected is quite unfounded. I felt you were still angry with me, though. Do you know why? Because you tried to kill me. That's why you can't shake off your wrath against me. I tell you that I only remember Parfen Rogojin, with whom I exchanged crosses and vowed brotherhood. I wrote you this in yesterday's letter, in order that you might forget all that madness on your part, and that you might not feel called to talk about it when we met. Why do you avoid me? Why do you hold your hand back from me? I tell you again, I consider all that has passed a delirium, an insane dream. I can understand all you did and all you felt that day as if it were myself. What you were imagining was not the case and could never be the case. Why then should there be any anger between us?" "You don't know what anger is," laughed Rogojin, in reply to the prince's heated words. He had moved a pace or two away, and was hiding his hands behind him. "No, it is impossible for me to come to your house again," he added slowly. "Why? Why do you hate me so much as all that?" "I don't love you, Lev Nikolaevitch, and therefore what would be the use of my coming to see you? You're just like a child. You want a plaything, and it must be taken out and given you, and then you don't know how to work it. You're simply repeating all you said in your letter, and what's the use? Of course I believe every word you say. I know perfectly well that you neither did or ever can deceive me in any way, and yet I don't love you. You write that you've forgotten everything and only can remember your brother Parfen, with whom you exchanged crosses, and that you don't remember anything about the Rogojin who aimed a knife at your throat. What do you know about my feelings, eh?" Rogojin laughed disagreeably. "Here you are, holding out your brotherly forgiveness to me for a thing that I have perhaps never repented of in the slightest degree. I did not think of it again all that evening. All my thoughts were centered on something else." "Not think of it again? Of course you did!" cried the prince. "And I dare swear that you came straight away down here to Pavlovsk to listen to the music and dog her about in the crowd and stare at her, just as you did today. There's nothing surprising in that. If you hadn't been in that condition of mind that you could think of nothing but one subject, you would probably have never raised your knife against me. I had a presentiment of what you would do that day, ever since I saw you first in the morning. Do you know yourself what you looked like? I knew you would try to murder me, even at the very moment when we exchanged crosses. What did you take me to your mother for? Did you think to stay your hand by doing so? Perhaps you did not put your thoughts into words, but you and I were thinking the same thing, or feeling the same thing looming over us at the same moment. What should you think of me now? If you had not raised your knife to me, the knife which God averted from my throat, I would have been guilty of suspecting you all the same, and you would have intended the murder all the same. Therefore we should have been mutually guilty in any case. Come, don't frown. You needn't laugh at me either. You say you haven't repented. Repented? You probably couldn't if you were to try. You dislike me too much for that. Why, if I were an angel of light and as innocent before you as a babe, you would still loathe me if you believed that she loved me instead of loving yourself. That's jealousy. That's the real jealousy. But do you know what I have been thinking out during this last week, Parfen? I'll tell you. What if she loves you now better than anyone? What if she torments you because she loves you, and in proportions to her love for you, so she torments you the more? She won't tell you this, of course. You must have eyes to see. Why do you suppose she consents to marry you? She must have a reason, and that reason she will tell you some day. Some women desire the kind of love you give her, and she is probably one of these. Your love and your wild nature impress her. Do you know that a woman is capable of driving a man crazy almost, with her cruelties and mockeries, and feels not one single pang of regret because she looks at him and says to herself, 'There, I'll torment this man nearly into his grave, and then, oh, how I'll compensate him for it all with my love!'" Rogojin listened to the end, and then burst out laughing. "Why, prince, I declare you must have had a taste of this sort of thing yourself, haven't you? I have heard of something of the kind, you know. Is it true?" "What can you have heard?" said the prince, stammering. Rogojin continued to laugh loudly. He had listened to the prince's speech with curiosity and some satisfaction. The speaker's impulsive warmth had surprised and even comforted him. "Why, I've not only heard of it, I see it for myself," he said. "When have you ever spoken like that before? It wasn't like yourself, prince. Why, if I hadn't heard this report about you, I should never have come all this way into the parks, at midnight too." "I don't understand you in the least, Parfen." "Oh, she told me about it long ago, and tonight I saw for myself. I saw you at the music, you know, and whom you were sitting with. She swore to me yesterday and again today that you were madly in love with Aglaya Ivanovna, but that's all the same to me, prince. and it's not my affair at all. For if you have ever ceased to love her, she has not ceased to love you. You know, of course she wants to marry you to that girl. She's sworn to it. She says to me, 'Until then I won't marry you. When they go to church, we'll go too, and not before.' What on earth does she mean by it? I don't know, I never did. Either she loves you without limits, or... Yet, if she loves you, why does she wish to marry you to another girl? She says, 'I want to see him happy,' which is to say, she loves you."
"I wrote, and I say to you once more that she is not in her right mind," said the prince, who had listened with anguish to what Rogojin said.
"Goodness, no! You may be wrong there. At all events, she named the day this evening, as we left the gardens. 'In 3 weeks,' says she, 'and perhaps sooner, we shall be married.' She swore to it, took off her cross and kissed it. So it all depends upon you now, prince, you see."
"That is all madness. What you say about me, Parfen, never can and never will be. Tomorrow I shall come and see you—"
"How can she be mad," Rogojin interrupted, "when she is sane enough for other people and only mad for you? How can she write letters to her if she is mad? If she were insane, they would observe it in her letters." "What letters?" said the prince, alarmed. "She writes to her, and the girl reads the letters. Haven't you heard? You are sure to hear. She's sure to show you the letters herself."
"I won't believe this!"
cried the prince. "Why, prince, you've only gone a few steps along this road, I perceive. You're evidently a mere beginner. Wait a bit. Before long, you'll have your own detectives. You'll watch day and night, and you'll know every little thing that goes on there. That is, if—"
"Drop that subject, Rogojin, and never mention it again. And listen, as I have sat here and talked and listened, it had suddenly struck me that tomorrow is my birthday. It must be about 12 o'clock now. Come home with me, do, and we'll see the day in. We'll have some wine, and you shall wish me—I don't know what, but you, especially you, must wish me a good wish, and I shall wish you a full happiness in return. Otherwise, hand me my cross back. You didn't return it to me the next day. Haven't you got it on now?"
"Yes, I have," said Rogojin.
"Come along then. I don't wish to meet my new year without you. My new life, I should say, for a new life is beginning for me. Do you know, Parfen, that a new life had begun for me?"
"I see for myself that it is so, and I shall tell her. But you are not quite yourself, Lef Nicolaievitch."
End of Chapter 3, Part 3.
Chapter 4, Part 3 of The Idiot, by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Eva M. Martin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Audiobooks. The prince observed with great surprise, as he approached his villa accompanied by Rogojin, that a large number of people were assembled on his verandah, which was brilliantly lighted up. The company seemed merry, and were noisily laughing and talking, even quarrelling, to judge from the sounds. At all events, they were clearly enjoying themselves, and the prince observed further on closer investigation that all had been drinking champagne. To judge from the lively condition of some of the party, it was to be supposed that a considerable quantity of champagne had been consumed already. All the guests were known to the prince, but the curious part of the matter was that they had all arrived on the same evening, as though with one accord, although he had only himself recollected the fact that it was his birthday a few moments since. "You must have told somebody you were going to trot out the champagne, and that's why they're all come," muttered Rogojin, as the two entered the verandah. "We know all about that. You've only to whistle, and they come up in shoals," he continued, almost angrily. He was doubtless thinking of his own late experiences with his boon companions. All surrounded the prince with exclamations of welcome, and, on hearing that it was his birthday, with cries of congratulation and delight. Many of them were very noisy. The presence of certain of those in the room surprised the prince vastly, but the guest whose advent filled him with the greatest wonder, almost amounting to alarm, was Evgenie Pavlovitch. The prince could not believe his eyes when he beheld the latter, and could not help thinking that something was wrong. Lebedeff ran up promptly to explain the arrival of all these gentlemen. He was himself somewhat intoxicated, but the prince gathered from his long-winded periods that the party had assembled quite naturally and accidentally. First of all, Hippolyte had arrived early in the evening, and feeling decidedly better, had determined to wait the prince on the verandah. There Lebedeff had joined him, and his household had followed, that is, his daughters and General Ivolgin. Burdovsky had brought Hippolyte and stayed on with him. Gania and Ptitsin had dropped in accidentally later on. Then came Keller, and he and Colia insisted on having champagne. Evgenie Pavlovitch had only dropped in half an hour or so ago. Lebedeff had served the champagne readily. "My own, though, prince, my own, mind," he said. "And there'll be some supper later on. My daughter is getting it ready now. Come and sit down, prince. We are all waiting for you. We want you with us. Fancy what we have been discussing. You know the question to be or not to be, out of Hamlet, a contemporary theme, quite up to date. Mr. Hippolyte had been eloquent to a degree. He won't go to bed, but he has only drunk a little champagne, and that can't do him any harm. Come along, prince, and settle the question. Everyone is waiting for you, sighing for the light of your luminous intelligence." The prince noticed the sweet, welcoming look on Vera Lebedeff's face as she made her way towards him through the crowd. He held out his hand to her. She took it, blushing with delight, and wished him a happy life from that day forward. Then she ran off to the kitchen, where her presence was necessary to help in the preparation for supper. Before the prince's arrival she had spent some time on the terrace, listening eagerly to the conversation, though the visitors, mostly under the influence of wine, were discussing abstract subjects far beyond her comprehension. In the next room her younger sister lay on a wooden chest, sound asleep, with her mouth wide open. But the boy, Lebedeff's son, had taken up his position close beside Colia and Hippolyte, his face lit up with interest in the conversation of his father and the rest, to which he would willingly have listened for 10 hours at a stretch. "I have waited for you on purpose, and I am very glad to see you arrive so happy," said Hippolyte, when the prince came forward to press his hand, immediately after greeting Vera. "And how do you know that I am so happy?" "I can see it by your face. Say how do you do to the others, and come and sit down here quick. I've been waiting for you," he added, accentuating the fact that he had waited. On the prince's asking, "Will it not be injurious to you to sit out so late?" he replied that he could not believe that he had thought himself dying 3 days or so ago, for he never had felt better than this evening. Burdovsky next jumped up and explained that he had come in by accident, having escorted Hippolyte from town. He murmured that he was glad he had written nonsense in his letter, and then pressed the prince's hand warmly and sat down again. The prince approached Evgenie Pavlovitch last of all. The latter immediately took his arm. "I have a couple of words to say to you," he began, "and those on a very important matter. Let's go aside for a minute or two." "Just a couple of words," whispered another voice in the prince's other ear, and another hand took his other arm. Muishkin turned, and to his great surprise observed a red, flushed face and a droll-looking figure, which he recognized at once as that of Ferdishenko. Goodness knows where he had turned up from. "Do you remember Ferdishenko?" he asked. "Where have you dropped from?" cried the prince. "He is sorry for his sins now, prince," cried Keller. "He did not want to let you know he was here. He was hidden over there in the corner. But he repents now. He feels his guilt." "Why? What has he done?" "I met him outside and brought him in. He's a gentleman who doesn't often allow his friends to see him of late, but he's sorry now." "Delighted, I'm sure. I'll come back directly, gentlemen. Sit down there with the others, please. Excuse me one moment," said the host, getting away with difficulty in order to follow Evgenie. "You are very gay here," began the latter, "and I have had quite a pleasant half hour while I waited for you. Now then, my dear Lef Nicolaievitch, this is what's the matter. I've arranged it all with Molofstov, and I have just come in to relieve your mind on that score. You need be under no apprehensions. He was very sensible, as he should be, of course, for I think he was entirely to blame himself." "What Molostov?" "The young fellow whose arms you held, don't you know? He was so wild with you that he was going to send a friend to you tomorrow morning." "What nonsense!" "Of course it is nonsense, and in nonsense it would have ended, doubtless. But you know these fellows, they—" "Excuse me, but I think you must have something else that you wish to speak about, Evgenie Pavlovitch." "Oh, of course I have," said the other, laughing. Tomorrow, very early in the morning, I must be off to town about this unfortunate business. My uncle, you know. Just imagine, my dear sir, it's all true, word for word, and of course everybody knew it excepting myself. And all this has been such a blow to me that I have not managed to call in at the Epanchins'. Tomorrow I shall not see them either, because I shall be in town. I may not be here for 3 days or more. In a word, my affairs are a little out of gear. But though my town business is of course most pressing, still I determined not to go away until I had seen you, and had a clear understanding with you upon certain points, and that without loss of time. I will wait now, if you will allow me, until the company departs. I may just as well, for I have nowhere else to go to, and I shall certainly not do any sleeping tonight. I'm far too excited. And finally, I must confess that, though I know it is bad form to pursue a man in this way, I have come to beg your friendship, my dear prince. You are an unusual sort of person. You don't lie at every step, as some men do. In fact, you don't lie at all. And there is a matter in which I need a true and sincere friend, for I really may claim to be among the number of bona fide unfortunates just now." He laughed again. "But the trouble is," said the prince, after a slight pause of reflection, "that goodness only knows when this party will break up. Hadn't we better stroll into the park? I'll excuse myself. There's no danger of their going away." "No, no, I have my reasons for wishing them not to suspect us of being engaged in any specially important conversation. There are gentry present who are a little too much interested in us. You are not aware of that, perhaps, prince? It will be a great deal better if they see that we are friendly just in an ordinary way. They'll all go in a couple of hours, and then I'll ask you to give me 20 minutes, half an hour at most." "By all means, I assure you I am delighted. You need not have entered into all these explanations. As for your remarks about friendship with me, thanks very much indeed. You must excuse my being a little absent this evening. Do you know, I cannot somehow be attentive to anything just now." I see," said Evgenie, smiling gently. His mirth seemed very near the surface this evening. "What do you see?" said the prince, startled. "I don't want you to suspect that I have simply come here to deceive you and pump information out of you," said Evgenie, still smiling, and without making any direct reply to the question. "Oh, but I haven't the slightest doubt that you did come to pump me," said the prince, laughing himself at last. "And I dare say you are quite prepared to deceive me too, so far as that goes. But what of that? I'm not afraid of you. Besides, you'll hardly believe it, I feel as though I really didn't care a scrap one way or the other, just now. And as you are a capital fellow, I am convinced of that. I dare say we really shall end by being good friends. I like you very much, Evgenie Pavlovitch. I consider you a very good fellow indeed." "Well, in that case, you are a most delightful man to have to deal with, be the business what it may," concluded Evgenie. "Come along now, I'll drink a glass to your health. I'm charmed to have entered into alliance with you. By the by," he added suddenly, "has this young Hippolyte come down to stay with you?" "Yes." "He's not going to die at once, I should think, is he?" "Why?" "Well, I don't know. I've been half an hour here with him, and he—" Hippolyte had been waiting for the prince all this time, and had never ceased looking at him and Evgenie Pavlovitch as they conversed in the corner. He became very much excited when they approached the table once more. He was disturbed in his mind, it seemed. Perspiration stood in large drops on his forehead. In his gleaming eyes it was easy to read impatience and agitation. His gaze wandered from face to face of those present, and from object to object in the room, apparently without aim. He had taken a part, and an animated one, in the noisy conversation of the company, but his animation was clearly the outcome of fever. His talk was mostly incoherent. He would break off in the middle of a sentence which he had begun with greatest interest, and forget what he had been saying. The prince discovered to his dismay that Hippolyte had been allowed to drink 2 large glasses of champagne, the one now standing by him being the third. All this he found out afterwards. At the moment he did not notice anything very particularly. "Did you know I am specially glad that today is your birthday?" cried Hippolyte. "Why?" "You'll soon see. Do you know, I had a feeling that there would be a lot of people here tonight. It's not the first time that my presentiments have been fulfilled. I wish I had known it was your birthday. I'd have brought you a present. Perhaps I have got a present for you, who knows? How long is it now before daylight?"
"Not a couple of hours," said Titsyn, looking at his watch. "What's the good of daylight now? One can read all night in the open air without it," said someone. "Well, the good of it? Oh, well, I want to see a ray of sun," said Hippolyte. "Can one drink to the sun's health, do you think, prince?" "I dare say one can. But you had better be calm and lay down, Hippolyte. That's much more important. You're always preaching about resting. You are a regular nurse to me, prince. As soon as the sun begins to resound in the sky—" "What poet said that the sun resounded in the sky? It is beautiful, though there's no sense in it." "Then we will go to bed. Lebedeff, tell me, is the sun the source of life? What does the source, or the spring of life really mean in the Apocalypse? You have heard of the star that is called wormwood, prince? I have heard that Lebedeff explains it as the railroads that cover Europe like a net." Everybody laughed, and Lebedeff got up abruptly. "No, allow me, that is not what we are discussing," he cried, waving his hand to impose silence. "Allow me. With these gentlemen, all these gentlemen," he added, suddenly addressing the prince, "on certain points, that is." He thumped the table repeatedly, and the laughter increased. Lebedeff was in his usual evening condition, and had just ended a long and scientific argument which had left him excited and irritable. On such occasions he was apt to evince a supreme contempt for his opponents. "It is not right. Half an hour ago, prince, it was agreed among us that no one should interrupt, no one should laugh, that each person was to express his thoughts freely, and then at the end, when everyone had spoken, objections might be made, even by the atheists. We chose the general as president. Now, without some such rule and order, anyone might be shouted down, even the loftiest and most profound thought." Go on, go on. Nobody is going to interrupt you," cried several voices. "Speak up, but keep to the point. What is this star?" "I have no idea," replied General Ivolgin, who presided with much gravity. "I love these arguments, prince," said Keller, almost more than half intoxicated, moving restlessly in his chair. "Scientific and political." Then, returning suddenly towards Evgenie Pavlovitch, who was seated near him, "Do you know, I simply adore reading the accounts of the debates in the English parliament. Not that the discussions themselves interest me, I'm not a politician, you know, but it delights me to see how they address each other. The noble lord who agrees with me, my honourable opponent who astonished Europe with his proposal, the noble viscount sitting opposite. All these expressions, all this parliamentarism of a free people, has an enormous attraction for me. It fascinates me, prince. I've always been an artist in the depths of my soul, I assure you, Evgenie Pavlovitch." "Do you mean to say," cried Gania, from the other corner, "do you mean to say that railways are accursed inventions, that they are a source of ruin to humanity, a poison poured upon the earth to corrupt the springs of life?" Gavrila Ardalionovitch was high in spirits that evening, and it seemed to the prince that his gaiety was mingled with triumph. Of course he was only joking with Lebedeff, meaning to egg him on, but he grew excited himself at the same time. "Not the railways, oh dear no!" replied Lebedeff, with a mixture of violent anger and extreme enjoyment. "Considered alone, the railways will not pollute the springs of life, but as whole they are accursed. The whole tendency of our latest centuries, in its scientific and materialistic aspect, is most probably accursed."
Is it certainly accursed, or do you only mean it might be? That is an important point,"
said Evgenie Pavlovitch. "It is accursed, certainly accursed," replied the clerk vehemently. "Don't go so fast, Lebedeff, you are much milder in the morning," said Ptitsin, smiling, "but, on the other hand, more frank in the evening." "In the evening sincere and frank," repeated Lebedeff earnestly, "more candid, more exact, more honest, more honourable, and, although I may show you my weak side, I challenge you all, you atheists, for instance. How are you going to save the world? How find a straight road of progress, you men of science, of industry, of cooperation, of trades unions, and all the rest? How are you going to save it, I say? By what? By credit? What is credit? To what will credit lead you?" "You are too inquisitive," remarked Evgenie Pavlovitch. "Well, anyone who does not interest himself in questions such as this is, in my opinion, a mere fashionable dummy." "But it will lead at least to solidarity and balance of interests," said Ptitsin. "You will reach that with nothing to help you but credit, without recourse to any moral principle, having for your foundation only individual selfishness and the satisfaction of material desires? Universal peace and the happiness of mankind as whole being the result." Is it really, so that I may understand you, sir? But the universal necessity of living, of drinking, of eating, in short, the whole scientific conviction that this necessity can only be satisfied by universal co-operation and the solidarity of interests, is, it seems to me, a strong enough idea to serve as a basis, so to speak, and a spring of life for humanity in future centuries," said Gavrila Ardalionovitch, now thoroughly roused. "The necessity of eating and drinking, that is to say, solely the instinct of self-preservation. Is not that enough? The instinct of self-preservation is the normal law of humanity." "Who told you that?" broke in Evgenie Pavlovitch. "It is a law, doubtless, but a law neither more nor less normal than that of destruction, even self-destruction. Is it possible that the whole normal law of humanity is contained in this sentiment of self-preservation?" "Ah!" cried Hippolyte, turning towards Evgenie Pavlovitch and looking at him with a queer sort of curiosity. Then, seeing that Radomsky was laughing, he began to laugh himself, nudged Colia, who was sitting beside him, with his elbow, and again asked what time it was. He even pulled Colia's silver watch out of his hand and looked at it eagerly. Then, as if he had forgotten everything, he stretched himself out on the sofa, put his hand behind his head, and looked up at the sky. After a minute or two he got up and came back to the table to listen to Lebedeff's outpourings, as the latter passionately commentated on Evgenie Pavlovitch's paradox. "That is an artful and treacherous idea, a smart notion," vociferated the clerk, "thrown out as an apple of discord. But it is just. You are a scoffer, a man of the world, a cavalry officer, and, though not without brains, you do not realize how profound is your thought, nor how true. Yes, the laws of self-preservation and of self-destruction are equally powerful in this world. The devil will hold his empire over humanity until a limit of time which is still unknown." "You laugh! You do not believe in the devil! Scepticism as to the devil is a French idea, and is also a frivolous idea. Do you know who the devil is? Do you know his name? Although you don't know his name, you make a mockery of his form, following the example of Voltaire. You sneer at his hoofs, his tail, at his horns, all of them the produce of your imagination. In reality the devil is a great and terrible spirit, with neither hoofs, nor tail, nor horns. It is you who have endowed him with these attributes. But he is not the question just now." "How do you know he is not the question now?" cried Hippolyte, laughing hysterically. "Another excellent idea and worth considering," replied Lebedeff. "But again, that is not the question. The question at the moment is whether we have not weakened the spring of life by the extension of railways," put in Colia eagerly. "Not railways, properly speaking, presumptuous youth, but the general tendency of which railways may be considered as the outward expression and symbol. We hurry and push and hustle for the good of humanity. The world is becoming too noisy, too commercial, groans some solitary thinker. Undoubtedly it is, but the noise of wagons bearing bread to starving humanity is of more value than tranquillity of soul," replies another triumphantly, and passes on with an air of pride. "As for me, I don't believe in these wagons bringing bread to humanity, for, founded on no moral principle, these may well, even in the act of carrying bread to humanity, coldly exclude a considerable portion of humanity from enjoying it. That has been seen more than once." "What these wagons may coldly exclude?" repeated someone. "That has been seen already," continued Lebedeff, not deigning to notice the interruption. "Malthus was a friend of humanity, but with ill-founded moral principles. The friend of humanity is the devourer of humanity, without mentioning his pride. For touch the vanity of one of these numberless philanthropists, and to avenge his self-esteem he will be ready at once to set fire to the whole globe. And to tell the truth, we are more or less like that. I perhaps might be the first to set a light to the fuel, and then run away. But again, I must repeat, that is not the question." "What is it then, for goodness sake?" "He is boring us. The question is connected with the following anecdote of past times, for I am obliged to relate a story. In our times and in our country, which I hope you love as much as I do, for as far as I am concerned, I am ready to shed the last drop of my blood. Gone! Gone! In our dear country, as indeed in the whole of Europe, a famine visits humanity about 4 times a century, as far as I can remember, once in every 25 years. I won't swear to this being the exact figure, but anyhow they have become comparatively rare. Comparatively to what?
To the 12th century, and those immediately preceding and following it. We are told by historians that widespread famines occurred in those days every 2 or 3 years, and such was the condition of things that men actually had recourse to cannibalism, in secret, of course. One of these cannibals, who had reached a good age, declared of his own free will that during the course of his long and miserable life he had personally killed and eaten, in the most profound secrecy, 60 monks, not to mention several children. The number of the latter he thought was about 6, an insignificant total when compared with the enormous mass of ecclesiastics consumed by him. As to adults, laymen, that is to say, he had never touched them. The president joined in the general outcry. "That's impossible," said he in an aggrieved tone. "I'm often discussing subjects of this nature with him, gentlemen, but for the most part he talks nonsense enough to make one deaf. This story has no pretence of being true. General, remember the siege of Kars. And you, gentlemen, I assure you my anecdote is the naked truth. I may remark that reality, although it is governed by invariable law, has at times a resemblance of falsehood. In fact, truer a thing is, the less true it sounds."
"But could anyone possibly eat 60 monks?"
objected the scoffing listeners. "It is quite clear that he did not eat them all at once, but in space of 15 or 20 years. From that point of view, the thing is comprehensible and natural."
"Natural?"
"And natural," repeated Lebedeff, with pedantic obstinacy. "Besides, a Catholic monk is by nature excessively curious. It would be quite easy, therefore, to entice him into a wood or some secret place, on false pretences, and there to deal with him as said. I do not dispute in the least that the number of
persons consumed appears to denote a spice of greediness." "It is perhaps true, gentlemen," said the prince quietly. He had been listening in silence up to that moment, without taking part in the conversation, but laughing heartily with the others from time to time. Evidently he was delighted to see that everybody was amused, that everybody was talking at once, and even that everybody was drinking. It seemed as if he were not intending to speak at all, when suddenly he intervened in such a serious voice that everyone looked at him with interest. "It is true that there were frequent famines at that time, gentlemen. I have often heard of them, though I do not know much history, but it seems to me that it must have been so. When I was in Switzerland, I used to look with astonishment at the many ruins of feudal castles perched on the top of steep and rocky heights, half a mile at least above sea level, so that to reach them one had to climb many miles of stony tracks. A castle, as you know, is a kind of mountain of stones, a dreadful, almost impossible labour. Doubtless the builders were all poor men, vassals, and had to pay heavy taxes, and to keep up the priesthood. How then could they provide for themselves, and when had they time to plough and sow their fields? The greater number must literally have died in starvation. I have sometimes asked myself how it was that these communities were not utterly swept off the face of the earth, and how they could possibly survive. Lebedeff is not mistaken, in my opinion, when he says that there were cannibals in those days, perhaps in considerable numbers, but I do not understand why he should have dragged in the monks, nor what he means by that. It is undoubtedly because in the 12th century monks were the only people who could eat. They were the fat among many lean," said Gavrila Ardalionovitch. "A brilliant idea, and almost true," cried Lebedeff, "for he never even touched a laity. 60 monks and not a single layman! It is a terrible idea, but it is historic, it is statistic. It is, indeed, one of those facts which enables an intelligent historian to reconstruct the physiognomy of a special epoch, for it brings out this further point with mathematical accuracy, that the clergy were in those days 60 times richer and more flourishing than the rest of humanity, and perhaps 60 times fatter also." "You are exaggerating, Lebedeff,"
cried his hearers amid laughter. "I admit that it is an historic thought, but what is your conclusion?" asked the prince. He spoke so seriously in addressing Lebedeff that his tone contrasted quite comically with that of the others. They were very nearly laughing at him too, but he did not notice it. "Don't you see that he is a lunatic, prince?" whispered Evgenie Pavlovitch in his ear. "Someone told me just now that he is a bit touched on the subject of lawyers, that he has a mania for making speeches and intends to pass the examination. I'm expecting a splendid burlesque now."
"My conclusion is vast,"
replied Lebedeff in a voice like thunder. "Let us examine first the psychological and legal position of the criminal. We see that in spite of the difficulty of finding other food, the accused, or as we may say, my client, has often during his peculiar life exhibited signs of repentance and of wishing to give up his clerical diet. Incontrovertible facts prove this assertion. He has eaten 5 or 6 children, a relatively insignificant number, no doubt, but remarkable enough from another point of view. It is manifest that, pricked by remorse, for my client is religious in his way, and has a conscience, I shall prove that later, and desiring to extenuate his sin as far as possible, he has tried 6 times at least to substitute lay nourishment for clerical. That this was merely an experiment we can hardly doubt, for if it had been only a question of gastronomic variety, 6 would have been too few. Why only 6? Why not 30? But if we regard it as an experiment inspired by the fear of committing new sacrilege, then this number 6 becomes intelligible. 6 attempts to calm his remorse, and the pricking of his conscience would amply suffice, for these attempts would scarcely have been happy ones. In my humble opinion, a child is too small, I should say, not sufficient, which would result in 4 or 5 times more lay children than monks being required in a given time. The sin, lessened on the one hand, would therefore be increased on the other, in quantity, not in quality. Please understand, gentlemen, that in reasoning thus, I am making the point of view which might have been taken by a criminal of the Middle Ages. As for myself, a man of the late 19th century, I, of course, should reason differently. I say so plainly, and therefore you need not jeer at me nor mock me, gentlemen. As for you, General, it is still more unbecoming on your part. On the second place, and giving my own personal opinion, a child's flesh is not satisfying diet. It is too insipid, too sweet, and the criminal, in making these experiments, could have satisfied neither his conscience nor his appetite. I am about to conclude, gentlemen, and my conclusion contains a reply to one of the most important questions of that day and of our own. This criminal ended at last by denouncing himself to the clergy, and giving himself up to justice. We cannot but ask, remembering the penal system of that day, and the tortures that awaited him, the wheel, the stake, the fire, we cannot but ask, I repeat, what induced him to accuse himself of this crime? Why did he not simply stop short at the number 60 and keep his secret until the last of his breath? Why could not he simply leave the monks alone and go into the desert to repent? Why not become a monk himself? That is where the puzzle comes in. There must have been something stronger than the stake or the fire or even the habits of 20 years. There must have been an idea more powerful than all the calamities and sorrows of this world, famine or torture, or leprosy or plague, an idea which entered into the heart, directed and enlarged the springs of life, and made even that hell supportable to humanity. Show me a force, a power like that in this our century of vices and railways. I might say, perhaps, in our century of steamboats and railways, but I repeat, in our century of vices and railways, because I am drunk but truthful. Show me a single idea which unites men nowadays with half the strength that it had in those centuries, and dare to maintain that the springs of life had not been polluted and weakened beneath this star, beneath this network in which men are entangled. Do not talk to me about your prosperity, your riches, the rarity of famine, the rapidity of the means of transport. There is more of riches, but less of force. The idea uniting heart and soul to heart and soul exists no more. All is loose, soft, limp. We are all of us limp. Enough, gentlemen. I have done. That is not the question. Not the question now, Excellency. I believe to sit down to the banquet you are about to provide to us. Lebedeff had roused great indignation in some of his auditors. It should be remarked that the bottles were constantly uncorked during his speech, but this unexpected conclusion calmed even the most turbulent spirits. "That's how a clever barrister makes a good point," said he, when speaking of his peroration later on. The visitors began to laugh and chatter once again. The committee left their seats and stretched their legs on the terrace. Keller alone was still disgusted with Lebedeff and his speech. He turned from one to another, saying in a loud voice, "He attacks education, he boasts of the fanaticism of the 12th century, he makes absurd grimaces, and added to that, he is by no means the innocent he makes himself out to be. How did he get the money to buy this house, allow me to ask?" In another corner was the general, holding forth to a group of hearers, among them Ptitsin, whom he had buttonholed. "I have known,"
he said. "A real interpreter of the Apocalypse, the late Gregory Semyonovitch Burmistrov, and he pierced the heart like a fiery flash. He began by putting on his spectacles, and he opened a large black book, with his white beard and his 2 medals on his breast, recalling acts of charity, all added to his impressiveness. He began in a stern voice, and before him generals, hard men of the world, bowed down, and ladies fell to the ground fainting. But this one here, he ends by announcing a banquet. That is not the real thing." Titsyn listened and smiled, then turned as if to get his hat, but if he had intended to leave, he changed his mind. Before the others had risen from the table, Gania had suddenly left off drinking, and pushed away his glass. A dark shadow seemed to come over his face. When they all rose, he went and sat down by Rogojin. It might have been believed that quite friendly relations existed between them. Rogojin, who had also seemed on the point of going away now, sat motionless, his head bent, seeming to have forgotten his intention. He had drunk no wine, and appeared absorbed in reflection. From time to time he raised his eyes and examined everyone present. One might have imagined that he was expecting something very important to himself, and that he had decided to wait for it. The prince had taken 2 or 3 glasses of champagne, and seemed cheerful. As he rose, he noticed Evgenie Pavlovitch, and remembering the appointment he had made with him, smiled pleasantly. Evgenie made a sign with his head towards Hippolyte, whom he was attentively watching. The invalid was fast asleep, stretched out on the sofa. "Tell me, prince, why on earth did this boy intrude himself upon you?" he asked, with such annoyance and irritation in his voice that the prince was quite surprised. "I wouldn't mind laying odds that he is up to some mischief." "I have observed," said the prince, "that he seems to be an object of very singular interest to you, Evgenie Pavlovitch. Why is that?" "You may add that I have surely enough to think of on my own account without him, and therefore it is the more surprising that I cannot tear my eyes and thoughts away from his detestable physiognomy. Oh, come on, he has a handsome face. Well, look at him! Look at him now!" The prince glanced again at Evgenie with considerable surprise. Part 3, Chapter 4. The Idiot, Part 3, Chapter 5, by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Eva M. Martin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Hippolyte, who had fallen asleep during Lebedeff's discourse, now suddenly woke up, as though someone had jogged him in the side. He shuddered, raised himself on his arm, gazed around, and grew very pale. A look almost of terror crossed his face as he recollected. "What? Are they all off? Is it all over? Is the sun up?" He trembled and caught at the prince's hand. "What time is it? Tell me quick, for goodness' sake! How long have I slept?" he added, almost in despair, just as though he had overslept something upon which his whole fate depended. "You have slept 7 or perhaps 8 minutes," said Evgenie Pavlovitch. Hippolyte gazed eagerly at the latter, and mused for a few moments. "Oh, is that all?" he said at last. "Then He drew a long deep breath of relief, it seemed. He realized that all was not over as yet, that the sun had not risen, and that the guests had merely gone to supper. He smiled, and 2 hectic spots appeared on his cheeks. "So you counted the minutes while I slept, did you, Evgenie Pavlovitch?" he said ironically. "You have not taken your eyes off me all evening. I have noticed that much, you see. Ah, Rogojin! I've just been dreaming about him, prince," he added, frowning. "Yes, by the by," starting up. "Where's the orator? Where's Lebedeff? Has he finished? What did he talk about? Is it true, prince, that you once declared that beauty would save the world? Great heaven, the prince says that beauty saves the world, and I declare that he only has such playful ideas because he's in love. Gentlemen, the prince is in love. I guessed it the moment he came in. Don't blush, prince. You make me sorry for you. What beauty saves the world? Colia told me that you are a zealous Christian. Is it so? Colia says you call yourself a Christian." The prince regarded him attentively, but said nothing. "You don't answer me. Perhaps you think I am very fond of you," added Hippolyte, as though the words had been drawn from him. "No, I don't think that. I know you don't love me." "What? After yesterday? Wasn't I honest with you?" "I knew yesterday that you didn't love me." "Why so? Why so? Because I envy you, eh? You always think that, I know. But do you know why I'm saying all this? Look here, I must have some more champagne. Pour me out some, Keller, will you?" "You're not to drink any more, Hippolyte. I won't let you." The prince moved the glass away. "Well, perhaps you're right," said Hippolyte, musing. "They might say, yet, devil take them, what does it matter? Prince, what can it matter what people will say of us then, eh? I believe I'm half asleep. I've had such a dreadful dream, I've only just remembered it. Prince, I don't wish you such dreams as that, though sure enough, perhaps I don't love you. Why wish a man evil, though you do not love him, eh? Give me your hand, let me press it sincerely. There, you've given me your hand. You must feel that I do press it sincerely, don't you? I don't think I shall drink any more. What time is it? Never mind, I know the time. The time has come at all events. What? They're laying supper over there, aren't they? And this table is free. Capital, gentlemen. These gentlemen are not listening, prince. I will just read over an article I have here. Supper is more interesting, of course, but—" Here Hippolyte suddenly and almost unexpectedly pulled out of his breast pocket a large sealed paper. This imposing-looking document he placed upon the table before him. The effect of this sudden action upon the company was instantaneous. Evgenie Pavlovitch almost bounded off his chair in excitement. Rogojin drew nearer to the table, with a look on his face as if he knew what was coming. Gania came nearer too, so did Lebedeff and the others. The paper seemed to be an object of great interest to the company in general. "What have you got there?" asked the prince, with some anxiety. "At the first glimpse of the rising sun, prince, I will go to bed. I told you I would. Word of honour, you shall see," cried Hippolyte. "You think I'm not capable of opening this packet, do you?" He glared defiantly round at the audience in general. The prince observed that he was trembling all over. "None of us ever thought such a thing," Muishkin replied for all. "Why did you suppose it of us? And what are you going to read, Hippolyte? What is it?" "Yes, what is it?" asked the others. The packet sealed with red wax seemed to attract everyone as though it were a magnet. "I wrote this yesterday, myself, just after I saw you, prince, and I told you I would come down here. I wrote all day and all night and finished it this morning early. Afterwards I had a dream." "Hadn't we better hear it tomorrow?" asked the prince timidly. "Tomorrow there will be no more time," laughed Hippolyte hysterically. "You needn't be afraid. I shall get through the whole thing in 40 minutes, at most an hour. Look how interested everybody is. Everybody has drawn near. Look at all of them, staring at my sealed packet. If I hadn't sealed it up, it wouldn't have been half so effective. That's mystery, that is. Now then, gentlemen, shall I break the seal or not? Say the word. It's a mystery, I tell you, a secret. Prince, you know who said there would be no more time? It was the great and powerful angel in the Apocalypse." "Better not read it now," said the prince, putting his hand on the packet. "No, don't read it," cried Evgenie suddenly. He appeared so strangely disturbed that many of those present could not help wondering. "Reading? None of your reading now," said somebody. "It's supper time. What sort of an article is it? For a paper? Probably it's very dull," said another. But the prince's timid gesture had impressed even Hippolyte. "Then I'm not to read it?" he whispered nervously. "Am I not to read it?" he repeated, gazing around at each face in turn. "What are you afraid of, prince?" he turned and asked the latter suddenly. "What should I be afraid of?" "Has anyone a coin about them? Give me 20-kopeck piece, somebody." And Hippolyte leapt from his chair. "Here you are," said Lebedeff, handing him one, as he thought the boy had gone mad. "Vera Lukyanovna," said Hippolyte, "toss it, will you? Heads I read, tails I don't." Vera Lebedeff tossed the coin into the air and let it fall on the table. It was heads. "Then I read it," said Hippolyte, in the tone of one bowing to the fiat of destiny. He could not have grown paler if a verdict of death had been presented to him. "But after all, what is it? Is it impossible that I should have risked my fate by tossing up?" he went on, shuddering, and looked around him again. His eyes had a curious expression of sincerity. "That is an astonishing psychological fact," he cried suddenly, addressing the prince in a tone of the most intense surprise. "It is something quite inconceivable, prince," he repeated, with growing animation, like a man regaining consciousness. "Take note of it, prince. Remember it. You collect, I am told, facts concerning capital punishment. They told me so. My God, how absurd!" He sat down on the sofa, put his elbows on the table, and laid his head on his hands. "It is shameful, though what does it matter to me if it is shameful? Gentlemen, I am about to break the seal," he continued with determination. Of course, I don't insist upon anyone listening if they do not wish to. With trembling hands he broke the seal and drew out several sheets of paper, smoothed them out before him, and began sorting them. "What on earth does all this mean? What is he going to read?" muttered several voices. Others said nothing, but one and all sat down and watched him with curiosity. They began to think something strange might really be about to happen. Vera stood and trembled behind her father's chair, almost in tears with fright. Colia was nearly as much alarmed as she was. Lebedeff jumped up and put a couple of candles nearer to Hippolyte, so that he might see better. "Gentlemen, you'll soon see what this is," began Hippolyte, and suddenly commenced his reading. It's headed "A Necessary Explanation," with the motto "Après moi le déluge." Oh, deuce take it all! Surely I can never have seriously written such a silly motto as that. Look here, gentlemen, I beg to give notice that all this is very likely terrible nonsense. It is only a few ideas of mine. If you think that there is anything mysterious coming, or in a word—" "Better read it on without any more beating about the bush," said Gania. "Affectation!" remarked someone else. "Too much talk," said Rogojin, breaking the silence for the first time. Hippolyte glanced at him suddenly, and when their eye met, Rogojin showed his teeth in a disagreeable smile, and said the following strange words: "That's not the way to settle this business, my friend. That's not the way at all." Of course nobody knew what Rogojin meant by this, but his words made a deep impression upon all. Everyone seemed to see in a flash the same idea. As for Hippolyte, their effect upon him was astounding. He trembled so that the prince was obliged to support him, and would certainly have cried out, but that his voice seemed to have entirely left him for the moment. For a minute or two he could not speak at all, but panted and stared at Rogojin. At last he managed to ejaculate: "Then it was you who came? You?" "Came where? What do you mean?" asked Rogojin, amazed. But Hippolyte, panting and choking with excitement, interrupted him violently. "You came to me last week in the night at 2 o'clock, the day I was with you in the morning. Confess it was you." "Last week? In the night? Have you gone cracked, my good friend?" Hippolyte paused and considered a moment, then a smile of cunning, almost triumph, crossed his lips. "It was you," he murmured, almost in a whisper, but with absolute conviction. "Yes, it was you who came to my room and sat silently on a chair at my window for a whole hour. More, it was between 1 and 2 at night. You rose and went out at about 3. It was you, you! Why you should have frightened me so, why you should have wished to torment me like that, I cannot tell, but it was you." There was absolute hatred in his eyes as he said this, but his look of fear and trembling had not left him. "You shall hear all this directly, gentlemen. Listen." He seized his paper in a desperate hurry. He fidgeted with it and tried to sort it, but for a long while his trembling hands could not collect the sheets together. "He's either mad or delirious," murmured Rogojin. At last he began. For the first 5 minutes the reader's voice continued to tremble, and he read disconnectedly and unevenly, but gradually his voice strengthened. Occasionally a violent fit of coughing stopped him, but his animation grew with the progress of the reading, as did also the disagreeable impression which it made upon his audience, until it reached the highest pitch of excitement. Here is the article: "My Necessary Explanation. Après moi le déluge. Yesterday morning the prince came to see me. Among other things, he asked me to come down to his villa. I knew he would come and persuade me to this step, and that he would adduce the argument that it would be easier for me to die among people and green trees, as he expressed it. But today he did not say die, he said live. It is pretty much the same to me, in my position, which he says. When I asked him why he made such a point of his green trees, he told me to my astonishment that he had heard the last time I was in Pavlovsk. I had said that I had come to have a last look at the trees. When I observed that it was all the same whether one died among trees or in front of a blank brick wall, as here, and that it was not worth making any fuss over a fortnight, he agreed at once. But he insisted that the good air at Pavlovsk and the greenness would certainly cause a physical change for the better, and that my excitement and my dreams would be perhaps relieved. I remarked to him with a smile that he spoke like a materialist, and he answered that he had always been one. As he never tells a lie, there must be something in his words. His smile is a pleasant one. I have had a good look at him. I don't know whether I like him or not. I have no time to waste over the question. The hatred which I felt for him for 5 months has become considerably modified, I may say, during the last month. Who knows, perhaps I am going to Pavlovsk on purpose to see him. But why do I leave my chamber? Those who are sentenced to death should not leave their cells. If I had not formed a final resolve, but had decided to wait until the last minute, I should not leave my room, or accept his invitation to come and die at Pavlovsk. I must be quick and finish this explanation before tomorrow. I shall have no time to read it over and correct it, for I must read it tomorrow to the prince and 2 or 3 witnesses whom I shall find there. As it will be absolutely true without a touch of falsehood, I am curious to see what impression it will make upon me myself at the moment when I read it out. This is my last and solemn, but why need I call it that? There is no question about the truth of it, for it is not worth while lying for a fortnight. A fortnight of life is not itself worth having, which is a proof that what I write nothing here but pure truth. And B, let me remember to consider, am I mad at this moment or not, or rather at these moments? I have been told that consumptives sometimes do go out of their minds for a while in the last stages of the malady. I can prove this tomorrow when I read it out, by the impression it makes upon the audience. I must settle this question once and for all, otherwise I can't go on with anything. I believe I have just written dreadful nonsense, but there is no time for correcting, as I said before. Besides that, I have made myself a promise not to alter a single word of what I write in this paper, even though I find that I am contradicting myself every 5 lines. I wish to verify the working of the natural logic of my ideas tomorrow during the reading, whether I am capable of detecting logical errors, and whether all that I have meditated over during the last 6 months be true, or nothing but delirium. If 2 months since I had been called upon to leave my room and the view of Mayor's wall opposite, I verily believe I should have been sorry, but now I have no such feeling, and yet I am leaving this room and Mayor's brick wall for ever, so that my conclusion that it is not worth while indulging in grief or any other emotion for a fortnight has proved stronger than my very nature, and has taken over the direction of my feelings. But is it so? Is it the case that my nature is conquered entirely? If I were to be put on the rack now, I should certainly cry out. I should not say that it is not worth while to yell and feel pain because I have but a fortnight to live. But is it true that I have but a fortnight of life left to me? I know I told some of my friends that Dr. B had informed me that this was the case, but now I confess that I lied. B has not even seen me. However, a week ago I called a medical student, Kislorodov, who is a nationalist, an atheist, and a nihilist by conviction. And that is why I had him. I needed a man who would tell me the bare truth without any humbug or ceremony, and so he did, indeed, almost with pleasure, which I thought was going a little too far. Well, he plumped out that I had about a month left in me. It might be a little more, he said, under favourable circumstances, but it might also be considerably less. According to his opinion, I might die quite suddenly. Tomorrow, for instance, there had been such cases. Only a day or 2 since a young lady at Kolomna, who suffered from consumption, and was about on par with myself in the march of the disease, was going out to market to buy provisions when she suddenly felt faint, lay down on the sofa, gasped once, and died. Kislorodov told me all this with a sort of exaggerated devil-may-care negligence, as though he did me a great favour by talking to me so, because it showed that he considered me the same sort of exalted nihilist being as himself, to whom death was a matter of no consequence whatever either way. At all events, the fact remained, a month of life, no more. That he is right in his estimation, I am absolutely persuaded. It puzzles me much to think how on earth the prince guessed yesterday that I have had bad dreams. He said to me, 'Your excitement and dreams will find relief at Pavlovsk.' Why did he say dreams? Either he is a doctor, or else he is a man of exceptional intelligence and wonderful powers of observation. But that he is an idiot at bottom there can be no doubt whatever. It so happened that just before he arrived I had a delightful little dream, one of a kind that I have hundreds of just now. I had fallen asleep about an hour before he came in, and dreamed that I was in some room, not my own. It was a large room, well furnished, with a cupboard, chest of drawers, sofa, and my bed, a fine wide bed covered with a silken counterpane. But I observed in the room a dreadful-looking creature, a sort of monster. It was a little like scorpion, but it was not a scorpion, but far more terrible, and especially so because there are no creatures anything like it in nature, and because it had appeared to me for a purpose, and bore some mysterious signification. I looked at the beast well. It was brown in colour and had a shell. It was a crawling kind of reptile, about 8 inches long, and narrowed down from the head, which was about a couple of fingers in width, to the end of the tail, which came to a fine point. Out of its trunk, about a couple of inches below its head, came two legs at an angle of 45 degrees, each about 3 inches long, so that the beast looked like a trident from above. It had 8 hard needle-like whiskers coming out from different parts of its body. It went along like a snake, bending its body about, in spite of the shell it wore, and its motion was very quick and very horrible to look at. I was dreadfully afraid it would sting me. Somebody had told me. I thought it was venomous. But what tormented me the most of all was the wondering to who had sent it into my room, and what was the mystery which I felt it contained. It hid itself under the cupboard and under the chest of drawers, and crawled into the corners. I sat on a chair and kept my legs tucked under me. Then the beast crawled quietly across the room and disappeared somewhere near my chair. I looked about for it in terror, but I still hoped that as my feet were safely tucked away it would not be able to touch me. Suddenly I heard behind me, and about a level with my head, a sort of rattling sound. I turned sharp round, and saw that the brute had crawled up the wall as high as the level of my face, and that its horrible tail, which was moving incredibly fast from side to side, was actually touching my hair. I jumped up, and it disappeared. I did not dare lie down on my bed for fear it should creep under my pillow. My mother came into the room, and some friends of hers. They began to hunt for the reptile, and were more composed than I was. They did not seem afraid of it, but they did not understand as I did. Suddenly the monster reappeared. It crawled slowly across the room and made for the door, as though with some fixed intention, and with a slow movement that was more horrible than ever. Then my mother opened the door and called my dog, Norma. Norma was a great Newfoundland, and died 5 years ago. She sprang forward and stood still in front of the reptile, as if she had been turned to stone. The beast stopped too, but its tail and claws still moved about. I believe animals are incapable of feeling supernatural fright, if I have been rightly informed, but at this moment there appeared to me to be something more than ordinary about Norma's terror, as though it must be supernatural, and as though she felt, just as I did myself, that this reptile was connected with some mysterious secret, some fatal omen. Norma backed slowly and carefully away from the brute, which followed her, creeping deliberately after her as though it intended to make a sudden dart and sting her. In spite of Norma's terror, she looked furious, though she trembled in all her limbs. At length she slowly bared her terrible teeth, opened her great red jaws, hesitated, took courage, and seized the beast in her mouth. It seemed to try to dart out of her jaws twice, but Norma caught at it, and half swallowed it as it was escaping. The shell cracked in her teeth, and the tail and legs stuck out of her mouth and shook about in a horrible manner. Suddenly Norma gave a piteous whine. The reptile had bitten her tongue. She opened her mouth wide with pain. But I saw the beast lying across her tongue, and out of its body, which was almost bitten in two, came a hideous white-looking substance, oozing out into Norma's mouth. It was the consistency of a crushed black beetle. Just then I awoke, and the prince entered the room. "Gentlemen," said Hippolyte, breaking off here, "I have not done yet, but it seems to me I have written down a great deal here that is unnecessary. This dream—" "You have indeed," said Gania. "There is too much about myself, I know, but—" As Hippolyte said this, his face wore a tired, pained look, and he wiped the sweat off his brow. "Yes, you certainly think a great deal too much about yourself." "Well, gentlemen, I do not force anyone to listen. If any of you are unwilling to sit it out, please go away, by all means." "He turns people out of the house that isn't his own," muttered Rogojin. "Suppose we all go away?" said Ferdishenko suddenly. Hippolyte clutched his manuscript, and gazing at the last speaker with glittering eyes, said, "You don't like me at all." A few laughed at this, but not all. "Hippolyte," said Prince, "give me the papers and go to bed like a sensible fellow. We'll have a good talk tomorrow, but you really mustn't go on with this reading. It's not good for you." "How can I? How can I?" cried Hippolyte, looking at him in amazement. "Gentlemen, I was a fool. I won't break off again. Listen, everyone who wants to." He gulped down some water out of a glass standing near, bent over the table in order to hide his face from the audience, and recommenced. "The idea that it is not worth while living for a few weeks took possession of me a month ago, when I was told that I had 4 weeks to live, but only partially so at that time. The idea quite overmastered me 3 days since, that evening at Pavlovsk. The first time that I felt really impressed with this thought was on the terrace at the prince's, at the very moment when I had taken it into my head to make a last trial of life. I wanted to see people and trees. I believe I said so myself. I got excited, maintained Burdovsky's rights, my neighbour. I dreamt that one and all would open their arms and embrace me, that there would be an indescribable exchange of forgiveness between us all. In a word, I behaved like a fool, and then, at that very same instant, I felt my last conviction. I ask myself now how I could have waited 6 months for that conviction. I knew that I had a disease that spares no one, and I really had no illusions. But the more I realized my condition, the more I clung to life. I wanted to live at any price. I confess I might well have resented that blind, deaf fate, which with no apparent reason seemed to have decided to crush me like a fly. But why did I not stop at resentment? Why did I begin to live, knowing that it was not worth while to begin? Why did I attempt to do what I knew to be an impossibility? And yet I could not even read a book to the end. I had given up reading. What is the good of reading? What is the good of learning anything for just 6 months? That thought has made me throw aside a book more than once. Yes, the wall of Mayors could tell a tale if it liked. There was no spot on its dirty surface that I did not know by heart. A cursed wall! And yet it is dearer to me than all of the Pavlovsk trees. That is, it would be dearer if it were not all the same to me, now. I remember now with what hungry interest I began to watch the lives of other people, interest that I had never felt before. I used to wait for Kolya's arrival impatiently, for I was so ill myself then that I could not leave the house, so I threw myself into every little detail of news, and took so much interest in every report and rumour that I believe I became a regular gossip. I could not understand, among other things, how all these people, with so much life in and before them, do not become rich, and I don't understand it now. I remember being told of a poor wretch I once knew who had died of hunger. I was almost beside myself with rage. I believe if I could have resuscitated him, I would have done so for the sole purpose of murdering him. Occasionally I was so much better that I could go out. But the streets used to put me in such a rage that I would lock myself up for days, then go out, even if I were well enough to do so. I could not bear to see all those preoccupied, anxious-looking creatures continuously surging along the streets past me. Why are they always anxious? What is the meaning of their eternal care and worry? It is their wickedness, their perpetual detestable malice, that's what it is. They are full of malice. Malice! Whose fault is it that they are all miserable, that they don't know how to live, though they have 50 or 60 years of life before them? Why did that fool allow himself to die of hunger with 60 years of unlived life before him, and every one of them shows his rags, his toil-worn hands, and yells in his wrath, "Here we are, working like cattle all our lives, and always as hungry as dogs, and there are others who do not work and are fat and rich." The eternal refrain! And side by side with them trots along some wretched fellow who has known better days, doing light porter's work from morn to night for a living, always blubbering and saying that his wife died because he had no money to buy medicine with, and his children dying of cold and hunger, and his eldest daughter gone to the bad, and so on. Oh, I have no pity and no patience for these fools of people. Why can't they be Rothschilds? Whose fault is it that a man has not got millions of money like Rothschild, if he has life? All this must be in his power. Whose fault is it that he does not know how to live his life? Oh, it's all the same to me now, but at the time I would soak my pillow at night with tears of mortification, and tear at my blanket in my rage and fury. Oh, how I longed at that time to be turned out, me, 18 years old, poor, half-clothed, turned out into the street, quite alone, without lodging, without work, without a crust of bread, without relations, without a single acquaintance in some large town, hungry, beaten, if you like, but in good health, and then I would show them— What would I show them? Oh, don't think that I have no sense of my own humiliation. I have suffered already in reading so far. Which of you all does not think of me a fool at this moment? A young fool who knows nothing of life, forgetting that to live, as I have lived these last 6 months, is to live longer than grey-haired old men. Well, let them laugh and say it is all nonsense, if they please. They may say it is all fairy tales if they like, and I have spent whole nights telling myself fairy tales. I remember them all. But how can I tell fairy tales now? The time for them is over. They amused me when I found that there was no even time for me to learn the Greek grammar as I wanted to. I shall die before I get to the syntax. I thought at the first page, and threw the book under the table. It is there still, for I forbade anyone to pick it up. If this explanation gets into anybody's hands, and they have patience to read it through, they may consider me a madman, or a schoolboy, or more likely a man condemned to die, who thought it only natural to conclude that all men, excepting himself, esteem life far too lightly, live it far too carelessly and lazily, and are therefore, one and all, unworthy of it. Well, I affirm that my reader is wrong again, for my convictions have nothing to do with my sentence of death. Ask any one of them, or all of them, what they mean by happiness. Oh, you may be perfectly sure that if Columbus was happy, it was not after he had discovered America, but when he was discovering it. You may be quite sure that he reached the culmination point of his happiness 3 days before he saw the New World with his actual eyes, when his mutinous sailors wanted to tack about and return to Europe. What did the New World matter after all? Columbus had hardly seen it when he died, and in reality he was entirely ignorant of what he had discovered. The important thing is life and nothing else. What is any discovery whatever compared with the incessant eternal discovery of life? But what is the use of talking? I'm afraid all this is so commonplace that my confession will be taken for a schoolboy exercise, the work of some ambitious lad writing in the hope of his work seeing the light. Or perhaps my readers will say that I had perhaps something to say, but did not know how to express it. Let me add to this that in every idea emanating from genius, or even in every serious human idea born in the human brain, there always remains something, some sediment, which cannot be expressed to others. Though one wrote volumes and lectured upon it for 35 years, there is always something, a remnant, which will never come out of your brain, but will remain there with you, and you alone, for ever and ever, and you will die perhaps without having imparted what may be the very essence of your idea to a single living soul. So that, if I cannot now impart all that has tormented me for the last 6 months, at all events you will understand that, having reached my last convictions, I must have paid a very dear price for them. That is what I wished, for reasons of my own, to make a point of in this my last explanation. But let me resume. End of Chapter 5, Part 3. Chapter 6, Part 3 of The Idiot, by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Eva M. Martin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ali Makki. Chapter 6. I will not deceive you. Reality got me so entrapped in its meshes now and again during the past 6 months that I forgot my sentence, or perhaps I did not wish to think of it, and actually busied myself with affairs. As a word to my circumstances, when 8 months since I became very ill, I threw up all my old connections and dropped all my old companions. As I was always a gloomy, morose sort of individual, my friends easily forgot me. Of course they would have forgotten me all the same without that excuse. My position at home was solitary enough. 5 months ago I separated myself entirely from the family, and no one dared enter my room except at stated times, to clean and tidy it, and so on, and to bring me my meals. My mother dared not disobey me. She kept the children quiet for my sake, and beat them if they dared to make any noise and disturb me. I so often complained of them that I should think they must be very fond indeed of me by this time. I think I must have tormented my faithful Kolya, as I called him, a good deal too. He tormented me of late. I could see that he always bore my tempers, as though he had determined to spare the poor invalid. This annoyed me naturally. He seemed to have taken it into his head to imitate the prince in Christian meekness. Surikoff, who had lived above us, annoyed me too. He was so miserably poor, and I used to prove to him that he had no one to blame but himself for his poverty. I used to be so angry that I think I frightened him eventually, for he stopped coming to see me. He was a most meek and humble fellow, was Surikoff. N.B. They say that meekness is a great power. I must ask the prince about this, for the expression is his. But I remember one day in March, when I went up to his lodgings to see whether it was true that one of his children had been starved and frozen to death, I began to hold forth to him about his poverty being his own fault, and in the course of my remarks I accidentally smiled at the corpse of his child. Well, the poor wretch's lips began to tremble, and he caught me by the shoulder and pushed me to the door. "Go out," he said in a whisper. I went out, of course, and I declared I liked it. I liked it at the very moment when I was turned out. But his words filled me with a strange feeling of disdainful pity for him whenever I thought of them, a feeling which I did not in the least desire to entertain. At the very moment of the insult, for I admit that I did insult him, though I did not mean to, this man could not lose his temper. His lips had trembled, but I swear it was not with rage. He had taken me by the arm and said go out, without the least anger. There was dignity, a great deal of dignity about him. and it was so inconsistent with the look of him that I assure you it was quite comical. But there was no anger; perhaps he merely began to despise me at that moment. Since that time he had always taken off his hat to me on the stairs whenever I met him, which is a thing he never did before, but he always gets away from me as quickly as he can, as though he felt confused. If he did despise me, he despised me meekly, after his own fashion. I dare say he only took his hat off out of fear, as it were, to the son of his creditor, for he always owed my mother money. I thought of having an explanation with him, but I knew that if I did he would begin to apologize in a minute or two, so I decided to let him alone. Just about that time, that is, in the middle of March, I suddenly felt very much better. This continued for a couple of weeks. I used to go out at dusk, like the dusk, especially in March, when the night frost begins to harden the day's puddles, and the gas is burning. Well, one night in Shestilavoshnaya, a man passed me with a paper parcel under his arm. I did not take stock of him very carefully, but he seemed to be dressed in some shabby summer dust coat, much too light for the season. When he was opposite the lamp post, some 10 yards away, I observed something fall out of his pocket. I hurried forward to pick it up just in time, for an old wretch in a long kaftan rushed up too. He did not dispute the matter, but glanced at what was in my hand and disappeared. It was a large old-fashioned pocket-book, stuffed full, but I guessed at a glance that it had anything in the world inside it except money. The owner was now some 40 yards ahead of me, and was very soon lost in the crowd. I ran after him and began calling out, but as I knew nothing to say excepting "Hey!" he did not turn around. Suddenly he turned into the gate of a house to the left, and when I darted in after him, the gateway was so dark that I could see nothing whatever. It was one of those large houses built in small tenements, of which there must have been at least 100. When I entered the yard I thought I saw a man going along on the far side of it, but it was so dark I could not make out his figure. I crossed to that corner and found a dirty dark staircase. I heard a man mounting up above me, some way higher than I was, and thinking I should catch him before his door would be opened to him, I rushed after him. I heard a door open and shut on the 5th story as I panted along. The stairs were narrow, the steps innumerable, but at least I reached the door I thought the right one. Some moments passed before I found the bell and got it to ring. An old peasant woman opened the door. She was busy lighting the samovar in a tiny kitchen. She listened silently to my question, did not understand a word, of course, and opened another door, leading into a little bit of a room, low and scarcely furnished at all, but with a large wide bed in it, hung with curtains. On this bed lay one Terentich, as the woman called him, drunk, it appeared to me. On the table was an end of candle in an iron candlestick, and half a bottle of vodka, nearly finished. Terentich muttered something to me and signed towards the next room. The old woman had disappeared, so there was nothing for me to do but to open the door indicated. I did so, and entered the next room. This was still smaller than the other, so cramped that I could scarcely turn around. A narrow single bed at one side took up nearly all the room. Besides the bed there were only 3 common chairs and a wretched old kitchen table standing before a small sofa. One could hardly squeeze through between the table and the bed. On the table, as in the other room, burned a tallow candle and in an iron candlestick, and on the bed there whined a baby of scarcely 3 weeks old. A pale-looking woman was dressing the child, probably the mother. She looked as though she had not yet got over the trouble of childbirth, she seemed so weak and so carelessly dressed. Another child, a little girl of about 3 years old, lay on the sofa, covered with what looked like an old man's dress coat. At the table stood a man in his shirt-sleeves. He had thrown off his coat, it lay upon the bed, and he was folding a blue paper parcel in which were a couple of pounds of bread and some little sausages. On the table along with these things were a few old bits of black bread and some tea in a pot. From under the bed there protruded an open portmanteau full of bundles of rags. In a word, the confusion and untidiness of the room were indescribable. It appeared to me at the first glance that both the man and the woman were respectable people, but brought to that pitch of poverty where untidiness seems to get the better of every effort to cope with it, till at last they take a sort of bitter satisfaction in it. When I entered the room, the man, who had entered but a moment before me, was still unpacking his parcels, was saying something to his wife in an excited manner. The news was apparently bad, as usual, for the woman began whimpering. The man's face seemed to me to be refined and even pleasant. He was dark complexioned and about 28 years of age. He wore black whiskers, and his lip and chin were shaved. He looked morose, but with a sort of pride of expression. A curious scene followed. There are people who find satisfaction in their own touchy feelings, especially when they have just taken the deepest offence. At such moments they feel that they would rather be offended than not. These easily ignited natures, if they are wise, are always full of remorse afterwards, when they reflect that they have been 10 times as angry as they need have been. The gentleman before me gazed at me for some seconds in amazement, and his wife in terror, as though there was something alarmingly extraordinary in the fact that anyone could come to see them. But suddenly he fell upon me almost with fury. I had no time to mutter more than a couple of words, but he had doubtless observed that I was decently dressed, and therefore took deep offence because I had dared to enter his den so unceremoniously and spy out the squalor and untidiness of it. Of course he was delighted to get hold of someone upon whom to vent his rage against things in general. For a moment I thought he would assault me. He grew so pale that he looked like a woman about to have hysterics. His wife was dreadfully alarmed. "How dare you come in so? Be off!" he shouted, trembling all over with rage and scarcely able to articulate the words. Suddenly, however, he observed his pocket-book in my hand. "I think you dropped this," I remarked, as quietly and as dryly as I could. I thought it best to treat him so. For some while he stood before me in downright and seemed unable to understand. He then suddenly grabbed at his side pocket, opened his mouth in alarm, and beat his forehead with his hand. "My God!" he cried. "Where did you find it? How?" I explained in as few words as I could, and as dryly as possible, how I had seen it and picked it up, how I had run after him and called out to him, and how I had followed him upstairs and groped my way to his door. "Gracious heaven!" he cried, "all our papers are in it! My dear sir, you little know what you have done for us. I should have been lost!" I had taken hold of the door meanwhile, intending to leave the room without reply, but I was panting with my run upstairs, and my exhaustion came to a climax in a violent fit of coughing so bad that I could hardly stand. I saw how the man dashed about the room and found me an empty chair, how he kicked the rags off a chair which was covered up by them, brought it to me and helped me to sit down. But my cough went on for 3 minutes or so. When I came to myself, he was sitting by me on another chair, which he also had cleared of the rubbish by throwing it all over the floor, and was watching me intently. "I'm afraid you're ill," he remarked, in a tone doctors use when they address a patient. I myself a medical man. He did not say doctor, with which words he waved his hands toward the room and its contents, as though in protest at his present condition. "I see that you—" "I am in consumption," I said laconically, rising from my seat. He jumped up too. "Perhaps you are exaggerating. If you were to take proper measures, perhaps—" He was terribly confused and did not seem able to collect his scattered senses. The pocket-book was still in his left hand. "Oh, don't mind me," I said. "Dr. B. saw me last week." I lugged him in again. "And my hash is quite settled. Pardon me." I took hold of the door-handle again. I was on the point of opening the door and leaving my grateful but confused medical friend to himself and his shame, when my damnable cough got hold of me again. My doctor insisted on my sitting down again to get my breath. He now said something to his wife, who, without leaving her place, addressed a few words of gratitude and courtesy to me. She seemed very shy over it, and her sickly face flushed up with confusion. I remained, but with the air of a man who knows he is intruding and is anxious to get away. The doctor's remorse at last seemed to need a vent, I could see. He began, breaking off abruptly every other moment and starting another sentence. I am so grateful to you, and I am so much to blame in your eyes, I feel sure. You see," he pointed to the room again, "at this moment I am in such a position—" "Oh," I said, "there's nothing to see. It's quite a clear case. You've lost your post and have come up to make explanations, and get another if you can." "How do you know that?" he asked in amazement. "Oh, it was evident in the first glance," I said ironically, but not intentionally so. "There are lots of people who come up from the provinces full of hope and run about town and have to live as best they can." He began to talk at once excitedly, with trembling lips. He began complaining and telling me his story. He interested me, I'll confess. I sat there nearly an hour. His story was a very ordinary one. He had been a provincial doctor, he had a civil appointment. He had no sooner taken it up than intrigues began. Even his wife was dragged into this. He was proud and flew into passion. There was a change of local government which acted in favour of his opponents. His position was undermined. Complaints were made against him. He lost his post and came up to Petersburg with his last remaining money in order to appeal to higher authorities. Of course nobody would listen to him for a long time. He would come and tell his story one day and be refused promptly. Another day he would be fed on false promises. Again he would be treated harshly. Then he would be told to sign some documents. Then he would sign the paper and hand it in, and they would refuse to receive it and tell him to file a formal petition. In a word, he had been driven about from office to office for 5 months, and had spent every farthing he had. His wife's last rags had been pawned, and meanwhile a child had been born to them, and today I have a final refusal to my petition, and I have hardly a crumb of bread left. I have nothing left. My wife has had a baby lately, and I... He sprang up from his chair and turned away. His wife was crying in the corner. The child had begun to moan again. I pulled out my notebook and began writing in it. When I had finished and rose from my chair, he was standing before me with an expression of alarmed curiosity. "I have jotted down your name," I told him, "and all the rest of it, the place you've served, the district, the date, and all. I have a friend, Bakhmatov, whose uncle is a councillor of state and has to do with these matters. One Peter Matveyevitch Bakhmatov." "Peter Matveyevitch Bakhmatov!" he cried, trembling all over with excitement. "Why, nearly everything depends on that very man." It is very curious, this story of the medical man and my visit, and the happy termination to which I contributed by accident. Everything fitted in, as in a novel. I told the poor people not to put much hope in me because I was but a poor schoolboy myself. I'm not really, but I humiliated myself as much as possible in order to make them less hopeful. But that I would go at once to the Vasily Ostrov and see my friend, and that I knew for certain that his uncle adored him and was absolutely devoted to him as the last hope and branch of the family. Perhaps the old man might do something to oblige his nephew. If only they would allow me to explain all to his excellency. If I could be permitted to tell my tale to him, he cried, trembling with feverish agitation and his eyes flashing with excitement. I repeated once more that I could not hold out much hope, that it would probably end in smoke, and if I did not turn up the next morning, they must make up their minds that there was no more to be done in the matter. They showed me out with bows and every kind of respect. They seemed quite beside themselves. I shall never forget the expression of their faces. I took a droshky and drove over to the Vasily Ostrov at once. For some years I had been an enmity with this young Bakhmatov at school. We considered him an aristocrat. At all events, I called him one. He used to dress smartly, and always drove to school in a private trap, sometimes even witty, though he was not very intellectual, in spite of the fact that he was always the top of the class. I myself was never a top of anything. He had several times during those years come up to me and tried to make friends, but I had always turned sulkily away and refused to have anything to do with him. I had not seen him for a whole year now. He was at the university. When at 9 o'clock or so this evening I arrived and was shown up to him with great ceremony, he received me with astonishment and not too affably, but he soon cheered up and suddenly gazed intently at me and burst out laughing. "Why, what on earth can have possessed you to come and see me, Terentieff?" he cried with his usual pleasant, sometimes audacious but never offensive familiarity, which I liked in reality, but for which I also detested him. "Why, what's the matter?" he cried in alarm. "Are you ill?" That confounded cough of mine had come again. I fell into a chair and with difficulty recovered my breath. "It's all right, it's only consumption," I said. "I have come to you with a petition." He sat down in amazement, and I lost no time in telling him the medical man's history, and explained that he, with the influence which he possessed over his uncle, might do some good to the poor fellow. I'll do it, of course," he said. "I shall attack my uncle about it tomorrow morning, and I'm very glad he told me the story. But how was it that you thought of coming to me about it, Terentieff?" "So much depends upon your uncle," I said, "and besides, we have always been enemies, Bakhmatov, and as you are a generous sort of fellow, I thought you would not refuse my request because I was your enemy," I added with irony. "Like Napoleon going to England, eh?"
cried he, laughing. "I'll do it, though, of course, and at once if I can," he added, seeing that I rose furiously from my chair at this point. And sure enough the matter ended as satisfactorily as possible. A month or so later my medical friend was appointed to another post. He got his travelling expenses paid, and something to help him to start life with once more. I think Bachmatoff must have persuaded the doctor to accept a loan from himself. I saw Bachmatoff 2 or 3 times about this period, the third time being when he gave a farewell dinner to the doctor and his wife before their departure, a champagne dinner. Bachmatoff saw me home after dinner, and we crossed the Nicolai Bridge. We were both a little drunk. He told me of his joy, the joyful feeling of having done a good action. He said that it was all thanks to myself that he could feel this satisfaction, and held forth about the foolishness of the theory that individual charity is useless. I too was burning to have my say. "In Moscow," I said, "there was an old state councillor, a civil general, who all his life had been in the habit of visiting the prisons and speaking to criminals. Every party of convicts in its way to Siberia knew beforehand that on the Vorobiev hills the old general paid them a visit. He did all he undertook seriously and devotedly. He would walk down the rows of the unfortunate prisoners, stop before each individual, and ask after his needs. He never sermonized them, he spoke kindly to them, he gave them money, he brought them all sorts of necessaries for the journey, and gave them devotional books, choosing those who could read, under the firm conviction that they would read to those who could not as they went along. He scarcely ever talked about the particular crimes of any of them, but he listened if any volunteered information on that point. All the convicts were equal for him, and he made no distinction. He spoke to all as to brothers, and every one of them looked upon him as a father. When he observed among the exiles some poor woman with a child, he would always come forward and fondle the little one and make it laugh. He continued these acts of mercy up to his very death, and by that time all the criminals all over Russia and Siberia knew him. A man I knew, who had been to Siberia and returned, told me that he himself had been a witness of how the most hardened criminals remembered the old general. Though in point of fact he could never, of course, have distributed more than a few pence to each member of the party, their recollection of him was not sentimental or particularly devoted. Some wretch, for instance, who had been a murderer, cutting the throat of a dozen fellow creatures, for instance, or stabbing 6 little children for his own amusement—there have been such men—would perhaps without rhyme or reason suddenly give a sigh and say, "I wonder whether that old general is still alive," although perhaps he had not thought of mentioning him for a dozen years before. How can one say what seed of good may have been dropped into his soul, never to die? I continued in that strain for a while, pointing out to Bachmatoff how impossible it is to follow up the effects of any isolated good deed one may do, in all its influences and subtle workings upon the heart and the after actions of others. "And to think that you are to be cut off from life," remarked Bachmatoff in a tone of reproach, as though he would like to find someone to pitch into on my account. We were leaning over the balustrade of the bridge, looking into the Neva at this moment. "Do you know what has suddenly come into my head?" said I suddenly, leaning further and further over the rail. "Surely not to throw yourself into the river!" cried Bachmatoff in alarm. Perhaps he read my thought in my face. "No, not yet. At present, nothing but the following consideration. You see, I have some 2 or 3 months left in me to live, perhaps 4. Well, supposing that when I have but a month or 2 more, I take a fancy for some good deed that needs both trouble and time, like this business of our doctor friend, for instance, why, I shall have to give up the idea of it and take to something else, some little good deed, more within my means, eh? Isn't that an amusing idea?" Poor Bachmatoff was much impressed, painfully so. He took me all the way home, not attempting to console me, but behaving with the greatest delicacy. On taking leave, he pressed my hand warmly and asked permission to come and see me. I replied that if he came to me as a comforter, so to speak, for he would be in that capacity whether he spoke to me in a soothing manner or only kept silence as I pointed out to him, he would remind me each time of my approaching death. He shrugged his shoulders, but quite agreed with me, and we parted better friends than I expected.
But that evening and the night were sown with the first seeds of my last conviction. I seized greedily on my new idea. I thirstily drank in all its different aspects. I did not sleep a wink that night. And the deeper I went into it, the more my being seemed to merge itself in it, and the more alarmed I became. A dreadful terror came over me at last, and did not leave me all next day. Sometimes, thinking over this, I became quite numb with the terror of it. I might well have deduced from this fact that my last conviction was eating into my being too fast and too seriously, and would undoubtedly come to its climax before long. And for the climax I needed greater determination than I yet possessed. However, within 3 weeks my determination was taken, owing to a very strange circumstance. Here on my paper I make a note of all the figures and dates that come into my explanation. Of course it is all the same to me, but just now, and perhaps only at this moment, I desire that all those who are to judge my action should see clearly out of how logical a sequence of deductions has at length preceded my last conviction. I have said above that the determination needed by me for the accomplishment of my final resolve came to hand not through any sequence of causes, but thanks to a certain strange circumstance which had perhaps no connection whatever with the matter at issue. 10 days ago Rogojin called upon me about certain business of his own with which I have nothing to do at present. I had never seen Rogojin before, but had often heard about him. I gave him all the information he needed, and he very soon took his departure, so that, since he only came for the purpose of gaining the information, the matter might have been expected to end there. But he interested me too much, and all that day I was under the influence of strange thoughts connected with him, and I determined to return his visit the next day. Rogojin was evidently by no means pleased to see me, and hinted delicately that he saw no reason why our acquaintance should continue. For all that, however, I spent a very interesting hour, and so, I dare say, did he. There was so great a contrast between us that I am sure we must both have felt it. Anyhow, I felt it acutely. Here I was, with my days numbered, and he, a man in the full vigour of life, living in the present without the slightest thought of final convictions, or numbers, or days, or in fact for anything but that which he was mad about, if he will excuse me the expression. And as a feeble author who cannot express his ideas properly, in spite of his lack of amiability, I could not help seeing in Rogojin a man of intellect and sense, and although perhaps there was little in the outside world which was of interest to him, still he was clearly a man with eyes to see. I hinted nothing to him about my final conviction, but it appeared to me that he had guessed it from my words. He remained silent. He is a terribly silent man. I remarked to him as I rose to depart that in spite of the contrast and the wide difference between us two, les extrémités se touchent, extremes meet, as I explained to him in Russian, so that maybe he was not so far from my final conviction as appeared. His only reply to this was a sour grimace. He rose and looked for my cap and placed it in my hand, and led me out of the house, that dreadful gloomy house of his, to all appearances, of course, as though I were leaving of my own accord, and he were simply seeing me to the door out of politeness. His house impressed me much. It is like a burial ground. He seems to like it, which is, however, quite natural. Such a full life as he leads is so overflowing with absorbing interest that he has little need of assistance from his surroundings. The visit to Rogojin exhausted me terribly. Besides, I had felt ill since the morning, and by evening I was so weak that I took to my bed and was in high fever at intervals, and even delirious. Colia sat with me until 11 o'clock. Yet I remember all he talked about and every word we said, though whenever my eyes closed for a moment I could picture nothing but the image of Surikoff just in the act of finding 1,000,000 roubles. He could not make up his mind what to do with the money, and tore his hair over it. He trembled with fear that somebody would rob him, and at last he decided to bury it in the ground. I persuaded him that, instead of putting it all away uselessly underground, he had better melt it down and make a golden coffin out of it for his starved child, and then dig up the little one and put her into the golden coffin. Surikoff accepted this suggestion, I thought, with tears of gratitude, and immediately commenced to carry out my design. I thought I spat on the ground and left him in disgust. Kolya told me, when I quite recovered my senses, that I had not been asleep for a moment, but that I had spoken to him about Surikoff the whole while. At moments I was in a state of dreadful weakness and misery, so that Kolya was greatly disturbed when he left me. When I rose to lock the door after him, I suddenly recalled to mind a picture I had noticed at Rogojin's in one of his gloomiest rooms over the door. He had pointed it out to me himself as we walked past it, and I believe I must have stood a good 5 minutes in front of it. There was nothing artistic about it, but the picture made me feel strangely uncomfortable. It represented Christ just taken down from the cross. It seems to me that painters as a rule represent the Saviour, both on the cross and taken down from it, with great beauty still upon his face. This marvellous beauty they strive to preserve even in his moments of deepest agony and passion. But there was no such beauty in Rogojin's picture. There was the presentiment of a poor mangled body which had evidently suffered unbearable anguish even before its crucifixion, full of wounds and bruises, marks of the violence of soldiers and people, and of the bitterness of the moment when he had fallen with the cross. All this combined with the anguish of the actual crucifixion. The face was depicted as though still suffering, as though the body, only just dead, was still almost quivering with agony. The picture was one of pure nature, for the face was not beautified by the artist, but was left as it would naturally be, whosoever the sufferer, after such anguish. I know that the earliest Christian faith taught that the Saviour suffered actually and not figuratively, and that nature was allowed her own way, even while his body was on the cross. It is strange to look on this dreadful picture of the mangled corpse of the Saviour, and to put this question to oneself: supposing that the disciples, the future apostles, the women who had followed him and stood by the cross, all of whom believed and worshipped him, supposing that they saw this tortured body, this face so mangled and bleeding and bruised, and they must have seen it so, how could they have gazed upon the dreadful sight and yet have believed that he would rise again? The thought steps in, whether one likes it or not, that death is so terrible and so powerful that even he who conquered it in his miracles during life was unable to triumph over it at the last. He who called to Lazarus, "Lazarus, come forth," and the dead man lived. He was now himself a prey to nature and death. Nature appears to one looking at this picture as some huge, implacable, dumb monster, or still better, a stranger simile, some enormous mechanical engine of modern days which has seized and crushed and swallowed up a great and invaluable being, a being worth nature and all her laws, worth the whole earth, which was perhaps created merely for the sake of the advent of that being. This blind, dumb, implacable, eternal, unreasoning force is well shown in the picture, and the absolute subordination of all men and things to it is so well expressed that the idea unconsciously arises in the mind of anyone who looks at it. All those faithful people who were gazing at the cross and its mutilated occupant must have suffered agony of mind that evening, for they must have felt that all their hopes and almost all their faith had been shattered at a blow. They must have separated in terror and dread that night, though each perhaps carried away with him one great thought which was never eradicated from his mind for ever afterwards. If this great teacher of theirs could have seen himself after the crucifixion, how could he have consented to mount the cross and to die as he did? This thought also comes to the mind of the man who gazes at this picture. I thought of all this by snatches, and probably between my attacks of delirium, for an hour and a half or so before Kolya's departure. Can there be an appearance of that which has no form? And yet it seemed to me at certain moments that I beheld in some strange and impossible form that dark, dumb, irresistibly powerful, eternal force. I thought someone led me by the hand and showed me by the light of a candle a huge loathsome insect, which he assured me was that very force, that very almighty, dumb, irresistible power, and laughed at the indignation with which I received this information. In my room they always light the little lamp before my icon for the night. It gives a feeble flicker of light, but it is strong enough to see by dimly, and if you sit just under it, you can even read by it. I think it was about 12 or a little past that night. I had not slept a wink and was lying with my eyes wide open, when suddenly the door opened, and came in Rogojin. He entered and shut the door behind him. Then he silently gazed at me, and went quickly to the corner of the room where the lamp was burning and sat down underneath it. I was much surprised and looked at him expectantly. Rogojin only leaned his elbow on the table and silently stared at me. So passed 2 or 3 minutes, and I recollect that this silence hurt and offended me very much. Why did he not speak? That his arrival at this time of night struck me as more or less strange may possibly be the case, but I remember I was by no means amazed at it. On the contrary, though I had not actually told him my thought in the morning, yet I know he understood it. And this thought was of such a character that it would not be anything very remarkable if one were to come for further talk about it at any hour of the night, however late. I thought he must have come for this purpose. In the morning we had parted not the best of friends. I remember he looked at me with disagreeable sarcasm once or twice, and this same look I observed in his eyes now, which was the cause of the annoyance I felt. I did not for a moment suspect that I was delirious, and that this Rogojin was but the result of fever and excitement. I had not the slightest idea of such a theory at first. Meanwhile he continued to sit and stare jeeringly at me. I angrily turned round in bed, and made up my mind that I would not say a word unless he did. So I rested silently on my pillow, determined to remain dumb, if it were to last till morning. I felt resolved that he should speak first. Probably 20 minutes or so passed in this way. Suddenly the idea struck me. What if this is an apparition, and not Rogojin himself? Neither during my illness nor at any previous time had I ever seen an apparition. But I had always thought, both when I was a little boy and even now, that if I were to see one I should die on the spot, though I don't believe in ghosts. And yet now, when the idea struck me that this was a ghost and not Rogojin at all, I was not in the least alarmed. Nay, the thought actually irritated me. Strangely enough, the decision of the question as to whether this were a ghost or Rogojin or not, for some reason or other, interested me nearly so much as it ought to have done. I think I began to muse about something altogether different. For instance, I began to wonder why Rogojin, who had been in dressing gown and slippers when I saw him at home, had now put on a dress coat and white waistcoat and tie. I also thought to myself, I remember, if this is a ghost, and I am not afraid of it, why don't I approach it and verify my suspicions? Perhaps I am afraid. And no sooner did this last idea enter my head than an icy blast blew over me. I felt a chill down my backbone, and my knees shook. At this very moment, as though divining my thoughts, Rogojin raised his head from his arm, and began to part his lips as though he were going to laugh, but he continued to stare at me as persistently as before. I felt so furious with him at this moment that I longed to rush at him, but as I had sworn that he should speak first, I continued to lie still, and the more willingly, as I was still by no means satisfied as to whether it was really Rogojin or not. I cannot remember how long this lasted. I cannot recollect either whether consciousness forsook me at intervals or not. But at last Rogojin rose, staring at me as intently as ever, but not smiling any longer, and walking very softly, almost on tiptoes, to the door. He opened it, went out, and shut it behind him. I did not rise from my bed, and I don't know how long I lay with my eyes open, thinking. I don't know what I thought about, nor how I fell asleep or became insensible, but I woke next morning after 9 o'clock, when they knocked at my door. My general orders are that if I don't open the door and call by 9 o'clock, Matryona is to come and bring my tea. When I now opened the door to her, the thought suddenly struck me: how could he have come in since the door was locked? I made inquiries, and found that Rogojin himself could not possibly have come in, because all our doors were locked for the night. Well, this strange circumstance, which I have described with so much detail, was the ultimate cause which led me to taking my final determination, so that no logic or logical deductions had anything to do with my resolve. It was simply a matter of disgust. It was impossible for me to go on living when life was full of such detestable, strange, tormenting forms. This ghost had humiliated me, nor could I bear to be subordinate to that dark, horrible force which was embodied in the form of loathsome insect. It was only towards evening, when I had quite made up my mind on this point, that I began to feel easier. End of Chapter 6, Part 3. Chapter 7, Part 3 of The Idiot, by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Eva M. Martin. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Chapter 7. I had a small pocket pistol,
I had procured it while still a boy, at that droll age when the stories of duels and highwaymen begin to delight one, and when one imagines oneself nobly standing fire at some future day in a duel. There were a couple of old bullets in the bag which contained the pistol, and powder enough in an old flask for 2 or 3 charges. The pistol was a wretched thing, very crooked, and wouldn't carry farther than 15 paces at the most. However, it would send your skull flying well enough if you pressed the muzzle of it against your temple. I determined to die at Pavlovsk at sunrise in the park, so as to make no commotion in the house. This explanation will make the matter clear enough to the police. Students of psychology, and anyone else who likes, may make what they please of it. I should not like this paper, however, to be made public. I request the prince to keep a copy himself, and to give a copy to Aglaya Ivanovna Epanchin. This is my last will and testament. As for my skeleton, I bequeath it to the Medical Academy for the benefit of science. I recognize no jurisdiction over myself, and I know that I am now beyond the power of laws and judges. A little while ago a very amusing idea struck me. What if I were now to commit some terrible crime, murder 10 fellow creatures, for instance, or anything else that is thought most shocking and dreadful in this world? What a dilemma my judges would be in, with a criminal who only has a fortnight to live in any case, now that the rack and other forms of torture are abolished. Why, I should die comfortably in their own hospital, in a warm, clean room, with an attentive doctor, probably much more comfortably than I should at home. I do not understand. People in my position do not oftener indulge in such ideas, if only for a joke. Perhaps they do, who knows? There are plenty of merry souls among us. But though I do not recognize any jurisdiction over myself, I still know that I shall be judged, when I am nothing but a voiceless lump of clay. Therefore I do not wish to go before I have left a word of reply. The reply of a free man, not one forced to justify himself. Oh no! I have no need to ask forgiveness of anyone. I have wished to say a word merely because I happen to desire it of my own free will. Here, in the first place, comes a strange thought. Who, in the name of what law, would think of disputing my full personal right over the fortnight of life left to me? What jurisdiction can be brought to bear upon the case? Who would wish me not only to be sentenced, but to endure the sentence to the end? Surely there exists no man who would wish such a thing, and why should anyone desire it? For the sake of morality? Well, I can understand that, if I were to make an attempt upon my own life while in the enjoyment of full health and vigour, my life which might have been useful, etc., etc. Morality might reproach me, according to the old routine, for disposing my own life without permission, or whatever its tenet may be. But now, when my sentence is out and my days are numbered, how can morality have need for my last breaths? And why should I die listening to the consolations offered by the prince, who without doubt would not omit to demonstrate that death is actually a benefactor to me? Christians like him always end up with that. It is their pet theory. And what do they want with their ridiculous Pavlovsk trees? To sweeten my last hours? Cannot they understand that the more I forget myself, the more I let myself become attached to these last illusions of life and love, by means of which they try to hide from me Meyer's wall, and all that is so plainly written on it, the more unhappy they make me? What is the use of all your nature to me, all your parks and trees, your sunsets and sunrises, your blue skies and your self-satisfied faces, when all this wealth of beauty and happiness begins with the fact that it accounts me, only me, one too many? What is the good of all this beauty and glory to me, when every second, every moment I cannot but be aware that this little fly which buzzes round my head in the sun's rays, even this little fly is a sharer and participator in all the glory of the universe, and knows its place and is happy in it, while I, only I, am an outcast, and have been blind to the fact hitherto, thanks to my simplicity. Oh, I know well how the prince and others would like me, instead of indulging in all these wicked words of my own, to sing to the glory and triumph of morality that well-known verse of Gilbert's: "Oh, puissante voix, longtemps votre tout sacré, tant d'amis sourds à mes adieux, qui me rend plein de jeux, que la mort soit pleurée,
qu'un ami leur femme l'ait eu. But believe me, my simple-hearted friends, that in this highly moral verse, in this academical blessing to the world in general, in the French language, is hidden the intensest gall and bitterness. But so well concealed is the venom that I dare say the poet actually persuaded himself that his words were full of the tears of pardon and peace, instead of the bitterness of disappointment and malice, and so died in the delusion. Do you know there is a limit of ignominy beyond which man's consciousness of shame cannot go, after which begins satisfaction in shame? Well, of course, humility is a great force in that sense, I admit that, though not in the sense in which religion accounts humility to be a strength. Religion, I admit eternal life, and perhaps I always did admit it that consciousness is called into existence by the will of a higher power, admit it that this consciousness looks out upon the world and says, "I am," and admit it that the higher power wills that the consciousness so called into existence be suddenly extinguished for some explained reason. It is and must be. Still there comes the eternal question, why must I be humble through this? Is it not enough that I am devoured, without my being expected to bless the power that devours me? Surely, I need not suppose that somebody there will be offended because I do not wish to live out the fortnight allowed me. I don't believe it. It is much simpler and far more likely to believe that my death is needed, the death of an insignificant atom, in order to fulfill the general harmony of the universe, in order to make even some plus or minus in the sum of existence, just as every day the death of numbers of beings is necessary, because without their annihilation the rest cannot live on. Although we must admit that the idea is not a particularly grand one in itself. However, I admit the fact. Admit that without such perpetual devouring of one another, the world cannot continue to exist, or could have never been organized. I am ready to confess that I cannot understand why this is so, but I tell you what I do know for certain. If I have once been given to understand and realize that I am, what does it matter to me that the world is organized on a system full of errors, and that otherwise it cannot be organized at all? Who will or can judge me after this? Say what you like, the thing is impossible and unjust. And meanwhile I have never been able, in spite of my great desire to do so, to persuade myself that there is no future existence and no providence. The fact of the matter is that all this does exist, but that we know absolutely nothing about the future life and its laws. But it is so difficult and even impossible to understand that surely I am not to be blamed because I could not fathom the incomprehensible. Of course I know they say that one must be obedient, and of course too the prince is one of those who say so, that one must be obedient without questions, out of pure goodness of heart, and that for my worthy conduct in this matter I shall meet with a reward in another world. We degrade God when we attribute our own ideas to Him, out of annoyance that we cannot fathom His ways. Again, I repeat, I cannot be blamed because I am unable to understand that which is not given to mankind to fathom. Why am I to be judged because I could not comprehend the will and laws of Providence? No, we had better drop religion. Enough of this. By the time I have got so far in the reading of my document, the sun will be up and the huge force of his rays will be acting upon the living world. So be it. I shall die gazing straight at the great fountain of life and power. I do not want this life. If I had had the power to prevent my own birth, I should certainly never have consented to accept existence under such ridiculous conditions. However, I have the power to end my existence, although I do but give back days that are already numbered. It is an insignificant gift, and my revolt is equally insignificant. Final explanation. I die not in the least because I am unable to support these next 3 weeks, so no, I should find strength enough, and if I wished it I could obtain consolation from the thought of the injury that is done me. But I am not a French poet, and I do not desire such consolation. And finally, nature has limited my capacity for work or activity of any kind in allotting me but 3 weeks of time. That suicide is the only thing that I can begin and end in the time of my own free will. Perhaps then I am anxious to take advantage of my last chance of doing something for myself. A protest is sometimes no small thing. The explanation was finished. Hippolyte paused at last. There is, in extreme cases, a final stage of cynical candour, when a nervous man, excited and beside himself with emotion, will be afraid of nothing and ready for any sort of scandal, nay, glad of it.
The extraordinary, almost unnatural tension of the nerves which upheld Hippolyte up to this point has now arrived at this final stage. This poor feeble boy of 18, exhausted by disease, looked for all the world as weak and frail as a leaflet torn from its parent tree and trembling in the breeze. But no sooner had his eyes swept over his audience for the first time during the whole of the last hour, than the most contemptuous, the most haughty expression of repugnance lighted up his face. He defied them all, as it were. But his hearers were indignant too. They rose to their feet with annoyance. Fatigue, the wine consumed, the strain of listening so long, all added to the disagreeable impression which the reading had made upon them. Suddenly Hippolyte jumped up as though he had been shot. "The sun is rising!" he cried, seeing the gilded tops of the trees and pointing to them as to a miracle. "See, it is rising now!" "Well, what then? Did you suppose it wasn't going to rise?" asked Ferdishenko. "It's going to be atrociously hot again all day," said Gania, with an air of annoyance, taking his hat. "A month of this. Are you coming home, Titsin?" Hippolyte listened to this in amazement, almost amounting to stupefaction. Suddenly he became deadly pale and shuddered. "You manage your composure too awkwardly. I see you wish to insult me," he cried to Gania. "You're a cur." He looked at Gania with an expression of malice.
"What on earth is the matter with you, boy? What phenomenal feeble-mindedness!" exclaimed Ferdishenko.
"Oh, he's simply a fool," said Gania. Hippolyte braced himself up a little. "I understand, gentlemen," he began, trembling as before and stumbling over every word, "that I have deserved your resentment, and I'm sorry that I should have troubled you with this raving nonsense," pointing to the article. "Or rather, I'm sorry that I have not troubled you enough." He smiled feebly. "Have I troubled you, Evgenie Pavlovitch?" He suddenly turned on Evgenie with this question. "Tell me now, have I troubled you or not?" "Well, it was a little drawn out, perhaps, but—" "Come, speak out, don't lie, for once in your life, speak out," continued Hippolyte, quivering with agitation. "Oh, my good sir, I assure you it's entirely the same to me. Please leave me in peace," said Evgenie angrily, turning his back on him. "Good night, prince," said Titsin, approaching his host.
"What are you thinking of? Don't go, he'll blow his brains out in a minute!"
cried Vera Lebedeff, rushing up to Hippolyte and catching hold of his hands in a torment of alarm.
"What are you thinking of? He said he would blow his brains out at sunrise."
"Oh, he won't shoot himself!" cried several voices sarcastically.
"Gentlemen, you better
"Look out!" cried Colia, also seizing Hippolyte by the hand. "Just look at him, prince. What are you thinking of?" Vera and Colia and Keller and Burdovsky were all crowding round Hippolyte now and holding him down. "He has the right," murmured Burdovsky. "Excuse me, prince, but what are your arrangements?" asked Lebedeff, tipsy and exasperated, going up to Mishkin. "What do you mean by arrangements?" "No, excuse me, I'm master of this house, though I do not wish to lack respect towards you. You are master of the house too, in a way, but I can't allow this sort of thing."
"He won't shoot himself, the boy is only playing the fool,"
said General Ivolgin suddenly and unexpectedly, with indignation. I know he won't, General, but I'm master here."
"Listen, Mr. Terentieff,"
said Titsin, who had bidden the prince good night, and was now holding out his hand to Hippolyte.
"I think you remark in that manuscript of yours that you bequeath your skeleton to the academy. Are you referring to your own skeleton? I mean your very bones?"
"Yes, my bones. I—"
"Quite so, I see, because you know little mistakes have occurred now and then. There was a case—"
"Why do you tease him?" cried the prince suddenly. "You've moved him to tears," added Ferdishenko, but Hippolyte was by no means weeping. He was about to move from his place when his 4 guards rushed at him and seized him once more. There was a laugh at this. He led up to this on purpose. "He took the trouble of writing all that so that people should come and grab him by the arm," observed Rogojin. "Good night, prince. What a time we've sat here! My very bones ache." "If you really intended to shoot yourself, Terentieff," said Evgenie Pavlovitch, laughing, "if I were you, after all these compliments, I should just not shoot myself in order to vex them all." "They're very anxious to see me blow my brains out," said Hippolyte bitterly. "Yes, they'll be awfully annoyed if they don't see it." "Then you think they won't see it?" "I am not trying to egg you on. On the contrary, I think it's very likely that you may shoot yourself, but the principal thing is to keep cool," said Evgenie with a drawl, and with great condescension. "I only now perceive what a terrible mistake I made in reading this article to them," said Hippolyte suddenly, addressing Evgenie and looking at him with an expression of trust and confidence, as though he were applying to a friend for counsel. "Yes, it's a droll situation. I really don't know what advice to give you," replied Evgenie, laughing. Hippolyte gazed steadfastly at him, but said nothing. To look at him one might have supposed that he was unconscious at intervals. "Excuse me," said Lebedeff, "but did you observe the young gentleman's style? 'I'll go and blow my brains out in the park,' says he, so as not to disturb anyone. He thinks he won't disturb anybody if he goes 3 yards away into the park and blows his brains out there." "Gentlemen," began the prince. "No, no, excuse me, most revered prince," Lebedeff interrupted excitedly, "since you must have observed yourself that this is no joke, and since at least half of your guests must also have concluded that after all that has been said, this youth must blow his brains out for honour's sake, I, as master of this house, and before these witnesses, now call upon you to take steps." "Yes, but what am I to do, Lebedeff? What steps am I to take? I am ready." "I'll tell you. In the first place, he must immediately deliver up the pistol which he boasted of, with all its appurtenances. If he does this, I shall consent to his being allowed to spend the night in this house, considering his feeble state of health, and of course conditionally upon his being under proper supervision. But tomorrow he must go elsewhere. Excuse me, prince, should he refuse to deliver up his weapon, then I shall instantly seize one of his arms and General Ivolgin the other, and we shall hold him until the police arrive and take the matter into their own hands. Mr. Ferdishenko will kindly fetch them." At this there was a dreadful noise. Lebedeff danced about in his excitement. Ferdishenko prepared to go for the police. Gania frantically insisted that it was all nonsense, for nobody was going to shoot themselves. Evgenie Pavlovitch said nothing. "Prince," whispered Hippolyte suddenly, his eyes all ablaze, "you don't suppose that I did not foresee all this hatred?" He looked at the prince as though he expected him to reply. For a moment, "Enough," he added at length, and addressing the whole company, he cried, "It's all my fault, gentlemen. Lebedeff, here is the key." He took out a small bunch of keys. "This one, the last but one. Colia will show you." "Colia? Where's Colia?" he cried, looking straight at Colia, not seeing him. "Yes, he'll show you. He packed the bag with me this morning. Take him up. Colia, my bag is upstairs in the prince's study under the table. Here's the key, and in the little case you'll find my pistol and the powder and all. Colia packed it himself, Mr. Lebedeff. He'll show you. But it's on condition that tomorrow morning, when I leave for Petersburg, you will give me back my pistol, do you hear? I do this for the prince's sake, not yours." "Capital! That's much better!" cried Lebedeff. Seizing the key, he made off in haste. Colia stopped a moment, as though he wished to say something, but Lebedeff dragged him away. Hippolyte looked around at the laughing guests. The prince observed that his teeth were chattering as though in a violent attack of ague. "What brutes they are!" he whispered to the prince. Whenever he addressed him, he lowered his voice. "Let him alone, you're too weak now. Yes, directly. I'll go away directly. I'll—" Suddenly he embraced Muishkin. "Perhaps you think I'm mad, eh?" he asked him, laughing very strangely. "No, but you—" "Directly, directly. Stand still a moment. I wish to look in your eyes. Don't speak. Stand so. Let me look at you. I am bidding farewell to mankind." He stood so for 10 seconds, gazing at the prince, motionless, deadly pale, his temples wet with perspiration. He held the prince's hand in a strange grip, as though afraid to let him go. "Hippolyte, Hippolyte, what's the matter with you?" cried Muishkin. "Directly. There, that's enough. I'll lie down direct. I must drink to the son's health. I wish to. I insist upon it. Let go." He seized the glass from the table, broke away from the prince, and in a moment had reached the terrace steps. The prince made after him, but it so happened that at this moment Evgenie Pavlovitch stretched out his hand to say good night. The next instant there was a general outcry, and then followed a few moments of indescribable excitement. Reaching the steps, Hippolyte had paused, holding the glass in his left hand, while he put his right hand in his coat pocket. Keller insisted afterwards that he had held his right hand in his pocket all the while when he was speaking to the prince, and
that he held the latter's shoulder with his left hand only. This circumstance, Keller affirmed, had led him to feel some suspicion from the first. However this may be, Keller ran after Hippolyte, but he was too late. He caught sight of something flashing in Hippolyte's right hand, and saw that it was a pistol. He rushed at him, but at that very instant Hippolyte raised the pistol to his temple and pulled the trigger. There followed a sharp metallic click, but no report. When Keller seized the would-be suicide, the latter fell forward into his arms, probably actually believing that he was shot. Keller had hold of the pistol now. Hippolyte was immediately placed in a chair, while the whole company thronged around excitedly, talking and asking each other questions. Every one of them had heard the snap of the trigger, and yet they saw a live and apparently unharmed man before them. Hippolyte himself sat quite unconscious of what was going on, and gazed around with a senseless expression. Lebedeff and Colia came rushing up at this moment. "What is it?" someone asked breathlessly. "A misfire?" "Perhaps it wasn't loaded," said several voices. "It's loaded, all right," said Keller, examining the pistol. "But what did it misfire?" "There was no cap in it," Keller announced. It would be difficult to describe the pitiable scene that now followed. The first sensation of alarm soon gave place to amusement. Some burst out laughing loud and heartily, and seemed to find a malicious satisfaction in the joke. Poor Hippolyte sobbed hysterically. He wrung his hands. He approached everyone in turn, even Ferdishenko, and took them by both hands, and swore solemnly that he had forgotten, absolutely forgotten, accidentally and not on purpose, to put a cap in, and that he had 10 of them at least in his pocket. He pulled them out and showed them to everyone. He protested that he had not liked to put one in beforehand for fear of an accidental explosion in his pocket, that he had thought he would have lots of time to put it in afterwards when required, and that in the heat of the moment he had forgotten all about it. He threw himself upon the prince, then on Evgenie Pavlovitch. He entreated Keller to give him back the pistol, and he'd soon show them all that his honor, but he was dishonored now forever. He fell senseless at last, and was carried into the prince's study. Lebedeff, now quite sobered down, sent for a doctor, and he and his daughter, with Burdovsky and General Ivolgin, remained by the sick man's couch. When he was carried away unconscious, Keller stood in the middle of the room and made the following declaration to the company in general, in a loud tone of voice with emphasis upon each word. "Gentlemen, if any of you cast any doubt again before me upon Hippolyte's good faith, or hints that the cap was forgotten intentionally, or suggests that this unhappy boy is acting a part before us, I beg to announce that the person so speaking shall account to me for his words." No one replied. The company departed very quickly in a mass. Ptitsin, Gania, and Rogojin went away together. The prince was much astonished that Evgenie Pavlovitch changed his mind, and took his departure without the conversation he had requested. "Why, you wished to have a talk with me when the others left," he said. "Quite so," said Evgenie, sitting down suddenly beside him. "But I've changed my mind for the time being. I confess I am too disturbed, and so I think are you. And the matter as to which I wish to consult you is too serious to tackle with one's mind even a little disturbed, too serious for both myself and for you. You see, prince, for once in my life I wish to perform an absolutely honest action, that is, an action with no ulterior motive, and I think I am hardly in a condition to talk of it just at this moment, and well, we'll discuss it another time. Perhaps the matter may gain in clearness if we wait for 2 or 3 days, just the 2 or 3 days which I must spend in Petersburg." Here he rose again from his chair, so that it seemed strange that he should have thought it worth while to sit down at all. The prince thought, too, that he looked vexed and annoyed, and not nearly so friendly towards himself as he had been earlier in the night. "I suppose you'll go to the sufferer's bedside now?" he added. "Yes, I'm afraid," began the prince. "Oh, you needn't fear. He'll live another 6 weeks all right. Very likely he will recover altogether, but I strongly advise you to pack him off tomorrow. I think I may have offended him by saying nothing just now. I am afraid he may suspect that I doubted his good faith about shooting himself, you know. What do you think, Evgenie Pavlovitch?" "Not a bit of it. You're much too good for him. You shouldn't care a hang about what he thinks. I have heard such things before, but never came across till tonight a man who would actually shoot himself in order to gain a vulgar notoriety. or blow his brains for spite, if he finds that people don't care to pat him on the back for his sanguinary intentions. But what astonishes me more than anything is the fellow's candid confession of weakness. You'd better get rid of him tomorrow in any case." "Do you think he'll make another attempt?" "Oh no, not he, not now. But you have to be very careful with this sort of gentleman. Crime is too often the last resource of these petty nonentities. This young fellow is quite capable of cutting the throats of 10 people simply for a lark, as he told us in his explanation. I assure you those confounded words of his will not let me sleep. I think you disturb yourself too much." "What an extraordinary person you are, prince! Do you mean to say that you doubt the fact that he is capable of murdering 10 men?" "I daren't say one way or the other. All this is very strange, but—" "Well, as you like, just as you like," said Evgenie Pavlovitch irritably. "Only you are such a plucky fellow, take care you don't get included among the 10 victims." "Oh, he's much more likely not to kill anyone at all," said the prince, gazing thoughtfully at Evgenie. The latter laughed disagreeably. "Well, au revoir." "Did you observe that he willed a copy of his confession to Aglaya Ivanovna?" "Yes, I did. I'm thinking of it." "In connection with the 10, eh?" laughed Evgenie as he left the room. An hour later, towards 4 o'clock, the prince went into the park. He had endeavoured to fall asleep, but could not, owing to the painful beating of his heart. He had left things quiet and peaceful. The invalid was fast asleep, and the doctor who had been called in had stated that there was no special danger. Lebedeff, Colia, and Burdovsky were lying down in the sick-room, ready to take it in turns to watch. There was nothing to fear, therefore, at home. But the prince's mental perturbation increased every moment. He wandered about the park, looking absently around him, and paused in astonishment when he suddenly found himself in the empty space with the rows of chairs round it near the Vauxhall. The look of the place struck him as dreadful now, so he turned round and went by the path which he had followed with the Epanchins on the way to the band, until he reached the green bench which Aglaya had pointed out for their rendezvous. He sat down on it and suddenly burst into a loud fit of laughter, immediately followed by a feeling of irritation. His disturbance of mind continued. He felt that he must go away somewhere, anywhere. Above his head some little bird sang out of a sudden. He began to peer about for it among the leaves. Suddenly the bird darted out of the tree and away, and instantly he thought of the fly buzzing about in the sun's rays that Hippolyte had talked of. How that it knew its place, and was a participator in the universal life, while he alone was an outcast. This picture had impressed him at the time, and he meditated upon it now. An old and forgotten memory awoke in his brain, and suddenly burst into clearness and light. It was a recollection of Switzerland during the first year of his cure, the very first months. At that time he had been pretty nearly an idiot still. He could not speak properly, and had difficulty in understanding when others spoke to him. He climbed the mountain-side one sunny morning and wandered long and aimlessly, with a certain thought in his brain which would not become clear. Above him was the blazing sky, below the lake. All around was the horizon, clear and infinite. He looked out upon this long and anxiously. He remembered how he had stretched out his arms towards the beautiful boundless blue of the horizon, and wept and wept. What had so tormented him was the idea that he was a stranger to all this, that he was outside this glorious festival. What was this universe? What was this grand eternal pageant to which he had yearned from his childhood up, and in which he could never take part? Every morning the same magnificent sun, every morning the same rainbow in the waterfall, every evening the same glow on the snow mountains. Every little fly that buzzed in the sun's rays was a singer in the universal chorus, knew its place and was happy in it. Every blade of grass grew and was happy. Everything knew its path and loved it, went forth with a song and returned with a song. Only he knew nothing, understood nothing, neither men nor words, nor any of nature's voices. He was a stranger and an outcast. Oh, he could not speak then these words, or express all he felt. He had been tormented dumbly, but now it appeared to him that he must have said these very words even then, and that Hippolyte must have taken his picture of the little fly from his tears and words of that time. He was sure of it, and his heart beat excitedly at the thought, he knew not why. He fell asleep on the bench, but his mental disquiet continued through his slumbers. Just before he dozed off, the idea of Hippolyte murdering 10 men flitted through his brain, and he smiled at the absurdity of such a thought. Around him all was quiet, only the flutter and whisper of the leaves broke the silence, but broke it only to cause it to appear yet more deep and still. He dreamed many dreams as he sat there, and all were full of this quiet, so that he shuddered every moment. At length a woman seemed to approach him. He knew her, oh, he knew her only too well. He could always name her and recognize her anywhere. But strange, she seemed to have quite a different face from hers as he had known it, and he felt a tormenting desire to be able to say she was not the same woman. In the face before him there was such dreadful remorse and horror that he thought she must be a criminal, that she must have just committed some awful crime. Tears were trembling on her white cheek. She beckoned him, but placed her finger on her lip as though to warn him that he must follow her very quietly. His heart froze within him. He couldn't confess her to be a criminal, and yet he felt that something dreadful would happen the next moment, something which would blast his whole life. She seemed to show him something not far off in the park. He rose from his seat in order to follow her, when a bright, clear peal of laughter rang out by his side. He felt somebody's hand suddenly on his own, seized it, pressed it hard, and awoke. Before him Aglaya stood, laughing aloud. End of Chapter 7, Part 3.
Chapter 8 of Part 3 of The Idiot, Parts 3 and 4, by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Eva M. Martin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. She laughed, but she was rather angry too. "He's asleep! You were asleep," she said, with contemptuous surprise. "Is it really you?" muttered the prince, not quite himself as yet, and recognizing her with a start of amazement. "Oh yes, of course," he added. "This is our rendezvous. I fell asleep here." "So I saw. Did no one awake me besides yourself? Was there no one else here? I thought there was another woman." "There was another woman here?" At last he was wide awake. "It was a dream, of course," he said musingly. "Strange that I should have a dream like that at such a moment. Sit down." He took her hand and seated her on the bench, then sat down beside her and reflected. Aglaya did not begin the conversation, but contented herself with watching her companion intently. He looked back at her, but at times it was clear that he did not see her and was not thinking of her. Aglaya began to flush up. "Oh yes," cried the prince, starting. "Hippolyte's suicide." "What? At your house?" she asked, but without much surprise. "He was alive yesterday evening, wasn't he? How could you sleep here after that?" she cried, growing suddenly animated. "Oh, but he didn't kill himself. The pistol didn't go off." Aglaya insisted on hearing the whole story. She hurried the prince along, but interrupted him with all sorts of questions, nearly all of which were irrelevant. Among other things, she seemed greatly interested in every word that Evgenie Pavlovitch had said, and made the prince repeat that part of the story over and over again. "Well, that'll do. We must be quick," she concluded, after hearing all. "We have only an hour here till 8. I must be home by then without fail, so that they may not find out that I came and sat here with you. But I've come on business. I have a great deal to say to you, but you have bowled me over considerably with your news. As to Hippolyte, I think his pistol was bound not to go off. It was more consistent with the whole affair. Are you sure he really wished to blow his brains out, and that there was no humbug about the matter?" "No humbug at all." "Very likely. So he wrote that you were to bring me a copy of his confession, did he? Why didn't you bring it?" "Why, he didn't die. I'll ask him for it, if you like." "Bring it by all means. You needn't ask him. He will be delighted, you may be sure, for in all probability he shot at himself simply in order that I might read his confession. Don't laugh at what I say, please, Lef Nicolaievitch, because it may very well be the case." "I am not laughing. I am convinced myself that that may have been partly the reason." "You are convinced? You don't really mean to say you think that honestly?" asked Aglaya, extremely surprised. She put her questions very quickly, and talked fast, every now and then forgetting what she had begun to say, and not finishing her sentence. She seemed to be impatient to warn the prince about something or other. She was in a state of unusual excitement, and though she put on a brave and even defiant air, she seemed to be rather alarmed. She was dressed very simply, but this suited her well. She continually trembled and blushed, and she sat on the very edge of the seat. The fact that the prince confirmed her idea about Hippolyte shooting himself that she might read his confession surprised her greatly. "Of course," added the prince, "he wished us all to applaud his conduct, besides yourself." "How do you mean, applaud?" "Well, how am I to explain? He was very anxious that we should all come around him, and say we were so sorry for him, and that we loved him very much, and all that, and that we hoped he wouldn't kill himself, but remain alive. Very likely he thought more of you than the rest of us, because he mentioned you at such a moment, though perhaps he did not know himself that he had you in his mind's eye." "I don't understand you. How could he have me in view, and not be aware of it himself? And yet, I don't know, perhaps I do. Do you know I have intended to poison myself at least 30 times, ever since I was 13 or so, and to write to my parents before I did it. I used to think how nice it would be to lie in my coffin and have them all weeping over me and saying it was all their fault for being so cruel, and all that. What are you smiling at?" she added, knitting her brow. "What do you think of when you go mooning about alone? I suppose you imagine yourself a field marshal, and think you have conquered Napoleon." "Well, I really have thought something of the sort now and then, especially when just dozing off," laughed the prince. "Only it is the Austrians whom I conquer, not Napoleon." "I don't wish to joke with you, Lef Nicolaievitch. I shall see Hippolyte myself. Tell him so. As for you, I think you are behaving very badly, because it is not right to judge a man's soul as you are judging Hippolyte's. You have no gentleness, but only justice, so you are unjust." The prince reflected. "I think you are unfair towards me," he said. "There is nothing wrong in the thoughts I ascribe to Hippolyte. They are only natural. But of course I don't know for certain what he thought. Perhaps he thought nothing, but simply longed to see human faces once more, and to hear human praise and feel human affection. Who knows? Only it all came out wrong, somehow. Some people have luck, and everything comes out right with them. Others have none, and never a thing turns out fortunately." "I suppose you have felt that in your own case," said Aglaya. "Yes, I have," replied the prince, quite unsuspicious of any irony in the remark. Well, at all events, I shouldn't have fallen asleep here, in your place. It wasn't nice of you, that. I suppose you fall asleep wherever you sit down?" "But I didn't sleep a wink all night. I walked and walked about, and went to where the music was." "What music?" "Where they played last night. Then I found this bench and sat down and thought, and at last I fell fast asleep." "Oh, is that it? That makes a difference, perhaps. What did you go to the bandstand for?" "I don't know, "Very well, afterwards. You are always interrupting me. What woman was it you were dreaming about?" "It was about—you saw her." "Quite so. I understand quite well. You are very—well, how did she appear to you? What did she look like?" "No, I don't want to know anything about her," said Aglaya, angrily. "Don't interrupt me." She paused a moment as though getting breath, or trying to master her feeling of annoyance. "Look here, this is what I called you here for. I wish to make you to ask you to be my friend. What do you stare at me like that for?" she added, almost angrily. The prince certainly had darted a rather piercing look at her, and now observed that she had begun to blush violently. At such moments, the more Aglaya blushed, the angrier she grew with herself, and this was clearly expressed in her eyes, which flashed like fire. As a rule, she vented her wrath on her unfortunate companion, be it who it might. She was very conscious of her own shyness, and was not nearly so talkative as her sisters for this reason. In fact, at times she was much too quiet. When therefore she was bound to talk, especially at such delicate moments as this, she invariably did so with an air of haughty defiance. She always knew beforehand when she was going to blush, long before the blush came. "Perhaps you do not wish to accept my proposition?" she asked, gazing haughtily at the prince. "Oh, yes, I do. But it is so unnecessary. I mean, I did not think you need make such a proposition," said the prince, looking confused. "What did you suppose, then? Why did you think I invited you out here? I suppose you think me a little fool, as they call me at home." "I didn't know they called you a fool. I certainly don't think you one." "You don't think me one? Oh, dear me! That's very clever of you. You put it so neatly, too." "In my opinion you are far from a fool sometimes. In fact, you are very intelligent. You said a very clever thing just now about my being unjust because I had only justice. I shall remember that, and think about it." Aglaya blushed with pleasure. All these changes in her expression came about so naturally and so rapidly, they delighted the prince. He watched her and laughed. "Listen," she began again. "I have long waited to tell you all this, ever since the time when you sent me that letter, even before that. Half of what I have to say you heard yesterday. I consider you the most honest and upright of men, more honest and upright than any other man. And if anybody says that your mind is sometimes affected, you know, it is unfair. I always say so and uphold it, because even if your surface mind be a little affected—of course you will not feel angry with me for talking so, I am speaking from a higher point of view—yet your real mind is far better than all theirs put together. Such a mind as they have never even dreamed of, because really there are two minds, the kind that matters and the kind that doesn't matter. Isn't it so?" "Maybe so," said the prince, faintly. His heart was beating painfully. "I knew you would not misunderstand me," she said triumphantly. "Prince S. and Evgenie Pavlovitch and Alexandra don't understand anything about these two kinds of mind, but just fancy, mamma does." "You are very like Lizabetha Prokofievna." "What? Surely not," said Aglaya. "Yes, you are indeed." "Thank you. I am glad to be like mamma," she said thoughtfully. "You respect her very much, don't you?" she added, quite unconscious of the naiveness of the question. "Very much, and I am so glad that you have realized the fact." "I am very glad too, because she is often laughed at by people. But listen to the chief point. I have long thought over the matter, and at last I have chosen you. I don't wish people to laugh at me. I don't wish people to think me a little fool. I don't want to be chaffed. I felt all this of a sudden, and I refused Evgenie Pavlovitch flatly, because I am not going to be forever thrown at people's heads to be married. I want—well, I'll tell you, I wished to run away from home, and I have chosen you to help me." "Run away from home?" cried the prince. "Yes, yes, yes! Run away from home!" she repeated, in a transport of rage. I won't be made to blush every minute by them all. I don't want to blush before Prince S. or Evgenie Pavlovitch, or anyone, and therefore I have chosen you. I shall tell you everything, everything, even the most important things of all, whenever I like, and you are to hide nothing from me on your side. I want to speak to at least one person as I would to myself. They have suddenly begun to say that I am waiting for you, and in love with you. They began this before you arrived here, and so I didn't show them the letter, and now they all say it, every one of them. I want to be brave and be afraid of nobody. I don't want to go to their balls and things, I want to do good. I have long desired to run away, for I have been kept shut up for 20 years, and they are always trying to marry me off. I wanted to run away when I was 14 years old. I was a little fool then, I know. But now I have worked it all out, and I have waited for you to tell me about foreign countries. I have never seen a single Gothic cathedral. I must go to Rome, I must see all the museums, I must study in Paris. All this last year I have been preparing and reading forbidden books. Alexandra and Adelaida are allowed to read anything they like, but I mayn't. I don't want to quarrel with my sisters, but I told my parents long ago that I wished to change my social position. I have decided to take up teaching, and I count on you because you said you loved children. Can we go in for education together? If not at once, then afterwards. We could do good together. I won't be a general's daughter any more. Tell me, are you a very learned man?" "Oh no, not at all." "Oh, I'm sorry for that. I thought you were. I wonder why I always thought so. But at all events you'll help me, won't you? Because I've chosen you, you know." "Aglaya Ivanovna, it's absurd." "But I will run away," she cried, and her eyes flashed again with anger. "And if you don't agree, I shall go and marry Gavrila Ardalionovitch. I won't be considered a horrible girl, and accused of goodness knows what." "Are you out of your mind?" cried the prince, almost starting from his seat. "What do they accuse you of? Who accuses you?" "At home, everybody, mother, my sisters, Prince S., even that detestable Colia. If they don't say it, they think it. I told them all so to their faces. I told mother and father and everybody. Mamma was ill all the day after it, and next day father and Alexandra told me that I didn't understand what nonsense I was talking. I informed them that they little knew me. I was not a small child. I understood every word in the language, that I had read a couple of Paul de Kock's novels 2 years since on purpose so as to know all about everything. No sooner did mamma hear me say this than she nearly fainted." A strange thought passed through the prince's brain. He gazed intently at Aglaya and smiled. He could not believe that this was the same haughty young girl who had once so proudly shown him Gania's letter. He could not understand how that proud and austere beauty could show herself to be such an utter child, a child who probably did not even now understand some words. "Have you always lived at home, Aglaya Ivanovna?" he asked. "I mean, have you never been to school or college or anything?" "No, never, nowhere. I've been at home all my life, corked up in a bottle, and they expect me to be married straight out of it. What are you laughing at again? I observe that you, too, have taken to laughing at me, and range yourself on their side against me," she added, frowning angrily. "Don't irritate me. I'm bad enough without that. I don't know what I'm doing sometimes. I am persuaded that you came here today in the full belief that I am in love with you, and that I arranged this meeting because of that," she cried with annoyance. "I admit I was afraid that that was the case, yesterday," blundered the prince. He was rather confused. "But today I am quite convinced that—" "How?" cried Aglaya, and her lower lip trembled violently. "You were afraid that you dared to think that Good gracious! You suspected perhaps that I sent for you to come here in order to catch you in a trap, so that they should find us here together and make you marry me." "Aglaya Ivanovna, aren't you ashamed of saying such a thing? How could such a horrible idea enter your sweet, innocent heart? I am certain you don't believe a word of what you say, and probably you don't even know what you are talking about." Aglaya sat with her eyes on the ground. She seemed to have alarmed even herself by what she had said. "No, I'm not a bit ashamed," she murmured. "And how do you know my heart is innocent? And how dared you send me a love letter that time?" "Love letter? My letter a love letter? That letter was the most respectful of letters. It went straight from my heart at what was perhaps the most painful moment of my life. I thought of you at the time as a kind of light. Well, very well," she said, but quite in a different tone. She was remorseful now, and bent forward to touch his shoulder, though still trying not to look him in the face, as if the more persuasively to beg him not to be angry with her. "Very well," she continued, looking thoroughly ashamed of herself. "I feel that I said a very foolish thing. I only did it just to try you. Take it as unsaid, and if I offended you, forgive me. Don't look straight at me like that. Please turn your head away. You called it a horrible idea. I only said it to shock you. Very often I am myself afraid of saying what I intend to say, and out it comes all the same. You have just told me that you wrote that letter at the most painful moment of your life. I know what moment that was," she added softly, looking at the ground again. "Oh, if you could know all!" "I do know all," she cried, with another burst of indignation. "You were living in the same house as that horrible woman with whom you ran away." She did not blush as she said this. On the contrary, she grew pale, and started from her seat, apparently oblivious of what she did, and immediately sat down again. Her lip continued to tremble for a long time. There was silence for a moment. The prince was taken aback by the suddenness of this last reply, and did not know to what he should attribute it. "I don't love you a bit," she said suddenly, just as though the words had exploded from her mouth. The prince did not answer, and there was silence again. "I love Gavrila Ardalionovitch," she said quickly, but hardly audibly, and with her head bent lower than ever. "That is not true," said the prince, in an equally low voice. "What? I tell stories, do I? It is true. I gave him my promise a couple of days ago on this very seat." The prince was startled and reflected for a moment. "It is not true," he repeated, decidedly. "You have just invented it." "You are wonderfully polite. You know he is greatly improved. He loves me better than his life. He let his hand burn before my very eyes in order to prove to me that he loved me better than his life." "He burned his hand?" "Yes, believe it or not. It's all the same to me." The prince sat silent once more. Aglaya did not seem to be joking. She was too angry for that. "What? He brought a candle with him to this place? That is, if the episode happened here. Otherwise I can't." "Yes, a candle. What's there improbable about that?" "A whole one, and in a candlestick?" "Yes, no half a candle. An end, you know. No, it was a whole candle. It's all the same. Be quiet, can't you? He brought a box of matches too, if you like, and then lighted the candle, and held his finger in it for half an hour and more. There! Can't that be?" "I saw him yesterday, and his fingers were all right." Aglaya suddenly burst out laughing, as simply as a child. "Do you know why I've just told you these lies?" She appealed to the prince of a sudden, with the most childlike candour, and with the laugh still trembling on her lips. "Because when one tells a lie, if one insists on something unusual and eccentric, something too out of the way, for anything, you know, the more impossible the thing is, the more plausible does the lie sound. I've noticed this. But I managed it badly. I didn't know how to work it." She suddenly frowned again at this point, as though at some sudden unpleasant recollection. "If," she began, looking seriously and even sadly at him, "if when I read you all that about the poor knight, I wished to praise you for one thing, I also wished to show you that I knew all, and did not approve of your conduct. You are very unfair to me, and to that unfortunate woman of whom you spoke just now in such dreadful terms, Aglaya. Because I know all, and that is why I speak so. I know very well how you, half a year since, offered her your hand before everybody. Don't interrupt me. You see, I am merely stating facts without any comment upon them. After that, she ran away with Rogojin. Then you lived with her at some village or town, and she ran away from you." Aglaya blushed dreadfully. "Then she returned to Rogojin again, who loves her like a madman. Then you, like a wise man as you are, came back here after her, as soon as ever you heard that she had returned to Petersburg. Yesterday evening you sprang forward to protect her, and just now you dreamed about her. You see, I know all. You did come back here for her, now didn't you?" "Yes, for her," said the prince, softly and sadly, and bending his head down, quite unconscious of the fact that Aglaya was gazing at him with eyes which burned like live coals. "I came to find out something. I don't believe in her future happiness as Rogojin's wife, although, in a word, I did not know how to help her or what to do for her. But I came on the chance." He glanced at Aglaya, who was listening with a look of hatred on her face. "If you came without knowing why, I suppose you love her very much indeed," she said at last. "No," said the prince, "no, I do not love her. Oh, if you only knew with what horror I recall the time I spent with her." A shudder seemed to sweep over his whole body at the recollection. "Tell me about it," said Aglaya. "There is nothing which you might not hear. Why I should wish to tell you, and only you, this experience of mine, I really cannot say. Perhaps it really is because I love you very much. This unhappy woman is persuaded that she is the most hopeless, fallen creature in the world. Oh, do not condemn her. Do not cast stones at her. She has suffered too much already in the consciousness of her own undeserved shame. And she is not guilty, oh God! Every moment she bemoans and bewails herself and cries out that she does not admit any guilt, that she is the victim of circumstances, the victim of a wicked libertine. But whatever she may say, remember that she does not believe it herself. Remember that she will believe nothing but that she is a guilty creature. When I tried to rid her soul of this gloomy fallacy, she suffered so terribly that my heart will never be quite at peace so long as I can remember that dreadful time. Do you know why she left me? Simply to prove to me what is not true, that she is base. But the worst of it is, she did not realize herself that that was all she wanted to prove by her departure. She went away in response to some inner prompting to do something disgraceful, in order that she might say to herself, 'There, you've done a new act of shame, you degraded creature!' Oh, Aglaya, perhaps you cannot understand all this. Try to realize that in the perpetual admission of guilt she probably finds some dreadful unnatural satisfaction, as though she were revenging herself upon someone. Now and then I was able to persuade her almost to see light around her again, but she would soon fall once more into her old tormenting delusions, and would go so far as to reproach me for placing myself on a pedestal above her. I never had an idea of such a thing, and informed me, in reply to my proposal of marriage, that she did not want condescending sympathy or help from anybody. You saw her last night. You don't suppose she can be happy among such people as those. You cannot suppose that such society is fit for her. You have no idea how well educated she is, and what an intellect she has. She astonished me sometimes." "And you preached her sermons there, did you?" "Oh no," continued the prince thoughtfully, not noticing Aglaya's mocking tone. "I was almost always silent there. I often wished to speak, but I really did not know what to say. In some cases it is best to say nothing, I think. I loved her, yes, I loved her very much indeed. But afterwards she guessed all." "What did she guess?" "That I only pitied her, and loved her no longer." "How do you know that? How do you know that she is not really in love with that rich cad, the man she eloped with?" "Oh no, I know she only laughs at him. She has made a fool of him all along." "Has she never laughed at you?" "No. In anger, perhaps. Oh yes, she reproached me dreadfully in anger, and suffered herself too. But afterwards—oh, don't remind me of that." He hid his face in his hands. "Are you aware that she writes to me almost every day?" "So that is true, is it?" cried the prince, greatly agitated. "I had heard a report of it, but would not believe it." "Whom did you hear it from?" asked Aglaya, alarmed. "Rogojin said something about it yesterday, but nothing definite." "Yesterday, morning or evening? Before the music or after?" "After. It was about 12 o'clock." "Ah, well, if it was Rogojin. But do you know what she writes to me about?" "I should not be surprised by anything. She is mad." "There are the letters." Aglaya took 3 letters out of her pocket and threw them down before the prince. "For a whole week she has been entreating and worrying and persuading me to marry you. She is clever though she may be mad, much cleverer than I am, as you say. Well, she writes that she is in love with me herself, and tries to see me every day, if only from a distance. She writes that you love me, and that she has long known it, and seen it, and that you and she talked about me there. She wishes to see you happy, and she says that she is certain only I can assure you the happiness you deserve. She writes such strange, wild letters, I haven't shown them to anyone. Now, do you know what all this means? Can you guess anything?" "It is madness, it is merely another proof of her insanity," said the prince, and his lips trembled. "You are crying, aren't you?" "No, Aglaya, no, I'm not crying." The prince looked at her. "Well, what am I to do? What do you advise me? I cannot go on receiving these letters, you know." "Oh, let her alone, I entreat you," cried the prince. "What can you do in this dark, gloomy mystery? Let her alone, and I'll use all my power to prevent her writing you any more letters." "If so, you are a heartless man," cried Aglaya. "As if you can't see that it is not myself she loves, but you and only you. Surely you have not remarked everything else in her, and only not this? Do you know what these letters mean? They mean jealousy, sir, nothing but pure jealousy. Do you think she will ever really marry this Rogojin, as she says here she will? She would take her own life the day after you and I were married." The prince shuddered. His heart seemed to freeze within him. He gazed at Aglaya in wonderment. It was difficult for him to realize that this child was also a woman. "God knows, Aglaya, that to restore her peace of mind and make her happy I would willingly give up my life. But I cannot love her, and she knows that." "Oh, make a sacrifice of yourself! That sort of thing becomes you well, you know. Why not do it? And don't call me Aglaya. You have done it several times lately. You are bound, it is your duty to raise her. You must go off somewhere again to soothe and pacify her. Why, you love her, you know." "I cannot sacrifice myself so, though I admit I did wish to do so once. Who knows, perhaps I still wish to. But I know for certain that if she married me it would be her ruin. I know this, and therefore I leave her alone. I ought to go to see her today. Now I shall probably not go. She is proud. She would never forgive me the nature of the love I bear her, and we should both be ruined. This may be unnatural, I don't know, but everything seems unnatural. You say she loves me, as if this were love, as if she could love me after what I have been through. No, no, it is not love." "How pale you have grown!" cried Aglaya in alarm. "Oh, it's nothing. I haven't slept, that's all, and I'm rather tired. We certainly did talk about you, Aglaya." "Oh, indeed, it is true then? You could actually talk about me with her? And how could you have been fond of me when you had only seen me once?" "I don't know. Perhaps it was that I seemed to come upon light in the midst of my gloom. I told you the truth when I said I did not know why I thought of you before all others. Of course it was all a sort of dream, a dream amidst the horrors of reality. Afterwards I began to work. I did not intend to come back here for 2 or 3 years." "Then you came for her sake?" Aglaya's voice trembled. "Yes, I came for her sake." There was a moment or two of gloomy silence. Aglaya rose from her seat. "If you say," she began, in shaky tones, "if you say that this woman of yours is mad, at all events I have nothing to do with her insane fancies. Kindly take these 3 letters, Lef Nicolaievitch, and throw them back to her, from me. And if she dares," cried Aglaya suddenly, much louder than before, "if she dares so much as write me 1 word again, tell her I shall tell my father, and that she shall be taken to a lunatic asylum." The prince jumped up in alarm at Aglaya's sudden wrath, and a mist seemed to come before his eyes. "You cannot really feel like that. You don't mean what you say. It is not true," he murmured. "It is true, it is true!" cried Aglaya, almost beside herself with rage. "What's true? What's all this? What's true?" said an alarmed voice just beside them. Before them stood Lizabetha Prokofievna. "Why, it's true that I'm going to marry Gavrila Ardalionovitch, that I love him and intend to elope with him tomorrow," cried Aglaya, turning upon her mother. "Do you hear? Is your curiosity satisfied? Are you pleased with what you have heard?" Aglaya rushed away homewards with these words. "Well, you are not going away just yet, my friend, at all events," said Lizabetha, stopping the prince. "Kindly step home with me and let me have a little explanation of the mystery. Nice goings-on, these. I haven't slept a wink all night as it is." The prince followed her. Part 3, Chapter 8.
Chapter 9, Part 3 of The Idiot, by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Eva M. Martin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Arrived at their house, Lizabetha Prokofievna paused in this first room. She could go no further, and subsided onto a couch, quite exhausted, too feeble to remember so much as to ask the prince to take a seat. This was a large reception room, full of flowers, and with a glass door leading into the garden. Alexandra and Adelaida came in almost immediately, and looked inquiringly at the prince and their mother. The girls generally rose at about 9 in the morning in the country. Aglaya, of late, had been in the habit of getting up rather earlier and having a walk in the garden, but not at 7 o'clock, but about 8 or a little later was her usual time. Lizabetha Prokofievna, who really had not slept all night, rose at about 8 on purpose to meet Aglaya in the garden and walk with her, but she could not find her either in the garden or in her own room. This agitated the old lady considerably.
and she awoke her other daughters. Next, she learned from the maid that Aglaya had gone into the park before 7 o'clock. The sisters made a joke of Aglaya's last freak, and told their mother that if she went into the park to look for her, Aglaya would probably be very angry with her, and that she was pretty sure to be sitting reading on the garden bench that she had talked of 2 or 3 days since, and about which she had nearly quarrelled with Prince S., who did not see anything particularly lovely in it. Arrived at the rendezvous of the prince and her daughter, and hearing the strange words of the latter, Lizabetha Prokofievna had been dreadfully alarmed for many reasons. However, now that she had dragged the prince home with her, she began to feel a little frightened at what she had undertaken. Why should not Aglaya meet the prince in the park, and have a talk with him, even if such meeting should be by appointment? "Don't suppose, prince," she began, bracing herself up for the effort, "don't suppose that I have brought you here to ask questions. After last night, I assure you, I am not so exceedingly anxious to see you at all. I could have postponed the pleasure for a long while." She paused. "But at the same time, you would be very glad to know how I happened to meet Aglaya Ivanovna this morning." The prince finished her speech for her with the utmost composure. "Well, what then? Supposing I should like to know?" cried Lizabetha Prokofievna, blushing. "I'm sure I'm not afraid of plain speaking. I'm not offending anyone, and never wish to, and, pardon me, it is no offense to wish to know this. You are her mother. We met at the garden bench this morning, punctually at 7 o'clock, according to an agreement made by Aglaya Ivanovna with myself yesterday. She said that she wished to see me and speak to me about something important. We met and conversed for an hour about matters concerning Aglaya Ivanovna herself, and that's all." "Of course it is all, my friend. I don't doubt you for a moment," said Lizabetha Prokofievna with dignity. "Well done, prince! Capital!" cried Aglaya, who entered the room at this moment. "Thank you for assuring that I would not demean myself with lies. Come, that is enough, mamma, or do you intend to put any more questions? You know I have never needed to blush before you, up to this day, though perhaps you would have been glad enough to make me," said Lizabetha Prokofievna with majesty. "Goodbye, prince. Forgive me for bothering you. I trust you will rest assured of my unaltered esteem for you." The prince made his bow and retired at once. Alexandra and Adelaida smiled and whispered to each other, while Lizabetha Prokofievna glared severely at them. "We are only laughing at the prince's beautiful bows, mamma. Sometimes he bows just like a meal sack, but today he was like Evgenie Pavlovitch." "It is the heart which is the best teacher of refinement and dignity, not dancing, master," said her mother sententiously, and departed upstairs to her own room, not so much as glancing at Aglaya. When the prince reached home about 9 o'clock, he found Vera Lebedeff and the maid on the veranda. They were both busy trying to tidy up the place after last night's disorderly party. "Thank goodness, we've just managed to finish before you came in," said Vera joyfully. "Good morning. My heart whirls so. I didn't sleep all night. I should like to have a nap now." "Here, on the veranda? Very well. I'll tell them not to come and wake you. Papa has gone out somewhere." The servant left the room. Vera was about to follow her, but returned and approached the prince with a preoccupied air. "Prince," she said, "have pity on that poor boy. Don't turn him out today." "Not for the world. He shall do as he likes." "He won't do any harm now, and don't be too severe with him." "Oh dear, no! Why?" And you won't laugh at him? That's the chief thing." "Oh no, never. How foolish am I to speak of such things to a man like you," said Vera, blushing. "Though you do look tired," she added, half turning away. "Your eyes are so splendid at this moment, so full of happiness." "Really?" said the prince gleefully, and he laughed in delight. But Vera, simple-minded little girl that she was, just like a boy in fact, here became dreadfully confused of a sudden, and ran hastily out of the room, laughing and blushing. "What a dear little thing she is!" thought the prince, and immediately forgot all about her. He walked to the far end of the veranda, where the sofa stood with a table in front of it. Here he sat down and covered his face with his hands, and so remained for 10 minutes. Suddenly he put his hand in his coat pocket and hurriedly produced 3 letters. But the door opened again, and came out Colia. The prince actually felt glad that he had been interrupted, and might return the letters to his pocket. He was glad of the respite. "Well," said Colia, plunging in media res, as he always did, "here's a go. What do you think about Hippolyte now? Don't respect him any longer, eh?" Why not? But look here, Colia, I'm tired. Besides, the subject is too melancholy to begin upon again. How is he, though?" "Asleep. He'll sleep for a couple of hours yet. I quite understand. You haven't slept. You walked about the park, I know. Agitation, excitement, all that sort of thing. Quite natural, too." "How do you know I walked in the park and didn't sleep at home?" "Vera just told me. She tried to persuade me not to come, but I couldn't help myself, just for 1 minute. I've been having my turn at the bedside for the last 2 hours. Kostia Lebedeff is there now. Burdovsky has gone. Now lie down, prince, make yourself comfortable and sleep well. I'm awfully impressed, you know." "Naturally, all this—" "No, I mean with the explanation, especially that part of it where he talks about Providence and a future life. There is a gigantic thought there." The prince gazed affectionately at Colia, who, of course, had come in solely for the purpose of talking about this gigantic thought. "But it may not be one particular thought only. It is the general circumstances of the case. If Voltaire had written this now, or Rousseau, I should have just read it and thought it remarkable, but should not have been so impressed by it. But a man who knows for certain that he has about 10 minutes to live, and can talk like that, why, it's pride, that is. It is really a most extraordinary exalted assertion of personal dignity. It's defiant. What a gigantic strength of will, eh? And to accuse a fellow like that of not putting in the cap on purpose, it's base and mean. You know, he deceived us last night, the cunning rascal. I never packed his bag for him, I never saw a pistol. He packed it himself, but he put off my guard like that, you see. Vera says you are going to let him stay on. I swear there's no danger, especially as we are always with him." "Who was by him at night?" "I, and Burdovsky, and Kostia Lebedeff. Keller stayed a little while, and then went over to Lebedeff's to sleep. Ferdishenko slept at Lebedeff's too, but he went away at 7 o'clock. My father is always at Lebedeff's, but he has gone out now. I dare say Lebedeff will be coming in here directly. He has been looking for you. I don't know what he wants. Shall we let him in or not, if you're asleep? I'm going to have a nap too. By the by, such a curious thing happened. Burdovsky woke me at 7, and I met my father just outside the room, so drunk he didn't even know me. He stood before me like a dog, and when he recovered himself, asked hurriedly how Hippolyte was. Yes, then I told him. That's all very well, but I really came to warn you that you must be very careful what you say before Ferdishenko. Do you follow me, prince?" "Yes. Is it really so? However, it's all the same to us, of course." "Of course it is. We're not a secret society, and that being the case, it is all the more curious that the general should have been on his way to wake me up in order to tell me this." "Ferdishenko has gone, you say?" "Yes, he went at 7 o'clock. He came into the room on his way out. I was watching just then. He said he was going to spend the rest of the night at the Wilkins'. There's a tipsy fellow, a friend of his of that name. Well, I'm off. Oh, here's Lebedeff himself. The prince wants to go to sleep, Lukian Timofeyovitch, so you may just go away again." "One dear moment, my dear prince, just one. I must absolutely speak to you about something which is most grave," said Lebedeff mysteriously and solemnly, entering the room with a bow and looking extremely important. He had but just returned, and carried his hat in his hand. He looked preoccupied and most unusually dignified. The prince begged him to take a chair. "I hear you have called twice. I suppose you're still worried about yesterday's affair?" "What, the little boy, you mean? Oh dear no! Yesterday my ideas were a little mixed. Today, I assure you, I shall not oppose in the slightest degree any suggestion it may please you to make." "What's up with you this morning, Lebedeff? You look so important and dignified, and you choose your words so carefully," said the prince, smiling. "Nicolai Ardalionovitch," said Lebedeff in the most amiable tone of voice, addressing the boy, "as I have a communication to make to the prince which concerns only myself—" "Oh, of course, not my affair. All right," said Colia, and away he went. "I love that boy for his perception," said Lebedeff, looking after him. "My dear prince," he continued, "I have a terrible misfortune, either last night or early this morning. I cannot tell the exact time." "What is it?" "I have lost 400 roubles out of my side pocket. They're gone," said Lebedeff with a sour smile. "You've lost 400 roubles? I'm sorry for that." "Yes, it is serious for a poor man who lives by his toil." Of course. How was it?" "Oh, the wine is to blame, of course. I confess to you, prince, as I would to Providence itself. Yesterday I received 400 roubles from a debtor at about 5 in the afternoon, and came down here by train. I had my purse in my pocket. When I changed, I put the money into the pocket of my plain clothes, intending to keep it by me, as I expected to have an applicant for it in the evening. "It's true then, Lebedeff, that you advertise to lend money on gold or silver articles?" "Yes, through an agent. My own name doesn't appear. I have a large family, you see, and at a small percentage—" "Quite so, quite so. I only asked for information. Excuse the question. Go on." "Well, meanwhile that sick boy was brought here, and those guests came in, and we had tea, and we made merry to my ruin. Hearing of your birthday afterwards, and excited with the circumstances of the evening, I ran upstairs and changed my plain clothes once more for my uniform. Civil service clerks in Russia wear uniform. You must have noticed that I had my uniform on all evening. Well, I forgot the money in the pocket of my old coat. You know, when God will ruin a man, he first of all bereaves him of his senses. And it was only this morning at 7:30 that I woke up and grabbed at my coat first thing. The pocket was empty, the purse gone, and not a trace to be found. Dear me, this is very unpleasant." "Unpleasant? Indeed it is! You have found a very appropriate expression," said Lebedeff politely, but with sarcasm. "But what's to be done? It's a serious matter," said the prince thoughtfully. "Don't you think you might have dropped it out of your pocket whilst intoxicated?" "Certainly. Anything is possible when one is intoxicated, as you neatly express it, prince. But consider, if I, intoxicated or not, dropped an object out of my pocket onto the ground, that object ought to remain on the ground. Where is the object then? Didn't you put it away in some drawer, perhaps?" "I've looked everywhere, and turned out everything." "I confess, this disturbs me a good deal. Someone must have picked it up then, or taken it out of my pocket. Two alternatives. It is very distressing, because who? That's the question." "Most undoubtedly, excellent prince, you have hit it, and that is the very question. How wonderfully you express the exact situation in a few words." "Come, come, Lebedeff, no sarcasm, it's serious." "Sarcasm!" cried Lebedeff, wringing his hands. "All right, I'm not angry. I'm only put out about this. Whom do you suspect?" "That is a very difficult and complicated question. I cannot suspect the servant, for she was in the kitchen the whole evening, nor do I suspect any of my children." "I should think not. Go on." "Then it must be one of the guests." "Is such a thing possible?" "Absolutely and utterly impossible." "And yet so it must be." "But one thing I am sure of, if it be a theft, it was committed not in the evening when we were all together, but either at night or early in the morning, therefore by one of those who slept here. Burdovsky and Colia I except, of course. They did not even come into my room." "Yes, or even if they had, who did you sleep with?" "Four of us, including myself, in two rooms. The general, myself, Keller, and Ferdishenko. One of us four it must have been. I don't suspect myself, though such cases have been known." "Oh, do go on, Lebedeff, don't drag it out so." "Well, there are three left, and Keller firstly. He's a drunkard to begin with, and a liberal in the sense of other people's pockets, otherwise with more of the ancient knight about him than of the modern liberal. He was with the sick man at first, but came over afterwards because there was no place to lie down in the room, and the floor was so hard." "You suspect him?" "I did suspect him. When I woke up at 7:30 and tore my hair in despair for my loss and carelessness, I woke the general, who was sleeping the sleep of innocence near me. Taking into consideration the sudden disappearance of Ferdishenko, which was suspicious in itself, we decided to search Keller, who was lying there sleeping like a top. Well, we searched his clothes thoroughly, and not a farthing did we find. In fact, his pockets all had holes in them. We found a dirty handkerchief and a love letter from some scullery maid. The general decided that he was innocent. We woke him for further inquiries, and had the greatest difficulty in making him understand what was up. He opened his mouth and started. He looked so stupid, so absurdly innocent. It wasn't Keller." "I'm so glad," said the prince joyfully. "I was so afraid." "Afraid? Then you had some grounds for supposing he might be the culprit?" said Lebedeff, frowning. "No, no, not a bit. It was foolish of me to say I was afraid. Don't repeat it, please, Lebedeff. Don't tell anyone I said that." "My dear prince, your words lie in the lowest depth of my heart. It is their tomb," said Lebedeff solemnly, pressing his hat to the region of his heart. "Thanks. Very well. Then I suppose it's Ferdishenko, that is, I mean, you suspect Ferdishenko?" "Whom else?" said Lebedeff softly, gazing intently into the prince's face. "Of course, quite so. Whom else? But what are the proofs?" "We have evidence. In the first place, his mysterious disappearance at 7 o'clock, or even earlier." "I know. Colia told me that he had said he was off to—I forgot the name—some friend of his, to finish the night." Then Colia has spoken to you already?" "Not about the theft." "He does not know of it. I have kept it secret." "Well, Very well, Ferdishenko went off to Wilkin's. That's not so curious in itself, but here the evidence opens out further. He left his address, you see, when he went. Now, prince, consider, why did he leave his address? Do you suppose he went out of his way to tell Colia that he had gone to Wilkin's? Who cared to know that he was going to Wilkin's? No, no, prince, this is finesse, thieves' finesse. This is as good as saying, there, how can I be a thief when I leave my address? I'm not concealing my movements as a thief would. Do you understand, prince? Yes, but that's not enough. Second proof. The scent turns out to be false, and the address given is a sham, and an hour later, that is at about 8, I went to Wilkin's myself, and there was no trace of Ferdishenko. The maid did tell me certainly at an hour or so, since someone had been hammering at the door and smashed the bell. She said she would not open the door because she didn't want to wake her master. Probably she was too lazy to get up herself. Such phenomena are met with occasionally. But is that all your evidence? It's not enough. Well, prince, whom are we to suspect then? Consider, said Lebedeff, with almost servile amiability, smiling at the prince. There was a look of cunning in his eyes, however. You should search your room and all the cupboards again, said the prince, after a moment or two of silent reflection. But I have done so, my dear prince, said Lebedeff more sweetly than ever. Why must you need go up and change your coat like that? Asked the prince, banging the table with his fist in annoyance. Oh, don't be so worried about my account, prince. I assure you, I am not worth it. At least, not I alone. But I see you are suffering on behalf of the criminal too, for Wretched Ferdishenko, in fact. Of course you have given me a disagreeable enough thing to think about, said the prince irritably. But what are you going to do, since you are so sure it was Ferdishenko? But who else could it be, my very dear prince? Repeated Lebedeff, as sweet as sugar again. If you don't wish me to suspect Mr. Burdovsky, of course not. Nor the general? Nonsense, said the prince angrily, turning round upon him. Quite so, nonsense. Ha ha ha. Dear me, he did amuse me, did the general. We went off on the hot scent to Wilkin's together, you know. But I must first observe that the general was even more thunderstruck than I myself this morning when I awoke him after discovering the theft. So much so that his face changed. He grew red and then pale, and at length flew into paroxysm of such noble wrath that I assure you I was quite surprised. He is a most generous-hearted man. He tells lies by the thousands, I know, but it's merely a weakness. He is a man of the highest feelings, a simple-minded man too, and a man who carries the conviction of innocence in his very appearance. I love that man. Sir, I may have told you so before. It is a weakness of mine. Well, he suddenly stopped in the middle of the road, opened out his coat, and bared his chest. Search me, he says. You searched Keller, why don't you search me too? It's only fair, says he. And all the while his legs and hands were trembling with anger, and he as white as sheet all over. I said to him, nonsense, general, if anybody but yourself had said it to me, I'd have taken my head, my own head, and put it on a large dish and carried it round to anyone who suspected you. And I should have said, there, you see that head? It's my head, and I'll go bail with that head for him. Yes, and walk through the fire for him too. There, says I, that's how I'd answer for you, general. Then he embraced me in the middle of the street and hugged me so tight, crying over me all the while, and Zarakov fit to choke. You're the one friend left to me amid all my misfortunes, says he. Oh, he's a man of sentiment, that. He went on to tell me a story of how he had been accused or suspected of stealing 500,000 roubles once, as a young man, and how the very next day he had rushed into a burning, blazing house and saved the very count who suspected him and Nina Alexandrovna, who was then a young girl, from a fiery death. The count embraced him, and that was how he came to marry Nina Alexandrovna, he said. As for the money, it was found among the ruins the next day in an English iron box with a secret lock. It had got under the floor somehow, and if it had not been for the fire, you would never have been found. The whole thing is, of course, an absolute fabrication, though when he spoke of Nina Alexandrovna, he wept. She's a grand woman, is Nina Alexandrovna, though she is very angry with me. Are you acquainted with her? Well, hardly at all. I wish I were, if only for the sake of justifying myself in her eyes. Nina Alexandrovna has a grudge against me for, as she thinks, encouraging her husband in drinking. Whereas in reality, I not only do not encourage him, but I actually keep him out of harm's way and out of bad company. Besides, he's my friend, prince, so that I shall not lose sight of him again. Where he goes, I go. He's quite given up visiting the captain's widow, though sometimes he thinks sadly of her, especially in the morning when he's putting on his boots. I don't know why it's at that time, But he has no money, and it's no use his going to see her without. Has he borrowed any money from you, prince?" "No, he hasn't." "Ha! He's ashamed to. He meant to ask you, I know, for he said so. I suppose he thinks that, as you gave him some once, you remember, you would probably refuse if he asked you again. Do you ever give him money?" "Prince, money! Why, I would give that man not only my money, but my very life if he wanted it. Well, perhaps that's an exaggeration. Not life, we'll say, but some illness, a boil, or a bad cough, or anything of that sort, I would stand with pleasure for his sake, for I consider him a great man fallen. Money, indeed!" "Then you do give him money?" "No, I've never given him money. He knows well that I will never give him any, because I'm anxious to keep him out of intemperate ways. He's going to town with me now, for you must know I am off to Petersburg after Ferdishenko, while the scent is hot. I'm certain he's there. I shall let the general go one way while I go the other. We have so arranged matters in order to pop out upon Ferdishenko, you see, from different sides. But I am going to follow that naughty old general and catch him. I know where, at a certain widow's house, where I think it will be a good lesson to put him to shame by catching him with the widow." "Oh, Lebedeff, don't make any scandal about it," said the prince, much agitated, and speaking in a low voice. "Not for the world, not for the world! I merely wish to make him ashamed of himself. Oh, prince, great though this misfortune be to myself, I cannot help thinking of his morals. I have a great favour to ask you, esteemed prince. I confess that it is the chief object of my visit. You know the Ivolgins, you have even lived in their house. So if you would lend me your help, honoured prince, in the general's own interest and for his good." Lebedeff clasped his hand in supplication. "What help do you want from me? You may be certain that I am most anxious to understand you, Lebedeff." "I felt sure of that, or I should not have come to you." "We might manage it with the help of Nina Alexandrovna, so that he might be closely watched in his own house. Unfortunately, I am not on terms otherwise, but Nicolai Ardalionovitch, who adores you with all his youthful soul, might help too." "No, heaven forbid that we should bring Nina Alexandrovna into this business, or Colia either. But perhaps I have not yet quite understood you, Lebedeff." Lebedeff made an impatient movement. "But there is nothing to understand. Sympathy and tenderness, that is all our poor invalid requires. You will permit me to consider him invalid?" "Yes, it shows delicacy and intelligence on your part." "I will explain my idea by a practical example to make it clearer. You know the sort of man he is. At present his only failing is that he is crazy about the captain's widow, and he cannot go to her without money, and I mean to catch him at her house today, for his own good. But supposing it was not only the widow, but that he had committed a real crime, or at least some very dishonourable action, of which he is, of course, incapable. I repeat that even in that case, if he were treated with what I may call generous tenderness, one could get at the whole truth. For he is very soft-hearted. Believe me, he would betray himself before 5 days were out. He would burst into tears and make a clean breast of the matter, especially if managed with tact. And if you and his family watched his every step, so to speak— Oh, my dear prince," Lebedeff added almost emphatically, "I do not positively assert that he has. I am ready, as the saying is, to shed my last drop of blood for him this instant, but you will admit that debauchery, drunkenness, and the captain's widow, all these together may lead him very far." "I am, of course, quite ready to add my efforts to yours in such a case," said the prince, rising. "But I confess, Lebedeff, that I am terribly perplexed. Tell me, do you still think plainly? You say yourself that you suspect Mr. Ferdishenko?" Lebedeff clasped his hands once more. "Why, who else could I possibly suspect? Who else most outspoken, prince?" he replied with an unctuous smile. Muishkin frowned and rose from his seat. "You see, Lebedeff, a mistake here would be a dreadful thing. This Ferdishenko, I would not say a word against him, of course, but who knows, perhaps it really was he. I mean, he really does seem to be more likely a man than any other." Lebedeff strained his eyes and ears to take in what the prince was saying. The latter was frowning more and more, and walking excitedly up and down, trying not to look at Lebedeff. "You see, I was given to understand that Ferdishenko was that sort of man, that one cannot say everything before him, one has to take care not to say too much, you understand? I have to say this to prove that he really is, so to speak, more likely to have done this than anyone else. You understand? The important thing is not to make a mistake." "And who told you this about Ferdishenko?" "Oh, I was told. Of course I don't believe it altogether. I'm very sorry I should have had to say this, because I assure you I don't believe it myself. It is all nonsense, of course. It was stupid of me to say anything about it." "You see, it is very important, it is most important to know where you got this report from," said Lebedeff excitedly. He had risen from his seat, and was trying to keep step with the prince, running after him up and down. "Because, look here, prince, I don't mind telling you now that as we were going along to Wilkin's this morning, after telling me that you know about the fire and saving the account and all that, the general was pleased to drop certain hints to the same effect about Ferdishenko, but so vaguely and clumsily that I thought better to put a few questions to him on the matter, with the result that I found the whole thing was an invention of his excellency's own mind. Of course he only lies with the best intentions, still he lies. But such being the case, where could you have heard the same report? It was the inspiration of the moment with him, you understand. So who could have told you? It is an important question, you see. It was Colia told me, and his father told him about 6 this morning. They met at the threshold when Colia was leaving the room for something or other." The prince told Lebedeff all that Colia had made known to himself in detail. "There now, that's what we call a scent," said Lebedeff, rubbing his hands and laughing silently. "I thought it must be so easy. The general interrupted his innocent slumbers at 6 o'clock in order to go and wake his beloved son and warn him of the dreadful danger of companionship with Ferdishenko. Dear me, what a dreadful dangerous man Ferdishenko must be, and what touching paternal solicitude on the part of his excellency! Ha ha ha!" "Listen, Lebedeff," began the prince, quite overwhelmed. "Do act quietly, don't make a scandal, Lebedeff. I ask you, I entreat you. No one must know, no one. Mind, in that case only I will help you." "Be assured, most honourable, most worthy of princes, be assured that the whole matter shall be buried within my heart," cried Lebedeff in a paroxysm of exaltation. "I'd give every drop of my blood, illustrious prince. I am a poor wretch in soul and spirit, but ask the veriest scoundrel whether he would prefer to deal with one like himself, or with a noble-hearted man like you, and there is no doubt as to his choice. He'll answer that he prefers the noble-hearted man, and there you have the triumph of virtue. Au revoir, honoured prince. You and I together, softly, softly." End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Part 3 of The Idiot, Parts 3 and 4, by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Eva M. Martin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The prince understood at last why he shivered with dread every time he thought of the 3 letters in his pocket, and why he had put off reading them until the evening. When he fell into a heavy sleep on the sofa on the veranda, without having had the courage to open a single one of the 3 envelopes, he again dreamed a painful dream, and once more that poor, sinful woman appeared to him. Again she gazed at him with tears sparkling on her long lashes, and beckoned him after her, and again he awoke, as before, with the picture of her face haunting him. He longed to get up and go to her at once, but he could not. At length, almost in despair, he unfolded the letters and began to read them. These letters, too, were like a dream. We sometimes have strange, impossible dreams, contrary to all the laws of nature. When we awake, we remember them and wonder at their strangeness. You remember, perhaps, that you were in full possession of your reason during this succession of fantastic images, even that you acted with extraordinary logic and cunning while surrounded by murderers, who hid their intentions and made great demonstrations of friendship, while waiting for an opportunity to cut your throat. You remember how you escaped them by some ingenious stratagem. Then you doubted if they were really deceived, or whether they were only pretending not to know your hiding-place. Then you thought of another plan and hoodwinked them once again. You remember all this quite clearly, but how is it that your reason calmly accepted all the manifest absurdities and impossibilities that crowded into your dream? One of the murderers suddenly changed into a woman before your very eyes. Then the woman was transformed into a hideous, cunning little dwarf, and you believed it, and accepted it all, almost as a matter of course. while at the same time your intelligence seemed unusually keen and accomplished miracles of cunning, sagacity, and logic. Why is it that when you awake to the world of realities, you nearly always feel, sometimes very vividly, that the vanished dream has carried with it some enigma which you have failed to solve? You smile at the extravagance of your dream, and yet you feel that this tissue of absurdity contained some real idea, something that belongs to your true life, something that exists, and has always existed, in your heart. You search your dream for some prophecy that you were expecting. It has left a deep impression upon you, joyful or cruel, but what it means or what has been predicted to you in it, you can neither understand nor remember. The reading of these letters produced some such effect upon the prince. He felt, before he even opened the envelopes, that the very fact of their existence was like a nightmare. How could she ever have made up her mind to write to her? He asked himself. How could she write about that at all? And how could such a wild idea have entered her head? And yet the strangest part of the matter was, that while he read the letters, he himself almost believed in the possibility, and even in the justification, of the idea he had thought so wild. Of course it was a mad dream, a nightmare, and yet there was something cruelly real about it. For hours he was haunted by what he had read. Several passages returned again and again to his mind, and as he brooded over them, he felt inclined to say to himself that he had foreseen and known all that was written here. It even seemed to him that he had read the whole of this sometime or other, long, long ago. And all that had tormented and grieved him up to now was to be found in these old, long since read letters. "When you open this letter," so the first began, "look first at the signature. The signature will tell you all, so that I need explain nothing, nor attempt to justify myself. Were I in any way on a footing with you, you might be offended at my audacity. But who am I, and who are you? We are at such extremes, and I am so far removed from you, that I could not offend you if I wished to do so." Farther on, in another place, she wrote, "Do not consider my words as the sickly ecstasies of a diseased mind, but you are, in my opinion, perfection. I have seen you, I see you every day. I do not judge you. I have not weighed you in the scales of reason and found you perfection. It is simply an article of faith. But I must confess one sin against you. I love you. One should not love perfection. One should only look on it as perfection. Yet I am in love with you. Though love equalizes, do not fear. I have not lowered you to my level, even in my most secret thoughts. I have written, 'Do not fear,' as if you could fear. I would kiss your footprints if I could. But oh, I am not putting myself on a level with you. Look at the signature, quick! Look at the signature. However, observe," she wrote in another of the letters, "that although I couple you with him, yet I have not once asked you whether you love him. He fell in love with you, though he saw you but once. He spoke of you as of the light. These are his own words. I heard him use them. But I understood without his saying it that you were all that light is to him. I lived near him for a whole month, and I understood then that you too must love him. I think of you and him as one. What was the matter yesterday?" she wrote on another sheet. "I passed by you, and you seemed to me to blush. Perhaps it was only my fancy. If I were to bring you to the most loathsome den, and show you the revelation of undisguised vice, you should not blush. You can never feel the sense of personal affront. You may hate all who are mean, or base, or unworthy, but not for yourself, only for those whom they wrong. No one can wrong you. Do you know, I think you ought to love me, for you are the same in my eyes as in his. You are as light. An angel cannot hate, perhaps cannot love either. I often ask myself, is it possible to love everybody? Indeed it is not. It is not in nature. Abstract love of humanity is nearly always love of self. But you are different. You cannot help loving all, since you can compare with none, and are above all personal offense or anger. Oh, how bitter it would be to me to know that you felt anger or shame on my account, for that would be your fall. You would become comparable at once with such as me. Yesterday, after seeing you, I went home and thought out a picture. Artists always draw the Saviour as an actor in one of the Gospel stories. I should do differently. I should represent Christ alone. The disciples did leave him alone occasionally. I should paint one little child left with him. This child has been playing about near him, and had probably just been telling the Saviour something in its pretty baby prattle. Christ had listened to it, but was now musing, one hand reposing on the child's bright head. His eyes have a far-away expression. Thought, great as the universe, is in them. His face is sad. The little one leans its elbow upon Christ's knee, and with its cheek resting on its hand, gazes up at him, pondering as children sometimes do ponder. The sun is setting. There, you have my picture. You are innocent, and in your innocence lies all your perfection. Oh, remember that. What is my passion to you? You are mine now. I shall be near you all my life. I shall not live long. At length, in the last letter of all, he found, "For heaven's sake, don't misunderstand me. Do not think that I humiliate myself by writing thus to you, or that I belong to that class of people who take a satisfaction in humiliating themselves from pride. I have my consolation, though it would be difficult to explain it, but I do not humiliate myself. Why do I wish to unite you two? For your sakes or my own? For my own sake, naturally. All the problems of my life would thus be solved. I have thought so for a long time. I know that once, when your sister Adelaida saw my portrait, she said that such beauty could overthrow the world. But I have renounced the world. You think it strange that I should say so, for you saw me decked with lace and diamonds, in the company of drunkards and wastrels. Take no notice of that. I know that I have almost ceased to exist. God knows what it is dwelling within me now. It is not myself. I can see it every day in two dreadful eyes which are always looking at me, even when not present. These eyes are silent now. They say nothing. But I know their secret. His house is gloomy, and there is a secret in it. I am convinced that in some box he has a razor hidden, tied round with silk, just like the one that Moscow murderer had. This man also lived with his mother, and had a razor hidden away, tied round with white silk, and with this razor he intended to cut a throat. All the while I was in their house I felt sure that somewhere, beneath the floor, there was hidden away some dreadful corpse, wrapped in oilcloth, perhaps buried there by his father, who knows? Just as in the Moscow case. I could have shown you the very spot. He is always silent, but I know well that he loves me so much that he must hate me. My wedding and yours are to be on the same day, so I have arranged with him. I have no secrets from him. I would kill him from very fright, but he will kill me first. He has just burst out laughing, and says that I am raving. He knows I am writing to you." There was much more of this delirious wandering in the letters. One of them was very long. At last the prince came out of the dark, gloomy park in which he had wandered about for hours, just as yesterday. The bright night seemed to him to be lighter than ever. It must be quite early, he thought. He had forgotten his watch. There was a sound of distant music somewhere. Ah, he thought, the Vauxhall. They won't be there today, of course. At this moment he noticed that he was close to their house. He had felt that he must gravitate to this spot eventually, and with a beating heart he mounted the veranda steps. No one met him. The veranda was empty and nearly pitch dark. He opened the door into the room, but it, too, was dark and empty. He stood in the middle of the room in perplexity. Suddenly the door opened, and in came Alexandra, candle in hand. Seeing the prince, she stopped before him in surprise, looking at him questioningly. It was clear that she had been merely passing through the room from door to door, and had not had the remotest notion that she would meet anyone. "How did you come here?" she asked, at last. I came in. Mamma is not very well, nor is Aglaya. Adelaida has gone to bed, and I am just going. We were alone the whole evening. Father and Prince S. have gone to town. I have come to you, now, to— Do you know what time it is? No. 12:30. We are always in bed by 1. I thought it was 9:30. Never mind, she laughed. But why didn't you come earlier? Perhaps you were expected." "I thought," he stammered, making for the door. "Au revoir. I shall amuse them all with this story tomorrow." He walked along the road towards his own house. His heart was beating, his thoughts were confused, everything around seemed to be part of a dream. And suddenly, just as twice already he had awaked from sleep with the same vision, that very apparition now seemed to rise up before him. The woman appeared to step out from the park and stand in the path in front of him, as though she had been waiting for him there. He shuddered and stopped. She seized his hand and pressed it frenziedly. No, this was no apparition. There she stood at last, face to face with him, for the first time since their parting. She said something, but he looked silently back at her. His heart ached with anguish. Oh, never would he banish the recollection of this meeting with her, and he never remembered it but with the same pain and agony of mind. She went on her knees before him, there in the open road, like a mad woman. He retreated a step, but she caught his hand and kissed it, and, just as in his dream, the tears were sparkling on her long beautiful lashes. "Get up!" he said, in a frightened whisper, raising her. "Get up at once!" "Are you happy? Are you happy?" she asked. "Say this one word. Are you happy now? Today, this moment? Have you just been with her? What did she say?" She did not rise from her knees. She would not listen to him. She put her questions hurriedly, as though she were pursued. "I am going away tomorrow, just as you bade me. I won't write. So that this is the last time I shall see you. The last time. This is really the last time." "Oh, be calm, be calm. Get up," he entreated, in despair. She gazed thirstily at him and clutched his hands. "Good-bye," she said at last, and rose and left him very quickly. The prince noticed that Rogojin had suddenly appeared at her side, and had taken her arm and was leading her away. "Wait a minute, prince," shouted the latter as he went. "I shall be back in 5 minutes." He reappeared in 5 minutes, as he had said. The prince was waiting for him. "I've put her in the carriage," he said. "It has been waiting round the corner there since 10 o'clock. She expected that you would be with them all the evening. I told her exactly what you wrote me. She won't write to the girl any more, she promises. And tomorrow she will be off, as you wish. She desired to see you for the last time, although you refused, so we've been sitting and waiting on that bench till you should pass on your way home." "Did she bring you with her, of her own accord?" "Of course she did," said Rogojin, showing his teeth, "and I saw for myself what I knew before. You've read her letters, I suppose?" "Did you read them?" asked the prince, struck by the thought. "Of course, she showed them to me herself. You are thinking of the razor, eh? Ha ha!" "Oh, she is mad!" cried the prince, wringing his hands. "Who knows? Perhaps she is not so mad after all," said Rogojin, softly, as though thinking aloud. The prince made no reply. "Well, good-bye," said Rogojin. "I'm off tomorrow too, you know. Remember me kindly. By the by," he added, turning round sharply again, "did you answer her question just now? Are you happy or not?" "No, no, no!" cried the prince, with unspeakable sadness. "Ha ha! I never supposed you would say yes!" cried Rogojin, laughing sardonically. And he disappeared, without looking round again. Chapter 11